right?
So on the website, we had a widget that accumulates all the Q&A for us.
Okay. So someone will ask me the Q&A, right? I don't
Yes,
have to read
yes.
it from the webinar.
No, 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 no. I'll ask you.
Excellent. You should ask us also. I mean, we don't have the guy. I don't know how many people Droom has, but we've hired like 42 people in the last 90 days. So we've been hiring one person every 2 days.
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
So it's crazy.
COVID is positive for gaming business, no?
Yeah, I think COVID is positive for any digital business, like pure digital. It's anything that has to do with touch and go has obviously got some issues, but when you're doing pure services, pure digital, I mean, बहुत profound change हो गया यार. Bombay में तो we used to have so many problems of rain and all that nonsense, commuting, and it's all over. We've told people we don't need to, so none of our employees have to ever come back to office anymore.
You mean ever?
Yeah, if they don't want to come, like it'll be like a headache for us to maintain our office for them. So we have a beautiful canteen. We'll have 2 or 300 square, seating area, 250 seating seats, and we don't need to get them back, right?
Right. And how about managing productivity? Because at home there's a lot of distractions.
See, I think that the challenge is, if you're not a services business and you don't have deadlines and all that client stuff to deal with, then I think people can plan their own time to produce what they're supposed to produce. So I think that's the big advantage of being in a product business, and especially your own IP where you don't have to deliver on timelines. But I mean, you have to give them that thoda to yaar dena padega na grace. I mean, you can't have everything. Yeah.
I'm sure. So I also do edtech. So people like me don't want COVID to end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pranay, you were saying something?
Yeah, so I think we're just about to go live. I think Gaurav is just confirmed. So should we? I think I'll just ask him if he'll just give me a go ahead when we are live.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Uh,
Hey, Pranav, can you give me a spotlight video? Hey everybody, to everybody watching, I welcome to all of you on day 2 of Startup Summit Live. Yesterday was a fascinating day, and personally, I had lots and lots to take away. We started with Sir Martin and went till Tim Draper till night 10:30. Very fascinating. I know to everybody sitting out there, it's been like a marathon of learnings everywhere. It was a wonderful day, and today again we are coming up with a very jam-packed session. And day 1 starts with none other than Alok Kejriwal and his Dhande Ki Baat. I won't put anybody waiting, but to all of you watching, you can see the stream on startupsummit.live. You can also go on our YouTube channel in case you're finding streaming issues. The streaming is also happening on Business World's Facebook and Zynga TV. So look forward to seeing all of you. And Alok is here for next 1 hour to answer all your questions. So do type in your questions, do send it to us, and he has promised to answer all of them. So you have a question, do shoot. So handing it over to Alok and Pranav, and a wonderful welcome again on day 2 of Startup Summit Live.
Thank you, Surabhi. So nice.
It's such a pleasure, Alok. It's like before we went live, I was just telling everybody that, as in I was telling you that speaking to you, it's more like speaking to a friend, right? Because there are only few entrepreneurs in the country who make everybody feel as if they are so close to them, right? So
Okay.
reaching out to you is is like as if you're reaching out to a friend, and been there, done so much, and you're one of the most loved entrepreneurs, I would say, right?
Oh, thank you so much. So nice to hear that. So nice to hear that.
You know, in fact, when we were kind of going out with the promotions of the Startup Summit, we started receiving these messages that I'm so looking forward to Alok's session, right?
Oh, so nice.
Because the entire country has been waiting. You were doing a lot of these sessions at one point in time, and then people started missing you for a
Yeah.
while, right? And the country was kind of waiting. When is Alok coming back, right? And the series that you've been doing on LinkedIn, Dhande Ki Baat, A to Z, and all of that, people have been following that religiously, and you've got such an amazing following, being a influencer on LinkedIn, and so much more, right? I think people are just in love with you, Alok, and honestly, I like, for me, it's like nothing can be better than having you on the Startup Summit and interacting with you, right?
Thank you so much, Pranav. I think we should all thank our God and Guru for giving us the opportunity to be an entrepreneur or to follow entrepreneurship. You know, it's a grace, right? Because without being entrepreneur, we won't have all these privileges. So yeah, it's great.
I know. So on that note, I just want to ask this thing. You've kind of talked about how you got into entrepreneurship, and your dad was running a socks business, and why you stopped wearing your socks, right? And the journey since, right? So if you could just tell our viewers how this entire journey of entrepreneurship started for you.
Sure. I think I realized I was an entrepreneur very early on, as I've chronicled in my book, and I won't repeat too many of those stories. But essentially, you know, every kind of small business that I got into, because the business family always has, you know, यहाँ वहाँ सबके हाथ रहते हैं, right? That's the typical North Indian business family. So I dabbled in stocks, I dabbled in transport, I dabbled in, and I realized that there was something about, you know, creating businesses on my own, as in not big businesses, but you know, धंधा यार, something, some deal जिसको बोलते हैं. So that Kida, as we call it, was very, very clearly established. And then I worked in the real world, which is, you know, the socks manufacturing business. And I'll give an example, Pranav, right? There, every day we used to have 7 people who used to come to the factory on an average to ask for a bribe. So Lower Parel में अगर आप factory चला रहे हो, there'll be at least 7 people who will ask you for a bribe every day. Now, as a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, is a very depressing beginning, right? That people are coming to ask for things that we don't owe them.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a very big dampener on my spirit. And then I came across the internet very early on in 98, 99, and that's how I started. So I would just put it a little more towards the viewer rather than my own journey. My own journey has been there, you know, it's old and dusted. I think for anybody watching, there are so many opportunities around you. And it started from the caveman, right? The caveman had an opportunity to get out of the cave and become who we have become. So never ever feel that, oh, all the ideas have been done. Abhi, what can I do? There is at least 100 new things worth exploiting at any given time, COVID or no COVID. And that is the true spirit of an entrepreneur.
No, absolutely. In fact, on the corruption part, there was yesterday's session. Draper also mentioned that there was a time India had so much of corruption, and I think things look positive right now.
Right.
And where you say that COVID has brought in a lot of opportunities, I think entrepreneurship is just about pivoting and figuring out new things, right? I think
absolutely. Can I give a live example? So while gaming has completely boomed, you know, I invested in a company called Koimoi, which is actually my company. It's a Bollywood portal. Now, kya hua, Pranav, there when COVID struck, right? My team was kind of shattered, and they came back to me and said, "Alok, what do we write about? Bollywood has shut down. So kuch likhne ke liye nahi hai." And games too, in about 5 years ago, we had stopped making games for India because we didn't find the market remunerative. So we had moved. So yeah, I just mentioned it by the way to the team, saying that, you know, yeah, and this is such casual conversation. You're not even supposed to be taken seriously, right? So I just told them that, yeah, if we can make games for the US, you can write for articles for the US. But ऐसे casually मैंने बोल दिया. Now what these guys have done is they completely pivoted their business to writing for the US, And it's such a transformation. I mean, we have had our highest revenues in July in the history of Koimoi, because the US is 22 times more monetization than in India.
Yes. Yes.
Even if you get 1/5 of the traffic, you've
Yeah.
got 4x more revenue, right? So it's incredible. And that's what I think it is, right? So I was just telling a Reuters lady just now when I was speaking that look at the arbitrage, right, Pranay? This is dhande ki baat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, on Hollywood, what are you going to read? You're going to read, most of the people want to read gossip, they want to read news, they want to read old stuff, right? Friends is a perpetual story style. Now, if I have a writer sitting in, now we've got a writer sitting in Bareilly writing online for us, and you've got a writer sitting in Santa Monica writing the same content, look at the cost arbitrage, right?
Absolutely.
So it's amazing. I mean, you can do anything with technology now.
And the cost arbitrage is what the entire country has been built on. Like if you look at Infosys, TCS, and everything else that the
Correct.
country stands for, I think
Correct.
that's where
Yeah.
and that's giving a lot of ideas to everybody out there blogging. I think time to kind of get into US affiliates and
Absolutely. I think the trick there is never to sell yourself, as in never to do body shopping, or never do it per metric, because then you get measured to your cost. So if I write an article and I say, read my article and I'll monetize from an American eyeball, versus telling a blog site in America, I'll write an article for you at 1,000 rupees an article. That's the difference, right? The article that an American reads gets me 10,000 rupees versus writing it for $1,000.
Absolutely. Amazing. So you've always taken pride in mentioning that you're a Marwari and you focus on profitability. You don't go after valuations. So what do you have to say on that?
It's very simple, yeah. Worldwide now, this is a fallacy, because if you look at Fortune 500, if you look at now, for example, Nasdaq is beaten Nasdaq, it is an all-time high, right? So in the world of Nasdaq, COVID doesn't exist. They're already at the height. Now, what is an BSE 100, right? What is the index or these Nasdaq or S&P built on? On valuations. And what do valuations come on? On EBITDA and PE, right? On price earnings.
Yep.
So nowhere in the world do you have companies that become valuable without profit. It is a very small handful of VC funded companies, and I'll come back to that, where valuations are a number that you keep increasing or decreasing to get the company financed. So let's understand and break it down. Financing a company obviously needs a valuation, and you need to pay money into the company. No one has told anyone that valuation is final, because valuations can change. But eventually, I think it leads to three things, Pranav. And I'm being very honest, because I've made my own mistakes in judging companies and startups. If you can change a habit of a country, like Uber has done, or like a food app has done, or an e-commerce site has done, all the valuations that you can demand are yours. So changing the habit, even our guru cannot change our habit. Yeah. So agar aapne habit change kari to bahut bada kaam kar diya, right? All valuations aapke bharose. The second is that it's a tukka baji, Someone needs something very badly. You happen to be one of them. Wo kabhi luck lag jata hai. I got lucky in China. My company was going to close down and Disney came and bought it because they needed the license and the platform. So that you can't predict. But the most predictable outcome that you can always achieve in any business in terms of sustainability or exit is profitability.
Yeah.
यार एक बार बताओ, एक कंपनी बताओ मुझे जो पिट गई because they were profitable. but I'll tell you 1,001 companies that have bitten the dust because they're not profitable, right?
Absolutely.
Can I take a little segue from your, Pranay? And we both also come from a very different world, right?
Absolutely.
So, as an art of living teacher, very often people come to our courses and say, ye, wo, falana. So I tell them one thing. I say, dekho bhaiya, I know people have died even exercising, right? But so far, I've never heard of anybody dying of meditation. So if it doesn't help you, it won't harm you, yeah.
Absolutely.
Profitability is like a given, yeah. You can't take it away, right? You can't take it away. So I just don't understand why does it become so hard for people to understand it, but we love it.
Right. But you think there are in fact, I think this idea has been introduced more by VCs, that it's either profitability or growth. I say that obviously both can go hand in hand,
Right.
and you believe in that, or
I think the VCs are right. See, क्या होता है ना Pranav, you can't build a category or you can't build a business on the pursuit of profitability. So it always comes with balance sheet first, P&L later, right? Suppose at Bombay Ceiling, dekh lo, Bombay Ceiling took 11 years to build. Obviously, you have to put capital to build it. You can't tell people, "Chal, you chado on the ceiling and you'll go into the ocean," right?
Sure.
So after 11 years of building it, you started reaping the profits of it. Same thing with a VC funded business.
Right.
So value comes from consumer. Consumer comes by habit. So I have no problem. I have nobody to blame for them telling entrepreneurs forget the profitability. But I'm more in the pursuit of where does the value finally come from, and
Yeah.
it will come from something that is got either profitability or something phenomenally different than you could otherwise have achieved, right? Others have done.
So on the mention of Art of Living, I must say that there are only very few people that I admire as much as I admire you, because there are a lot of successful entrepreneurs out there. There are people who have made it very, very big in business life, but somewhere their personal life is not that great. There are people who are kind of totally into meditation. They are extremely happy, but probably on the material side they are struggling. So this balance between your spiritual pursuit and the material pursuit, and you are an embodiment of balancing both at the same time, right? I don't know about others, but that inspires me a lot, right? So how do you kind of balance both these things at the same time?
That's the theme of my second book called The Cave, and it all talks about how to live like a dual life. But I think, Pranav, first and foremost, it comes out of not staying in a closet, right? So many of the great entrepreneurs in the Western world, Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, have all been meditators, and they were very public about it.
Yeah.
So पता नहीं अपने country में why we feel shy, or अपने को, like, we all love to say we ran the marathon, but we don't like to say we meditated. So I think once the mind changes, then you begin to half the things people don't do because they feel like, oh, what will people say, right? So that's one. And two is, I mean, there's no other better way to rehabilitate your mind. You can rehabilitate your body by sleeping for one extra day on a Sunday, but how do you rehabilitate your mind? You need to meditate. It's simple. It's a balm.
Yeah, and I think specifically during the COVID times, the world is rising up to the fact that I think taking care of mental health means a lot, not just yours, even people who are working for you. If you're not taking care of that, then I think the entire productivity is going for a toss, right?
Completely, absolutely right. So one has to learn this path, whichever. And there are many, many great, gurus in the world or paths in the world. You can take any, but you must be on that meditative ideology.
Yeah, and we've been following you. You've been over time distributing the autobiography of a yogi on whatever public
Yes.
gatherings you have been doing, right? So, if you could just give some light on that, what's the purpose behind, and where do you want to go?
So there's a trick there, right? The trick is that because it was Steve Jobs' favorite book, it becomes very, very easy for me to give it to someone with that introduction, because agar Steve Jobs ne padha aur Steve Jobs ban gaya, to let me read it. So that's the sale part, right?
Sure.
That's the Bechugiri going on. But the book is profound because it talks about experiences of a yogi, and it just introduces to a world that you would not probably believe, or even if you don't believe, you'll wonder. And somewhere down the line, of course, Pranav, you and I know that many of these books are blessed in themselves.
Sure.
So very often when the reader reads it with a little bit of an open mind, some change happens, something, as we say, shifts, So that's all my intention, that, look, it's a free book. Steve Jobs read it. You should read it like a novel. Take a shot. And a lot of people have taken a shot and they've loved it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's again one of my favorite books too. And I think most people who kind of get interested in spirituality, and I think that starts with you reading the book and you not believing a lot of stuff which is there in the book.
That's right.
And because you can't believe, you want to kind of then, so there are two category of people: one who would not believe and not do anything about it, and there would be a second category who would not believe and would want to find more. I think that is where the spiritual journey starts, right?
Brilliant. Now, if you allow me to interrupt you,
Yeah.
look at the amazing parallel between entrepreneurship and spirituality. no one will believe the story of Airbnb, but someone executed it, right? No one will believe. Now you can fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
And there are still naysayers who say, "Arey, evaluations are all bullshit." They are that category who will not believe and not experiment. So entrepreneurship and spirituality are absolutely two horses on the same track.
Absolutely, absolutely. So in the present, in fact, this is a question that's been coming up yesterday also a lot, and people have been talking about. In the present COVID times, how do you kind of find this balance between your work as well as your personal life? Because a lot of people initially thought that COVID would give them that relief.
Yes.
Probably working from home would be more relaxing, but as we are reading in the media, I think people are more stressed and more worked out because there's
Yes.
no difference between your work life as well as business life, as
Yes.
in private life.
I have a very important point to make there. So I think one is one should take advantage of the COVID situation as much as we can. One example is sleep, right? We were all sleep deprived pre-COVID. One doesn't have to wake up at the usual time now, so enjoy that sleep, right? Now the point that you raised about the fine line between work and non-work, I think in India, Pranav, especially the biggest challenge we have is a deficit of people having a hobby. Because people don't have a hobby, they don't know what to do with their time, either than waste their time, which is waste matlab, it becomes a grind then, right? Social media becomes a grind. You can't watch Netflix for 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
And when you get to work, then your mind begins to get exhausted. So I was telling someone yesterday in my company that the thing that you're missing is not a balance. What you're really missing is a meaningful activity that is not professionally required, but is neither some time pass. So if you read, if you write, hobbies are manifold, right? Which is a great balance. So hobby, work, and personal. If you can get these three, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, then I think your life becomes very beautiful.
And I think somewhere the parents are to be blamed because this entire race of getting into an IIT or an IIM, studying 16 hours a day because one day you'll get somewhere, and anything else if the kid is doing, if it's playing cricket or doing something else, it's about making the kid guilty that okay, you're not doing what you're supposed to do, right? I think Indians have been trained to, and in fact the other day I was having this conversation with someone that even at some of the best business schools like an IIM Ahmedabad or where people are kind of trained to not sleep at night, overwork themselves. People are taking that, they take that pride in saying that okay, I was working 16 hours a day, which is detrimental to their long term health. And
Right.
I think the entire country forcing this opinion on you, I think people are finding it difficult during the COVID times to kind of
Sure.
involve themselves in something else.
But having said that, let's look at the roots of this, right, Pranav? It's not fair to blame parents. I'll tell you what the real situation is. We're an agrarian country, right? We grew from agriculture, and where if you don't work in the field, you're dead. A few years ago, or maybe some 20 years ago, we moved to a manufacturing economy where if you don't work in a factory for 10 hours a day, you won't have bread on the table. So we compare ourselves with services economies like the US and UK, where leisure and time off and 4 days a week is a de facto. But actually, if you look at our GDP per capita, become a little mentally hard, do it, because otherwise you won't get bread on the table. So the curve will only get lighter once the GDP and our economy and our wealth begins to increase, because all countries have gone through this. So I think the parents have done their job. It's for us to, if we've reached that cusp of self-sustainability, as in we will never not have food on the table if we don't work forever in our lives, now we should get into that, okay, I need to slow down and do something else.
Right. In fact, the other day I was having this conversation with another entrepreneur. He said that I'm missing Mumbai traffic jams, right, and traveling in traffic, because that was at least a distraction from work, right? Now I'm so much.
He needs a hobby. Yeah? Sorry, but yeah, continue.
Yeah, because at least he was being forced into an activity which was not work. Now, because that extra time is there and he's not working, he's just feeling guilty about not working, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's sad. I think we've neglected a lot of our self-development, kind of just basic tools of self-development, just in this grind of getting to work has become work in Bombay, right? Or even in Delhi, right? So getting to work cannot be work, but that's become a habit now. And once that time is getting freed up, we don't know what to do with ourselves.
Right. So, in fact, you've been an avid reader and you write a lot, right? So, if one follows you on social media handles, at times you wonder how do you get that time to kind of read so much, write so much? So, what's the recipe behind that?
I'll break it down for you. It's very simple. This is exactly what I was hinting at, right? So a bestseller book that you buy on Amazon is about 350 to 400 pages, and you divide that by 7. You read about 50 to 60 pages a day. So 50 to 60 pages a day to read would take about an hour. Now tell me, in these COVID times, we all have an hour that we ourselves are wondering how to burn. So if you commit yourself to sit in a place and read an hour a day, you'll do a book a week. It's as simple as that. So I think you just have to break down your time into productive, meaningful tasks versus saying, let me spend 1 more hour looking at Facebook and feeling bad about everybody.
Right. So in your book, yeah.
Sorry, Pranav. And then what
No.
happens is, my bad, pardon me. Then what I do is I read on Kindle, because Kindle allows me to highlight everything I read and it becomes a note. And this is how tech has progressed, right? So just sorry, I'll take a minute more for whoever's listening and is interested. Goodreads.com was acquired by Amazon some years back.
Yeah.
Whatever you highlight on Kindle automatically becomes a visible note on Goodreads.
Right.
So you can revise the books that you've read by directly going to a portal and seeing what did I highlight. I mean, dude, it can't get simpler than that. So you can revise a book every time you want it. And what more can you ask for, right?
Absolutely. So, in fact, in your book, Why I Stopped Wearing My Socks, right? You've mentioned a lot about ethics that one must have to be successful in business. So what's your take on that? Because in the present world, there are so many of these entrepreneur stories coming out that they ran away with investors' money and other things, right? So
it's horrific, yeah, Pranav. I mean, and the worst part is it all catches up with you, know. May his soul rest in peace. But today I read about the 3,500 hole in the Cafe Coffee Day balance sheet.
Yeah.
You know, Wirecard has been all over the place. We also know of the entrepreneur we both know who's got arrested in Seattle. So the problem is that the challenge in today's date and time is, you know, there's an old saying, the law of the hand of the law will always catch up with you. There's some saying like that, right? Now comes the worst part. Social media will catch you even before the law of the land. You will be so badly punished on social media that you will kind of feel worse about yourself than even the court of law. So I think for some reason, no, but I just want to go into it for a little one granular level deeper. There are 3 or 4 kinds of choris, you know. Choris also have classifications. One is that yaar sab log income tax ki chori karte hain to main bhi karta hu. That's that Indian mentality of saying ki why should I do it when others don't do it? Well, you can live with that or not live with that. That's your problem. I think the challenge becomes worse when it becomes when you contravene the basic faith that people have given to you, right? So if you're an entrepreneur and cheat your company, you not just cheat your investors, but also your employees and yourself.
Yes.
And I don't know where the knowledge comes from, but I know a lot of VCs who have been robbed of their monies. The entrepreneurs may have got a couple of $1 million at the end of the day. They have lawsuits and very deep, you know, kind of problems to take care of. They'll never get funded in their lives again. And Pranav, today now as entrepreneurs, we're going to work at least till we're 65, 70, 75. So imagine waiting 50 years of your life without anyone talking to you. It's a bigger punishment than even getting scot-free with a couple of $1 million.
I agree. In fact, we've all seen some of those legends who've done just one mistake and their entire life.
Terrible.
It's a black spot that they carry on the face, right? And there's nothing that they can do about it.
Nothing. And I think sometimes, you know, we all, like in the case of Rajat Gupta, and I'm bringing it up.
I was referring to the same, right?
Right. And I brought him up because I met him and I was very negative about him. Then he explained to me. I probably think that judgment nowadays is very touch and go. One can make a judgment and then make a mistake. Chalo bhai, wo bhi, you know, it's a gray area. But when you take like Wirecard, if you falsify your books and you write that I have done $2 billion of cash in my bank, jab aapke paas 2 rupees bhi nahi hai, then you're a fake, yeah.
Absolutely. So when you mentioned of Rajat Gupta, I also remember a time at an ISB convocation, I was interacting, and the entire journey of being the man, and then everything falling apart just because of a mistake, right? So but so while we are kind of having this conversation, there are questions pouring in. I'll also pick up some questions that the audience is asking. So there's this guy called Raj Kothari. Okay. This guy is asking, what is your advice to a guy who wants to do a gaming startup, right? Because
Sure.
everybody recognize you with the world of gaming. So I think they
Right.
want to know more about that.
I think Raj, a great question, and I think there's some solid advice I think I can give you. There are 3 or 4 trends to follow. One is, the world is playing games, so you have an audience that's ready-made. There are lots of gaps in the market. How do I check a gap? Basically, I have a philosophy of being so the US in my mind, the US iTunes market is the highest expression of kind of achievement, right? If you can top on the US iTunes store, you're the best. So if you look at the US iTunes store and look at games there in categories that you like, maybe you'll find a gap in a genre or a gameplay that you might say, I want to fill that. So that's a simple, market gap that you fill. Now the problem is that I see a lot of entrepreneurs in India who want to do real money gaming. Real money gaming is real money gambling actually. Or they want to do another Ludo game, and there are 382 Ludo games already. So I think the one big important thing is to break out of this mindset of keeping on copying success, because there is a limit to what you can copy, and you will be the first to burn and die when things go wrong. So yeah, I mean, pursue the market. It's a humongous market. Here's the best part, Pranav, about gaming, which well, actually, apps and games that are the most amazing part. Here's the question, right? Suppose I talk about your business, right? Now I'm saying stirring minds. Pranav says, Alok, we're the 4th best company or 4th best, startup platform in the country. Suppose you make a claim, right? I can't verify that. Either I believe you or don't believe you, right? Now look at the App Store. What happens? We have a game which is right now the 12th most popular game on the Racing Store. What does it mean? 11 people are better than us.
Right.
Who are those 11 people? You can download it. Now comes the best part. You can go to each of those games comments, read the 1, 2, and 3 stars, and say what do people not like about the top 11, and you make something that counters that. So now you can be the 12th, yeah. So that amount of transparency and visibility of what are the parameters of success, no one gives you in the world except the app stores. So take advantage of it.
Absolutely. So in fact, I used to mention this about restaurants, right? That because of Zomato's and everything else, and people reviewing, it becomes like either you are improving yourself and becoming the best, or you're just gone, right? Because
you can't do any. So dhokabaji is not there, right? And I mean, just for Raj, especially, I worked Raj in the mobile 1.0 market in India, which was run by the telcos of the world of India. And there's no wonder why most of them are bankrupt, because in their heart, they were corrupt. They didn't want to be transparent with the consumer. So they would put up games that they thought would make more money, not what the consumer wanted. And in that pursuit, look at where they've landed up today. So it's very simple. Transparency is the metric to follow.
So there's this question by Amit Bhutani. He says every entrepreneur has a bucket list, and there are some who are chasing a $1 billion valuation, and I think he's mentioned something related to what you've been mentioning about Flipkart, and so he's just asking, what is your bucket list?
Sure. So I think I want to create I want to IPO in India for sure. I think I want to be the first or one of the first gaming IPOs in the country. And I want to prove 3 things in that effort, right? One is I want to prove that .coms can IPO in India beyond the 3 or 4 that we have. Profitability is the way to grow. And that, there is no reason to just keep on selling out to people or to exit or to do a strategic all the time. That's my bucket list.
Right. So there's this another question by Raman. He says that suppose the exit to Disney wouldn't have happened, do you think things would have been the same, or any different?
Well, the company would have gone bankrupt. I wouldn't have been able to claim that on my LinkedIn profile. And maybe I would have to look for another tagline. There's nothing else. The company would have gone bankrupt.
But you would have been doing the same things that you've been doing.
100%. So we had done. So this is the beauty of entrepreneurship, right? We had done the same model in India. In India, it had begun to thrive. In China, it was out of control. And the Indian model did the Indian Idol platform, which did very well. It still runs on it. The Indian Idol platform still runs on a number. So it had done well. So out of 3, 2, 1 would have failed. No big deal, yeah.
So there's a question by Jyoti Bhutani. She says, your idol. She's talking about in the field of entrepreneurship, but then I'll add and I'll say that in the field of entrepreneurship as well as non-entrepreneurship, who do you idolize? Maybe in India as well as globally. So if you could talk about it. I already know the answer, but then.
So Pranay, my guru is my idol. And it's Sri Ravi Shankar, because I feel that as an entrepreneur, he's a phenomenal executor. And as a human being, he's a phenomenal person. Now, that answer may not be palatable to a lot of people because, all these Alok talks about Babas and Godmen and gurus. But I've interviewed him as an entrepreneur once. And, you don't just start from scratch and decide where to go and then build an organization where so many millions of people follow you. So I think that's a great, that's one. But then there are many others that I really, kind of admire for one part of their life. So holistically, I admire one man, but partially I admire, the regular guys that we all know here. But in particular, the books I read are the guys who I admire nowadays. So Copeland, the Koch brothers, Ray Dalio of Principles, all these guys, yeah.
Amazing. So, so there's nothing that one can say about Sri, right? And those who know him know what we are talking about. Those who don't, I think we can just invite them to know him more. So my journey, like if I were to kind of just add here, so I have been into spirituality and I've always been against the Baba culture. Okay, so so it was more like I'll just take few minutes here and probably talk about this. My journey started when I came out of school, and during our farewell, the APJ Education Society gave us a very small booklet on Swami Vivekanand. Okay, wow. So I started reading that, and that kind of made me curious about meditation per se. Started going to Ramakrishna Mission at Panchkuiya Road, started reading all his works. That got me interested in meditation and read the autobiography of a yogi. But then never got an experience, right? And somewhere what happened is and honestly speaking, if somebody would have told me that Art of Living is run by a guru, so to say, and there's this godman behind it, probably I wouldn't have never gone into it, because I always thought that these people are making fools out of people and stuff like that. But then because I was interested in meditation, somebody told me about it. I went to the program and I did the first Sudarshan Kriya, and I think that was the first experience after being 4 years into meditation, from 2000 to 2004. And that experience totally transforms you, and you for the first time realize that, okay, this is what it is, right? And post that, like even after that experience, I didn't trust Sri, right? So I was always, this guy definitely wants something from the world, right? And he has his hidden agenda, right? And in fact, then I would say, but that didn't stop me from going forward to advanced courses, doing a lot of these meditation programs. And in fact, I met in a Sahaj Samadhi meditation program, I met Bhanu Didi. Okay, so for the first time I met a person who was totally transparent. So with Sri, you always is like that, maybe you can't decipher what's going inside, but with her, it was more like you always felt that, okay, she's transparent. And you could just say that if she believes in Sri, probably we can do that, right? So I think that's a detour from what we were discussing, but then I just thought I'll probably mention that.
It's good. It just shows how genuinely we are not fools to just follow people blindly, right? We've had our own filters and it's worked.
Yeah. Right. So getting back to what these people are asking, there's this question wherein It's an anonymous question. Somebody is saying, what has been your biggest regret in life?
I started a company called Media Twin in 2004-5, and that company did very well for a few years. In fact, it paid a lot of taxes, and then it started to go down. And unfortunately, like all startups, I relegated that business to a few professionals who probably burnt it down. The regret was not that they didn't understand what to do or that they didn't, everybody can't be an entrepreneur, but I lent my name to that business. So what I learned in the bargain is either you invest in a business and fill it and forget it, or you operate a business. Never lend your brand to a business and not operate it. So that was a big regret, money wise, as well as, just time and reputation wise. Of course, there's nothing to worry there, but it's just big learning. Yeah. And I mean, otherwise, I can't remember something that, strikes me as something very bad or I missed.
Okay. So, Gaurav Bhatia, he's asking, are you open to investing into startups? And if yes, what kind of ideas excite you?
Right, I'm not investing in startups. I'll tell you why. It's a very simple. I'm a Marwadi, boss. Simple है. पैसे की बात है, धंधे की बात बाद में करेंगे. See, as an asset allocation, right? My entire life is now invested in startups. So my two companies, Koimoi the portal and Games to Win, is where I've 20 years of my sweat equity is locked in these companies, and inshallah they will really blossom and give me money. So whatever liquidity I have as a astute asset investor or allocator, I'm not going to put it in the same asset cohort. So by putting money back, I'm going to not go back to startups. So I'm investing in the rest of the, asset cohort, especially on big tech and whatever. So for that record, Pranav, I've started moving a lot of my money out of India for investing in, FAMs and FANGs and the, NASDAQ. And that's where my heart is, because I can't, I couldn't make Slack. I couldn't make LinkedIn. I couldn't make Microsoft, but I can invest in it, boss. That's the best part. Pranav, I'll just joke with you, and this is for the investing audience. We bank with HDFC for many years, right? 20 years now.
Right.
So HDFC वाले ऐसे एकदम चुंबक की तरह चिपकते रहते हैं आपसे कि पैसे आपसे कैसे निकाले.
Right.
So he kept saying, sir, HDFC में FD लगा दो. तो मैंने उसको एक बहुत बड़ी बात बताई. मैं कहा मेरे भाई, listen to what I'm saying now very carefully. वो बनिया वो होता है जो पैसे HDFC बैंक से निकाल कर HDFC बैंक के स्टॉक में खरीदता है, ना कि तेरी बैंक में डालता है, because I get better return there. So he was so awestruck by that. He said, sir, पर मेरा तो कोटा पूरा करो. मैंने कहा यार तेल लेने गया,
मेरा कमीशन नहीं आएगा.
So
स्टॉक में डालोगे तो.
So yeah, I don't invest in that category anymore.
Yeah. So I think a young student here, Siddhant Apte, the question is PUBG here to stay?
Of course it's here to stay, boss. It's here to stay, here to thrive. I think, Siddhant, the bigger challenge or the bigger learning is that the format is here, right? Active, multiplayer, all collaborative. And it is not like it was something, it's always been a format. But, now we know that this is a mobile friendly product. And more will come. So it's definitely here to stay. A great platform for you to start innovating on.
So like an add-on from my side. So in the world of gaming, what kind of changes do you see? A lot of VR-based gaming or AR-based gaming? Do you think you would be venturing into something which is more futuristic, moving away from mobile?
So यार AR and VR is like Bluetooth, इतनी बड़ी बैंड बाजा और बारात बनाई थी उसकी, पर दूल्हा ना तो दुल्हन कोई मिले नहीं वहां पर. So that's all bunk. Sorry, I'm being honest. It's all nice for demos and all that.
Yeah. In fact, Flipkart's bet on VR has been not giving them many results. Sorry, not Flipkart. Sorry, Facebook's bet on VR, right? I think till date there's no significant
ROI.
Yeah, traction or whatever. Right?
Yeah. So I think in gaming there are 4 or 5 simple themes. We are the bread butter business here. If you look at every business, every dhanda is bread butter, jam, cherry, and then whatever else you have, right? Peanut butter, if you can invent that. So yaar, hamare business mein na, for example, car games, driving games, parking games, dress up games is a bread butter. We're the largest in the world in terms of dress up and parking, because every boy and girl wants to play with dolls and cars.
Yeah.
Now, there are phenomenal formats like Fortnite and PUBG who have invented the platform and invented the paradigm, and they'll do great. So I think the world is, right, Pranav, that and the listeners, that gaming now is bigger than Hollywood, Bollywood, movie theaters, all entertainment put together.
Yeah, I heard of that. I've heard that.
So, boss, this is a huge industry, $150 billion of per annum income. So you can take your pick and do what you want in it.
So, Vishal Bijlani, he says B schools generate employees in huge numbers, but far few entrepreneurs. Why so?
I think B schools do a phenomenal job of training you to think in a organized and a structured way, which is the first thing to learn before you become an entrepreneur. How often, like I didn't know how to make a Google sheet or an Excel sheet or an IRR or an XIRR. ये सब मैंने रात को बैठ कर पढ़ा यार. वो आप लोगों को तो मार मार कर पढ़ाते हैं, right? So, boss, it's because a job is the first thing you're supposed to do. I did a job in my father's company. So why would you bother, right? The thing is that once you've done a job for 4, 5 years or 8, 6 years, and you find a gap or a problem, then you become an entrepreneur. Like you can't go to the 9th standard without going from the 1st to the 8th, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
So Pradyuman, he says, are there any benefits of investing in LEDCs, less economically developed countries?
Wow, a very good question. I'm very proud of that thought. It's a very hard question to answer. It's like, I'll give you an example. The eCPMs or the advertising rates in India are 120th of the US. Okay, I just mentioned that earlier, right? Now comes the fun part, Pranav. If I go to rural India, it will probably be 1/5 of modern India, which is Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, right? So that means it's 1/100th of the US. So the question is, why do you want to go to less economically developed countries? Even if you get volume, how much volume will you get to multiply into revenue, which will give you a better product? So if you say revenue per user equal to revenue, right? Revenue per user into users revenue. Now, आपको India जितने users भी मिल गए, but 1/100th मिलेंगे. So India is 1.3 billion, the US is 300 million, right? So you'll still not get that equation, right? So why bother? And the other challenge I have is going into poorer and poorer markets is you compete with poorer and poorer quality. You compete with the US and then you work in the world, right? So we're on Zoom, we're on a website, we're on technology.
Yeah.
So that's how you become the best. Otherwise, you become the worst sometimes.
So Raman Chadha asks, sir, what's your take on TikTok ban?
I'm a very, very, very big free markets guy, right? I'm not at all the kind of guy who says ban this and ban that, because in my life, I've become successful because I was allowed to operate in the markets that I chose to, including China, right? I built my fortune came out of China. My first exit was in China.
Right.
Now, I'm no one to comment on the security of the country and all that. That's the government's job. But principally, this is my feeling. Wherever protectionism has taken place, economies have suffered and countries have suffered. Erstwhile USSR being a closed socialist country, China being not allowing everybody to, work through. Like I just read, Pranav, in a China concert, you cannot stand on a chair and dance. You cannot sway. You cannot swing. You cannot dance. You can only stand on a chair and dance in China. You cannot swing in the aisle, right?
Wow.
Now, boss, what is that country worth, right? So for me, the more you restrict, the more you strangle. The more you open, the more you breathe. So आप जितने लोगों को वो करोगे उतना आपको ही आएगा फाइन. You'll get B quality competition competing with B quality competition, and you'll remain B quality.
And as there's a talk of decentralization of the world, the governments competing for citizens, and probably the blockchain and the crypto movement, and governments against it. So what's your take on, and I think this comes from my side, what's your take on the blockchain world?
I think it's a phenomenal technology still trying to find its purpose. It's like the internet that was invented by the US government or the US Army, which finally found its outcome in the browser, right? So the browser moment of blockchain has to still come through. And once that happens, we'll all be like flying.
Right. So we have 5 more minutes. I'll just take this very important question. This is from my side. Uh, Bootstrapping versus taking angel funding. Is there a right recipe?
See, money is money, boss. Take it when you get it. Having said that, there are 3 stars on it. Star one is, who are you getting the money from? So if he's a, मतलब अगर वो बनियान वाला चड्डी वाला कोई ब्रिक वाला है तो मत लो यार, because वो आपको परेशान कर देंगे. They'll be like a loan shark, right? Secondly, what are you taking the money for? If you get the money and you spend it on stupid things like advertising and marketing, you'll never get it back, right? And the third thing is having the deep realization that no money is free money. Venture money is 10x worse than a debt loan. So if you have a plan and a formula to return it, and don't say I will sell the company to someone else, because that's not a plan, then you can take money. But if you don't have these 3 answers, then wait and get your answers right.
Right. So any significant, as in what's been the most cherished memory of your life so far? Could be professional, could be personal.
Wow, that's an amazing question. It's a very deep, it's a very multifaceted question, right? No, I think for me, Pranav, just is very often I look at my life and I think of it as a dream. I can't believe that I'm running a gaming business and I've earned wealth and I've earned some kind of reputation with no background in it. So one is that anything is possible if you wish it. But I think the most cherished feeling for me is to have a living guru in my life, because that is not possible to have without some karmic dividend. So in India, we talk about, economic dividend or country dividend, but I think that dividend is phenomenal. And I think the biggest thing the most thing I cherish is to be able to help people. So, blessed are those who can help others, not who help others. To get the opportunity to help others is a blessing. And to get that, if I get it repeatedly, I feel very, very happy. So that actually is the most cherished moment in my life.
Wow. So before we end, one message that you would want to give to everybody who is listening.
So COVID is normal. Let me tell you that this is not something abnormal. It's abnormal for a lot of you all because you all have probably not seen such a large down in your life before. If you just trace the history of the world from the 1900s, you'll see 7 or 8 COVID moments. And from each of them have come great revolutions and growth, right? So one is all downs have great ups. Remember that. The second thing is reinvent, right? So invention comes when things change, not when things go up and down. It change is what brings invention. So look at what's happening around you and change it. Now all the Oberois, the Tajis all have apps to deliver food. They're changing, man. They will make money. So everybody will adapt. And the third thing is, don't be in a rush. I think India में कुछ ज़्यादा ही भीड़ भेकड़ी की तरह अपनों एक चीज के बाद एक चीज करने की कोशिश करते हैं, right? So boss, relax. First study, because I don't like to advise people to drop off. Get a good job. Actually work and make mistakes on the account of your employer. उनका पैसा बर्बाद करो यार, दनादन. जब उनका पैसा बर्बाद हो गया पूरी तरह से, आप फायर हो गए समझो, फिर आप entrepreneurship की तरफ चलो यार. By then you've graduated in the world of life, right? So that's the advice.
Wow. And this is coming from the bottom of my heart. There are very few people who are as candid as you, right? And you hardly can feel any distance when people are kind of talking to you. So really, it's been an honor. It's been a privilege, and I can't thank you enough for taking out this time and speaking to everybody who are kind of listening to us.
So nice.
Really, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Urbi. Thanks, Pranav. Such an honor.
Thanks, Alok. Thanks, Pranav. Alok, in fact, we are getting a flow of questions from audience. In fact, Smriti is saying that till now we have been able to connect most with you as an audience.
Oh, so nice.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Alok.
Thank you.
Feel free to move around and we'll share the videos and all the comments for you over WhatsApp and email.
And Surbi and Pranav, all our listeners or watchers can always ping me on my social media handles and get answers. I can voice record it and send it to them. So don't worry about it. Right?
Wow.
Yep.
That's
Wow.
fantastic.
Yep.
That's
Simple,
wonderful.
right? Easy. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Right.
Ciao. See you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
So this was Alok Kejriwal for all of you, and now we are moving to our next exciting panel. And in fact, this is one panel I'm looking forward for today because this is talking about lots of businesses who are reinventing during COVID times. So Sutanshu, I would like to welcome on the screen and all the panelists. We have Ankit Mehrotra, we have Jayam Vora, we have Ratnesh Verma, Resham, Sagar Daryani, Shiva Mahuja, and moderator S. Sutanshu. Can you request all the panelists to switch on their videos? Okay, Pranav, all the panelists are attendees. If we can make them as panelists. And we have been getting lots and lots of flow of questions. Do keep sharing these questions and we'll try to answer as many as we can. And you saw that Alok said that you can reach out to him on his Twitter handle, on his social media handle, and he record and send it to all of you. Welcome, Ratnesh. Can I
Hi.
request all the panelists to have their videos on, and we can have panelists on? Hi, Ankit. Hey,
Hi.
Jayam.
Hi.
Hey, we have two Ankits on this panelist. Upasna, your moderator is missing, it seems, right now. Sutanshu is your moderator. All right, so we have a Momo guy also here. Sagar is here.
Hi. Hi, guys.
Hey, and when we speak about Sagar, my mouth's watering. I'm craving for momos. So here, before I'm handing over to Sutanshu, and he's your moderator, and he'll be taking through this wonderful, enlightening session. And I'll be sharing you questions also as the audience asks. Over to you, Sutanshu.
So good evening, everyone. And thanks, Surbi and Pranav, for arranging this, and thanks for having me here. Welcome, everyone here. I'll just give a quick introduction of the panelists here today. So we have two Ankits, like Surbi mentioned, Ankit Agarwal and Ankit Mehrotra. Ankit Agarwal from Orinco and Ankit Mehrotra from Dineout. A quick introduction of the panelists here today. So Ankit Agarwal is the co-founder of Orinco. Over a decade in the industry, Ankit has donned actually many hats, including software development and consulting with Fortune 500 companies across various industries, starting from e-commerce to global logistics and payments. And at Orinco, he is building India's first sustainable fruits and vegetables brand by providing fresh, healthy, and tasty and traceable production, which is a very interesting area, considering the sustainability and traceability picking up. Now, we next move to Ankit Mehrotra, who is the CEO at Dineout. And after a successful stint in the wealth management industry, Ankit started Dineout in early 2012. And through multiple acquisitions, he has grown Dineout to become one of the largest B2C and B2B companies in dining out and restaurant, and as a restaurant tech platform in India. And for those of you who do not know, Dine Out is also a portfolio of the also a part of the Times Internet of the Times of India group. Then we have Sagar Daryani, who is the co-founder and CEO of Wow Momo. And Wow Momo needs no introduction. His company Wow Momo, with a recent evaluation of over 450 crores, journeyed from small kiosks in Kolkata to become India's one of the largest fast food chains. And they are across 200 over 200 outlets across 13 cities in India. Then we have Jayam Vora, who is the co-founder and chief operating officer at Fiternity. Fiternity is India's first and one of the largest discovery and booking platforms for various fitness services, which I've been trying to get onto since quite some time. Fiternity has serviced over 10 million consumers and has a network over 8,000 partnered fitness centers and instructors and sports venues across India. Then we move on to Ratnesh Verma, who is the founder of Pitch. Now, Ratnesh is already an accomplished global leader, global business leader, and he has been the force behind the growth of many businesses. He has already built teams, led them, and has an impeccable record of building companies really big. And he has also mentored and invested in many startups. His company Pidge is one of India's first on-demand hyperlocal service, but it also comes with the um, uh, uh, with kind of the satisfaction you have when you go to a traditional courier. That's how he puts it. Shivam Ahuja, then at the last, is the founder of Skill Circle. Shivam Ahuja, his edtech venture of Skill Circle is actually creating skilled and unskilled workforce and upskilled workforce for tomorrow. His startup is helping youth develop careers for today's most in-demand skills, and by tapping into different niches and communities and sub networks, and eventually upskilling them through circle training, they are creating what we will see tomorrow as the workforce who will lead India. So this is our eclectic mix of panelists who are from various diverse industries. But the topic that we have today is around understanding consumers, and it is about it is around how, based on the consumers' demand, how the industry as a whole has moved uh, is actually still now moving between home delivery and virtual services and going out and experiential services. And this is the topic that we are going to deal with today. And I am Shwetanshu Mahapatra. I have been an entrepreneur for over the largest part of the last decade, and having seen multiple cycles of uh, investment, growth, and fundraise, and shutting down and restarting. I've been part of various domains and industries, and today I hope I'm able to give you moderate this panel by asking the right questions so that we have a fantastic session here. All right. So we'll start with one of the first questions, which is a very interesting which is a very interesting question. But this is a question that has been asked again and again. But I would love to understand your perspective from these various industries. So smartphones, in every other hand, and the availability of 4G internet have vastly contributed to the changing consumer experience. Beyond these, what are the behavioral factors you anticipate that made consumers willing to sacrifice personal experiences to accommodate home delivery and virtual experiences? We could start from Ankit from Orinco.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for this opportunity, and I'm really humble and glad to join this forum among all the entrepreneurs that I'm sitting here with. So I think we had very amazing times in this Corona, where the Orinco is basically a brand in the fruits and vegetables. We are based out of Bangalore, and the behavioral change that we have seen is that post corona the demand have gone approximately 500% more post March, especially in April May times. What has supported us in getting that kind of attraction is that our availability in the omni channel. So we are present in online and we were present in offline. So the good part that we have seen is the traction that we were losing on offline that has been recovered through online, and the traction we were losing through online, which we were recovering through the apartment-based stores. So the way we feel is the customer has to have the multiple choices in terms of channels from where they're buying, be it online, be it offline, be it apartment, be it kiosk, everywhere else. But he is willing to have the best quality in his hands in both terms of convenience and in both terms of the trust that they are willing to give the purchase value for. And hence, post-Corona times, I think the brand, as Aurinco, we are more focusing on the omni-channel strategy where we have to present across the different channels, considering the kind of a different volatile this environment is. And hence, we feel that this is good for the customer to be there on the every demand channel.
Okay. Ankit from Dinow, what's your take on this?
So to be honest, I think consumer demands or consumer behavior undergo shifts or strategic shifts when things or a situation demands it. So, for example, India is sort of, while you said that there was a lot of smartphones and 4G internet, predominantly, if you look at the sort of, the basically number of people online, it was still not a lot, right? We all know that shopping, etc., online contributes only to a small percentage of retail. Whereas if you look at China, a lot of people, China is like nearly 95% connected, and that happened due to convenience. I think in India, the driver is going to be safety. And what we're seeing right now, especially over the last few months, whether it's across industries, consumers are willing to make that switch. A lot more people are, shopping online, whether it's food delivery, whether it's groceries, etc. So I think the main shift is going to happen, or the driving shift factor behind this is going to be safety. And this would mean that consumers will obviously undergo a shift in terms of how they experience products. You mentioned about virtual experiences, etc. So all those things are going to sort of come out. A great example that we are seeing obviously is in the dining out space, where we're seeing a huge shift happening towards QR codes, where people are going to be, when you enter a restaurant now, you're going to be scanning QR codes through your phones to access the menu and then to be able to order through that. So I think we are seeing a major shift happening. Whether it's here to stay or not, in the long term, I think, to be honest, it's going to definitely be for the positive. There are going to be a lot of people who are, once sort of start doing these activities, are going to stay onto it and stay hooked onto it. Whether we will become, what percentage, it depends. But yeah, across major industries, we are seeing a shift happening for sure.
Sagar, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, so I've always believed that the food industry which I represent is all about health, hygiene, happiness, and I think consumers always wanted convenience. I mean, and being entrepreneurs, being businesses, it was our prerogative to pamper them and give them that convenience. So I think delivery in the food space was already at its peak, and I think the advent of Domino's and Domino's became that brand that came into India and converted a roti eating company, country into a pizza eating country. And I think where they succeeded was the 30-minute delivery or the pizza becomes free. Where they succeeded was the 49 rupees pan pizza, affordable for anyone and everyone. So yeah, I think that's when the shift began, when delivery and consumer getting the food at his doorstep, not having to cook at home, or you have sudden guests at home, and I think that's how the advent of delivery in the food space began, and it was really growing. I think we all are fond of our meals, we all are fond of our favorite food, and when we have guests at home, we feel like having it ourselves. The easiest thing is to go out there and order in. Earlier it was pizzas, but the advent of Swiggy and Zomato over the last few years has given the consumer a lot of choice and options, and it's a matter of a few keys on your phone and you can get that food delivered as per your choices, right? However, with this pandemic, the tables have turned. Rather, I would say the tables are still rotating and we don't know which way are we heading to. But, I think what it has done is that the consumer safety has become more of a concern. People don't want to go out and interact with people. They want to take precautions. They don't want to go to a restaurant and spend time there. So not just delivery, but we've also seen a major rise in the pre-order takeaway, where the consumer is in their office or moving towards home, and they want to quickly come and do a pre-order and do a takeaway. And many of them want to do a takeaway and have it in their cars, have it in the vehicles, rather than sitting in the restaurant and having it. So I think trends are changing. Trends are coming in. Obviously, this pandemic is going to have a major shift in the consumer behavior. I mean, we talk about contactless, but to be very honest, in the food space, it's all about it's got an emotional connect to it. It's all about the product and the service, right? So it cannot be contactless. I hate that word, to be honest. It's more about being contact light, and we all will try and go as contact light as we can to make it more safer for the consumer. And that's how you have your QR codes, like Ankit mentioned. You're going to have your in-app pre-orders, whether it's in takeaway, whether it's in delivery, and I think this shift is just for the positive, because I think the delivery business for us, or the online sales or the e-commerce, was always an omni-channel which was growing. It always increased the market share for us. So earlier, we would have to wait for consumers to come. But now the market opens up where you don't have to wait for the consumers to come to you. You can go to the consumers. And I think this shift is just going to get more enlarged, and the consumer is going to reap the benefits of convenience that is provided. And you will see a major disruption happening in this space. And a lot of businesses, I mean, look at a completely new sector of food business, like cloud kitchens came up because of online delivery and online sales. So I think online has led to creating new trends, creating new businesses, creating new sectors, and cloud kitchen is one of them. So you see so many of these restaurants popping up who are absolutely cloud kitchen, and many of them are doing very well and are profitable. So yeah, I think it's a good shift. It's a paradigm shift for the economy. It was much needed, and we are far away from China, but this pandemic is just going to speeden up that pace.
So, do you see this as a this change that is happening with the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, which has already come in? Do you see this change as a permanent change in the behavior, or do you expect that normalcy will return after normalcy returns and the lockdowns are removed and probably we reach a normal state? Do you think this change in behavior that has happened right now is going to continue, or do you see that still the whatever you called as the light contact phase will still continue?
So to be honest, we've already, I think, crossed more than close to 5 months now of this pandemic, and it's going to be here for the next few months till we don't have a vaccine, and we don't even have surety of a vaccine. So definitely, this impact is going to be here. It's not for a short-term period. It's definitely going to build in that safety mindset amongst the consumers, and going forward, you will see many of us, we already have been masked, right? And many of us going forward also will continue to remain masked in spite of even things becoming normal. So there will be a huge shift, not just in terms of consumer behavior, but in terms of our own perception about our safety and our health, and which is for the good, to be honest, because the food business was always about health, hygiene, right? I mean, it's not that we needed a pandemic or a corona to focus on health and hygiene. It's just that the consumer's perception and the consumer's way of looking at health, I mean, it now gets more important than what it would earlier get, which is in a way good for the industry, because you will see the best of standards being coming into play. You will see more of live kitchens coming into play. You will see a major disruption in the space. I mean, you'll see kitchens where there'll be social distancing in the kitchens. A 15-member crew would become a 7-member crew, more compact menus, and a lot of other plethora of changes coming in this space, which is good for business in a way, because I always believe that adverse times calls for being diverse. It calls for being agile. It calls for creating opportunities. So whenever you have a challenge or a bad time going through, it also is an opportunity for a startup to go and create his or her own trend and become the game changer. So you will see a lot of disruption happening because of this pandemic also. And in our case, for example, at Wow Momo, we were delivering real-time momos. When this pandemic happened, we launched a new business line called Wow Momo Essentials across our 350 stores. And next month, we're launching frozen momos, getting into FMCG, where ready to eat or DIY, which is do it yourself, has been a very big thing the last 3 months. So it's about tapping new businesses, new business lines, and extending your verticals. So it's been very busy for us, to be honest. In a way, it's a blessing in disguise that it makes you, it pushes you against the wall and makes you believe that you can do much more than what you actually could do before. It's up to you how you grab it and get the best results out of it.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing that. Ratnesh, as a hyperlocal service, you deal with perishable goods. How do you how do you see this particular time that has come, the changing of consumer behavior and the COVID-19 that has already come? How do you see that has changed the perception of consumers? Do you still have problems when it comes to delivery guys going to consumers? Do you see them asking whether they have a report, whether they have been tested, or what are the other change in behaviors that you have seen?
Thanks, Swethansu. So I think there's a couple of things here, some very interesting insights. So first of all, the entire on-demand delivery business, which was up until last year based on the fundamental of convenience. I can get a taxi home, I can get my food home, I can get my kirana home, I can get anything home. Why do I need to go? It was, so the whole premise was convenience. What this pandemic has done, it has changed that premise to become a need. So now today there is a need as opposed to a convenience. So it's the in the value chain, it's now heightened. The second thing that's very important is that every time there is a global event, it changes the way people live and consume. Now, if you really think about in 1999, 2000, you could enter a mall, you could enter an airport, you could enter a movie theater, you could enter a restaurant, hotel, straight away. Today, you have to put your bags through the X-ray, you walk through the metal detectors. Do you know why that is happening today? The tipping point for that was 9/11 attacks in the US. That was the tipping point. Now, the COVID is a much larger global event as compared to 9/11 attacks, much larger. It's of a global nature. That's why it's called a pandemic. This is going to change the way people consume and change the way people live. That's a fact. There's a research that it takes 21 days to make or break a habit. Now, this is, as I think Sagar just mentioned, it's 5 months, it's 150 days, and it's going to change the way. The truth is, it doesn't matter whether we get the vaccine or not. The consumer behavior has changed. And I don't know, maybe in the future, whether the consumer is going to walk through a sanitizer tunnel before they go to a mall, in addition to putting their bags in an X-ray machine. So I think let's accept that this change has happened. The third thing is customers never sacrifice on experience, because the way our brains are wired, the experience, the emotion connects with us much faster than a transaction. Sadly, where we kind of like sit as Pidge, the whole fundamental premise of founding Pidge was that we are able to occupy the white space between the traditional logistics, which were safe and secure, and the on-demand delivery hyperlocal, which were convenient and fast, but not entirely reliable. So Pidge is the first last mile logistics services, which is convenience meets reliability. It's radius free. So we're not hyperlocal. Just to give you an anecdote, we moved on Father's Day, which was it was in June. We moved 650 fresh cakes. Now we have the capacity and the capability to move anything. We can move pet food, we can move frozen fruits and vegetables, frozen meats, fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh food, cakes. So we can move anything because our very adaptive delivery solutions allow us to do that. What we have seen in the last 4 months during this pandemic is that there is a growth not at the consumption front, but there is also a growth at the small businesses, which are small businesses, SMEs, entrepreneurs, which have now become truly mobility handicapped. Either their workers have gone away or they just can't fulfill. That segment, which was kind of like doing their own deliveries, including I'm sure for people like Sagar and Ankit here, they're kind of like seeing a growth, but they're not seeing the reliability. And what we have seen in Pidge is the growth in both consumer to consumer as well as direct to home or brand to consumer businesses. And that's kind of like the fascinating thing that we've seen.
Thanks for sharing that, Ratnesh. Jayam, how have you seen the impact of this in the fitness industry? Because now we cannot anyways go to gyms, we cannot go to various sport venues. But of course, there was an increase of home delivery services like gym instructors that you would meet online. Now that the gyms are closed, what are the adaptations that you have had to do to meet the expectation of consumers during these times?
Right. No, I think very valid question. I think consumption in any category is, a derivative of three things. One is obviously the demand or the need for users to do that. Second is obviously the convenience that they get. And third is there a major trigger? So now when I come to the fitness space specifically, I think the awareness, that India would have kind of gotten about fitness, which would have taken 4 to 5 years, has been achieved in 5 months. Because fortunately or unfortunately, there is a very direct linkage between, fitness levels, health, and being in a low risk or a high risk criteria when it comes to corona, right? So people have kind of realized that, being healthy is the way forward. So I think there's massive demand. Now in terms of convenience and the trigger, I think, as you said, gyms and studios are shut. People want to work out. So what's the alternative, right? So I think what we, as well as a lot of companies, have done is that we've tried to say that earlier you as a consumer were going to a gym or a class. Now how can we bring that gym or a class to your home, right? And there are various formats to do that. The format that we feel works the best is actually, taking a Zumba instructor or a CrossFit instructor or a dance class online through, video conferencing tools like Zoom, WebEx, etc. Where I think what we've done is that we've worked with over 5,000 studios in the country. So we've, through that, we've worked with around 1,500 of them who've been willing to make that adaptation and start taking classes online. So the behavior which was earlier, finding a class in a particular location and going there is now become, about finding that same class, reading reviews, and actually now attending it virtually. Now, in terms of feedback, what we've seen, 80% of consumers are finding that effective. People are liking the virtual format. Certain forms of fitness work well, like yoga, etc., which do not require any equipment or human touch. And I think what we've also seen is the frequency of workouts have gone up. So an average Indian used to work out 6 to 8 times a month on offline. Now that average Indian is working out 19 to 21 times a month online. Again, it's a derivative of the fact that people have more time. There's less travel. Some people are working from home completely. So I think that's the shift. The other kind of format that we've seen is a pre-recorded format, which is about you seeing a video and following it, and it's a do-it-yourself kind of feature. But coming back to the entire equation and this whole thesis around new normal, right? So our perspective is that, see, technically, as well as there are a lot of aspects which will drive the user back to offline formats as and when those things open up and normalize. For example, if I'm a gym goer, I cannot get that equipment at home. I cannot, if I am, for example, using a dumbbell, I will need a range of dumbbells to kind of be able to cater to all my body parts, which a home workout cannot do, right? Plus, I think a lot of fitness was driven out of motivation and socializing. And hence the reason you go to a class, because you feel the vibe and you want to work out with people. So I think our perspective in the longer term is that, virtual fitness, existed 20 years back also. People used to see aerobic classes, but the number of those were very less. The pandemic has just kind of used technology to make it seem more relevant. I think people will adapt to it. People will find it convenient. And I think the futuristic models in fitness will be hybrid between online and offline, where a user will choose to, and a typical example, there might be a class happening in Bandra, where in Bombay, where 10 people will be attending physically, and another 10 people will be attending from different parts of the country, who will have access to best trainers in metro cities, right? So I think those are also formats that, in our opinion, work. But in my opinion, to say that will virtual fitness completely take over and wipe out the offline space, I don't think so.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Shivam, how have you seen, now that we are talking about instructors, how have you seen this phenomenon happening? We all know that this is the only way to teach someone. But when it comes to skilling workers, which sometimes need a more personal touch in order to encourage them to take upskilling classes rather than doing it completely online. How do you meet the aspirations of your consumers?
So first of all, thank you so much, inviting me to this panel. I really appreciate you for that. And then regarding to, the impact of, I should say, that COVID-19 on education and as per se, our business, which is more into the education of the higher side of it. What we have believed is, except the month of April 2020, which is a kind of surprise for everyone, I believe edutech sector is, growing at a very good pace. There can be a debatable discussion around that, whether it's a constructive or not, whether the student is able to learn effectively or not. But there is no doubt on that. The amount of learners are insane, because one of the fact, the students are now access to the world-class mentors. Previously I was learning from a teacher who is a good teacher, but end of the day now I'm access to global mentors out there. And I've seen that there is a huge growth, and also the cost effectiveness. My niece is studying in one of the most reputed college in India, but now she's been online, right? And now she's access to the global mentors at a very affordable price. So one of the the thing is the pricing of the education in the online sector is much cheaper than it's the offline one. And the second thing is the number of learners are getting more and more, and it will be interesting to see how the permanent effect of COVID-19 on education after this corona thing settle, if in case it settles. But as per our company, we are witnessing good demand from the small towns, the small cities like the Patiala, like Rajpura in Punjab, or maybe some parts of Rajasthan. These cities don't have an access to world-class infrastructure education, right? Now they're shifting to online. And it's interesting to teach such students who are learning data science through Skill Circle, through world-class mentors, and getting mentored by Walmart or data scientists. That's very interesting model, and I believe it's going to stay. Maybe in future it might be hybrid, but this online education vertical, especially in the higher education, is going to stay for sure, as per the current analysis, what I have observed in the ecosystem that we are, currently I'm doing business right now.
Wonderful. So I'll move over to a slightly different topic right now. So even years before the COVID-19 pandemic set in, we had witnessed, we had started witnessing the twin waves of food delivery and online classes in India. The rise and growth of the home delivery model is perhaps not unprecedented, but many early experiments and models in home delivery had already failed. Do you think the investors risked as much in helping entrepreneurs build these service delivery ecosystems? And we'll start from Ratnesh in this for this particular question.
A very interesting one. Thank you. So I think it's important to kind of recognize that unfortunately, the core offering of most of the hyperlocal businesses is deep discounting. That's the core offering. And you can't sustain deep discounting forever. We all know the fundings and the whole investment mindset of the 2014, 15, 16 was, oh, you got a growth story, I'm going to put in business, deep discounting. Now, everybody looked at Amazon because Amazon started with that whole deep discounting philosophy and captured the markets. And everybody said, oh, this is great, it works really well. But the truth is, over a period of time, that's not sustainable. Just because it worked for Amazon doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody else. And we're seeing constantly investors focusing more on unit contribution. And I don't need to tell you over the last 12 to 18 months, way before pandemic, how unit contribution, sustainability are becoming relevant again with the larger investors. The second thing that's very important to understand is that the delivery charge is dependent on what you're moving. Now, if you're going to move 50 rupee packet of dahi or a packet of cigarette or what are you going to be able to charge on it? Even if it's a 10% charge, it's a 5 or 8 rupee charge, and you're not going to make money off it. So your delivery charge is dependent actually on the value of the item that you're moving. You can't move a packet of cigarette and charge 100 rupee delivery for it. It's not going to work. So where in Pidge, we were very, very conscious from day one that we are building this business on sound fundamentals. We chose to be last mile logistics as opposed to being hyper local. We chose to be positioned based on what we are moving. So we were very clear that we are focused on the C2C segment. We're very clear that we're both focused on the B2C segment. And we are very clear in what we can and will do given our core strength and focus on it. The third thing is, again, what I have learned in businesses, you can't be everything. It doesn't work. You've got to know what your space is. You've got to know what you want to be and succeed at it. It's better to be, number one in a given space, have that focus and win in it rather than try and swim across in the ocean because that ain't going to work. So I think what's really happened is that the early investor euphoria, the early investor euphoria is slowly dying away because people are realizing that deep discounting is not sustainable. People are realizing that at the end of the day, the business at a unit level needs to be sustainable. And this is where, as Page, we are, amongst many other things, apart from being radius free and safe and secure, we are also very fundamentally focused on what the unit contributions look like.
This is yes, absolutely, and this is because a decade ago, I remember early stage entrepreneurs like me, we used to be warned by our peers, mentors, and even investors that the Indian consumer is fickle-minded, they are price sensitive, and they are spendthrift, and thus are easily seduced by discounts, cashbacks, and freebies. Um, do you think this still holds true in your experience, considering that do you think that there is a shift towards brand loyalty already happening, and this brand loyalty, this shift towards brand loyalty will actually stay in the long run?
Yeah, and I that's a great question, Swatamsu. The fact of the matter is, every consumer wants it for free. That's the fact. They want it cheap, they want it free. There's, they can go to a 5-star hotel and they will still be looking for deals over there. That's consumer mindset and mentality that doesn't change. But I think the example I want to give here is one of my favorite companies in the world, which is Apple. Now, Apple has gone ahead and positioned themselves. They don't sell as much as Huawei or Xiaomi or Samsung and etc. But they were the first $1 trillion company. They're going to be the first $2 trillion company. It's because they have built irrational brand loyalty. At the end of the day, your multiple comes as an investor, as an experienced businessman. And again, this is just what I want to share. Your multiple really comes from building the brand. Brand is that goodwill multiple that your EBITDA cannot ever match. You don't build brand. Now, what is happening in the ecosystem today, that the whole business has become very commoditized. It's become very transactional, and nobody is really looking at the customer. Who owns that customer? Is it the restaurant that owns the customer, or is it the platform that owns the customer? Who's looking after that customer? And the truth of the matter is, no one. The restaurant doesn't know who the customer is, and the delivery partner and the platform, whilst having the data, doesn't really care where the loyalty is being built. And the customer is enjoying this. Let me buy it from the cheapest source. And therefore, I think it's better to be able to go ahead and provide that customer experience, because the other truth is, yes, all customers want a good deal, but all customers value experience. Wonderful. All customers value recognition. All customers value, the sensitivity of that you're being sensitive to them. They value that and they pay for that.
Wonderful. We'd also like to ask Ankit from Dine Out to add on to this. What do you have to say about this, Ankit?
So I think I'm going to just add on a very important point that Ratnesh sort of closed with: experience, right? So let's talk about the restaurant industry today in India, the way it operates, right? Still, till date, 75% to 80% of the revenue that is made by a restaurant is through their dining in, or when customers visit the premise. It's only 20 to 25%, which is delivery. And delivery, a lot of people do just as a hygiene factor, or just, even in the current pandemic, we're seeing a lot of restaurants which have started delivery, whether it's 5 stars, etc. They're not doing it to make money. They cannot survive on that. They're just doing it to be relevant with their customers. The fact of the matter remains that dining out will always command a much larger share of the restaurant industry. It's also will always be experience driven. So again, when you order something from a Swiggy or Zomato or any other platform, while the food might be from your favorite restaurant, it definitely doesn't match up to the experience. It definitely doesn't taste as good, because obviously it's been 30 minutes delay or whatever the X amount of time it takes to get delivered to your house. The fact is that that's a more of a sort of I wouldn't even say a necessity or something. It's just, I don't even know the right word for it, but the fact is that it's definitely not experience led. Now you flip this and you might order through a Swiggy or a Zomato and you get a bad experience. A lot of times you wouldn't actually blame the restaurant, but you would actually say that something went wrong during the delivery or etc. But when you arrive at a restaurant, your experience is what defines everything. And again, just going back to Ratnesh's point, It's all about customer recognition. Everyone likes to feel recognized. Everyone likes to feel sort of valued, and that's what the offline experience at restaurant provides to consumers. The other important part about this is that, and how we're seeing the situation currently evolving with the pandemic, is that technology is going to play a very important role in the restaurant industry going forward. And I'm again speaking about the restaurant industry from personal experience. The fact is that pre-COVID, technology was sort of a good to have. Post-COVID, it's going to become a need to have. And the reason for that is because the right use of technology helps restaurants do a lot of things correctly. It helps them bring down their costs. It helps them recognize their customers, and even now during sort of the current social distancing norms, most restaurants are going to reduce their seating, etc. And for that to happen, and for a restaurant to continue to make money, they need to improve their operating margins. As simple as that. So we're going to see a lot of changes happening within the restaurant industry. For example, menus are definitely going to become a lot shorter. So a typical menu at a restaurant today, a cafe, etc., is approximately 400 odd dishes. Those are going to shrink. We're going to see a lot more specialist restaurants coming up, or focusing a lot more on cuisine, because the main shift that we will see going forward, at least in the near future, is that discounts are not going to be discounts are not going to attract consumers to restaurants in the near future. It's all about safety. For the first time ever in the last few years of people visiting restaurants, the shift is not, or the focus is not going to be discounts at all. The onus is on all restaurateurs to showcase their restaurants as a safe and hygienic place for the consumers to visit, and that will be of paramount importance. And that safety and hygiene is not just sort of constrained to what's happening within the dining room, because that's still something that you as consumers can visit and see, but it's also translating a lot to kitchens. Sagar spoke earlier about social distancing within kitchens, etc. It's just not about social distancing. It's about how your food is prepared, how your food is handled. So even on Dine Out, one of the things that we're doing is that we've actually started a new sort of a feature where we're live streaming kitchens to our consumers to show to, or give confidence to the consumers. It's all about giving confidence to the consumers that it's safe to dine out. Right now, we're seeing obviously takeaways and or not takeaways, but we're seeing deliveries happen. But the fact of the matter is that we believe that the restaurant industry is going to be the fastest industry to bounce back, purely because people have been stuck in their homes for the last 4-5 months. And as soon as there's even sort of things start getting better, we're going to see these people venture out. Obviously, people are going to be a lot cautious. People will sort of go out in smaller groups, etc. But as long as the restaurateur is able to ensure or give confidence to the consumer that it's safe to eat out, we're definitely going to see that happening. And just one more point, which we're seeing already shift, takeaways, right? So takeaways in the US and Europe is a very big percentage of the industry around. It constitutes nearly 15 to 20%. In India, takeaways as a category did not exist. However, now in the last couple of months, we're seeing takeaways sort of happen across cities. Drive-throughs are happening. So in fact, we partnered with DLF to start drive-through pickup at CyberHub, etc., where you can pre-order using the app. And as soon as you arrive at the parking, your food is delivered to you in the car. So we're definitely seeing a lot of shift happening in at least the restaurant industry. Technology will definitely sort of is here to stay. And I think consumers from a delivery perspective, while people will continue to deliver, I think as and when given an opportunity, they'll definitely love to go out a lot more.
That brings me actually the use of technology and probably the excessive use of technology brings me to the another part of the question, which is actually many fitness and mental health experts have accused easy delivery of home services as one of the main reasons behind growing lethargy, obesity, and sedentary lifestyle, which many of us have already adhered to among end consumers. And we have also seen glimpses of this as a global trend. The pandemic has caused lockdowns, which has probably even multiplied this effect. As responsible entrepreneurs, what do you think can be done to minimize the counter effect of such home delivery and virtual services? And would like to start with Jayam on this.
Yeah, no. So I think, see, the real question over here is in what format are you delivering that service? So if I go back to the fundamental of your question, I think the real question that they are, or real concern that they are posing over here, is that there are two ways in which this service is doled out, right? One is where you actually have a trainer who works with you on a video call or on any other medium that is as parallel to a physical experience. The only difference is that the person is not in the same room. Second format is when you're watching a video on YouTube, or when some company is curating videos and putting it up, and you are actually now watching those curated videos. The first question, in a way, has no co-relevance to the, to the claim, because in that the same trainer who was training you physically is just doing it through a different medium. The second one can be a problem, right? And I think it can not. It's a problem in two ways, both for supply and demand. What happens for demand is that, as you said, a lot of this category is driven by motivation, driven by recurring need to kind of execute that activity, right? When it's left to yourself and when it's not scheduled, or when you're doing it on your own leisure, there are chances that you may drop off. At the same time, you may follow a video wrong. So when you're actually doing a fitness class at home through a video and you've never done a particular fitness exercise, there is a very big possibility that you might just do it all wrong and you may get injured, right? Now that's the problem on the demand side. There's also a very big burning question on the supply side over here. If we as companies curate videos, put them out for free, put them out in different ways, what it does, it also kills livelihood of a lot of fitness studios, gyms, trainers, which are purely dependent on that one-on-one interaction. And hence I think the answer to this in our format is to say that put both options out, let the user decide. While one format may be more profitable than the other, I think it's more on the user's convenience and what they should take and what works for them. And I think that's what we've seen happen.
And what do you have to add to this, Ankit? Ankit from Orinco.
That's a valid question, Sudhanshu. So I think just extending the GEM points, we should let the user decide that what is best for them in terms of delivering the service. But I think with the extension of the different kind of formats in terms of offerings, whether by a gym service, whether by a brand, whether via e-tables or any other things, I think user is very smart to decide what is good for them, what is good for their family, what is the price that they are paying, what is the value that they are getting out of it. So I think let the user decide what is the best format there for them and for their family.
Okay, wonderful. When we talk about this end consumers, many times there is a bias towards imagining end consumers as urban population. However, both virtual delivery and remote delivery ecosystems have opened up possibilities of servicing suburban and rural population. Do you feel startups can match the expectations of such suburban and rural population? And this was actually already touched upon by Shivam a little bit, because they have been seeing growth. Shivam, how have you been managing the expectations, the higher expectations that usually the suburban and the rural population have? How have you been managing such expectations?
Yeah, now it's better. So let me share a very small case study with you. So we recently onboarded a Punjab project, and we partner with one of the largest organizations in Punjab who is managing the Seva Kendra of Punjab. And we kind of, B2B partnership, we were training their 1,500 employees, right? And the unique experience we got to know is, like, we were training 1,500 employees, but these are the people who have a wages of 10,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees a month. And they were learning for the first time online from their smartphone and from their laptop. And they have paid a price to it. They have paid 6,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees for it. And very interestingly, what we observed the pattern, they're liking the training, but we have made the trainer who is training in their native languages. Instead of having a standard English or a standard Hindi language out there, we have a native Punjabi trainer out there who's teaching data science or maybe digital marketing in Punjabi. So definitely the demand of small cities or maybe the rural population is something a guy or a team they can trust on. One. The second is the hand holding, because what I feel is when we teach offline, it takes 2 hours. When we teach online, it takes 2.5 hours, or sometimes 3 hours. a trainer has to put a lot of efforts, while talking to their students, especially when you're the teaching segment. It is more of a, make sure, they're learning practically, not just a one level of communication. So we have, kind of guidelines where trainers are supposed to, interact, set of poll features, interactive features, and make sure students are learning out of it. So it's very important when you're talking, or maybe when you're training the rural population, it has to be an experience custom made for them. You can't just package a product which is working for across India and working for the rural population as well. You have to custom create a package for the rural audience for sure.
Wonderful. So we are actually running out of time, although I would have liked to ask a few other questions, but we have a few questions from the audience, and this is for this question is from Harsha Tripathi, and he asks to Dine Out and Wow Momo and Fraternity, did you have to lay off during this COVID-19 pandemic situation that has happened, the lockdowns have happened? Did you have to lay off any workforce during these times?
So let me start by doing. So see, the Dine Out team is close to 900 people today, and obviously things were difficult during the early part of the lockdown, March, April. So one of the first things that we did was actually give up all our office space. So we had office spaces across 20 cities. We gave up all of that, and not just for just the duration of lockdown, but we've now done that for the entire calendar year, so till end of December. That helped us obviously, save a lot of money, and we were able to sort of plan our cash flows with respect to that. I think all businesses go through a period of layoffs, but we also, for example, did that, but not because of pandemic, but because of, generally the appraisal, the April-May cycle is such that there's generally some attrition that happens. So as part of that, we obviously, there were some people who sort of, left the company, but it wasn't a mass layoff or anything like that. We were able to plan better, and there were other cost-cutting measures that we sort of undertook. Again, the fact of the matter remains that we still have a large portion of the team intact, because as and when the industry bounces back, as I said earlier, F&B is going to be the fastest one to bounce back, and we need people out there, who are going to be out in the field, taking our tech products out there to our restaurant partners, etc. So yeah.
What about Sagar? What about your case?
So in our case, I think business came down to 1/10 literally. We were at a 20 crore number around January, February, and we came down to 2 crores in April. So it was a major setback. We have 2,700 plus employees, close to 3,000 employees. If I also take in the indirect employment that we create through housekeeping and social, through security services, etc. I think as an entrepreneur, as a leader, it's very important to be transparent with your team, to give them clarity, security. I think at Wow Momo, we took a very conscious call that, what we do today will determine us as an organization going forward in times to come. We'll set the preamble, and our business is a people's business. I think we've always been a people's business. I think it's a team that has made us an organization, has made us a brand. And we said that, we will stand by them, because in such trying times, if we lay them off, who will give them a job, right? And so we said, we will not do job cuts, but we'll definitely do pay cuts. So for the month of April, because the entire pandemic happened, all of a sudden we paid the entire 100% salary. But from May onwards, we decided to do a 30 to 50% pay cuts across all levels. It was more about, sharing the pain amongst everyone for a larger gain of, not doing job cuts. And I think it's been very well appreciated by the team. It's been 4 months now. I think in 11 years, I've never seen losses, and in 4 months, we've burned almost close to 14, 15 crores. So it is a major setback. And, we've tried to bring down our burn to whatever extent we can. But, when you have your fixed cost expenses to the tune of, say X, and you operate at, say, 1/4 of that X, which we are currently, it becomes very difficult. But yeah, you have to take, different decisions. You have to learn to, create new business opportunities, avenues. And I think we've done that to, get the cash flow coming back in. And we are very hopeful that, whatever financial year we close at, we close at close to a 180 crore number. I think we'll hit that number this year also. And like you have businesses which are recession proof, I think we'll become pandemic proof if we can do that. So I think it's been a new learning. It's definitely made us think differently. I think that 2 or 3 month window that we got, we were able to slow down our pace. We were able to breathe, and we were able to analyze, introspect and create a new normal to bounce back in. But yeah, I think if this continues for another 4 or 6 months, you will see some job cuts happening even at our end. At the moment, we have given our team the entire security that at least till September, there are no job cuts that we're doing. But in the industry, in the restaurant industry, the food industry, there has been a lot of bloodbath. Many of your favorite restaurants will not open up again. There was an article today that the famous Koshi's in Bangalore is not open, has indefinitely got shut. And a lot of people have lost jobs. A lot of people have been asked to go on leave without pay, which is as good as losing your job. So it has been our industry, the food and beverage industry, has been one of the worst affected industries and sectors because, like Ankit mentioned, 70 to 75% of the revenue was through dine-in and people are not coming out. However, it's just a matter of time is what we look at it. We are all social animals. I think our industry is the biggest industry after Bollywood when it comes to entertainment because, food is all about entertainment in our country. It's all about emotions. I think the kind of conversations, the kind of memories, the kind of, time that we spend over meals is definitely going to come back and we are going to bounce back. It's just a matter of time. We need to hold fort. I think in the current scenario, cash is the king. Conserving cash is very, very important. And I think businesses that can hold forth, I think every business is, every consumer business is seeing losses. The ones that can reduce the losses to the least, can conserve cash the most, are the ones that are going to hold forth and bounce back. And I think this year is about remaining alive. It's not about following your dreams. You have to remain alive this year to ensure that you can see through your dreams in times to come.
Wonderful. We have the last question from the audience side, and this is from Himesh. And this is a question for all the panelists, which we will circle one by one. And this is a simple to answer question: growth or profitability? We'll start from Ankit Agarwal from Orinco. Growth or profitability, Ankit?
Yeah, that's a very controversial question, especially these days, where with the current funds, what you have to decide, and again, people who are raising, the companies who are raising their next rounds, they also need to have a clear strategy. But at Orinco, we are looking for a sustainable growth. The good part with us is that coming from the F&B industry, we are seeing a whole lot of surge in demand. And again, as Sagar was saying, that the cash is the king. You have to reserve the cash because you do not know what are the situations going to change in the future. So the philosophy that we are catering internally is that we are hiring right now, we are growing right now, but the unit economics is very important right now. We are not burning money and we can't burn money. So sustainable growth is the kind of a philosophy that we are following.
What about you? Ratnesh? What is your thought about growth versus profitability? And you have been part of many ventures, so this will come easy for you to answer.
Absolutely. I'm going to keep it very simple and short, knowing that we're running out of time. I don't think it's a question of growth or profitability. It is growth, then profitability. And that's what we follow. And that's what I've followed all my life in building global businesses. You grow first, profitability follows, but you can't grow for the sake of growing because that's no growth then. So the growth has to lead to profit. So it's not a question of or, it has to be a question of what follows what. So profit follows growth. And that's my mantra.
Sagar, what's your thought on this?
I completely agree with Ratnesh. I think it depends on different life cycle of the business when you want to focus on growth and profitability, but you definitely need to get that growth to move towards profitability. I think you need volumes to make systems into businesses and get better unit economics. And I think that can only happen with growth and with the right kind of scale and in-depth reach. And very honestly, I'm someone, Wow Momo was profitable for the last 11 years. Not a single day did we burn a single penny. I think we began with rupees 30,000. We raised our first round of funding after 6.5 years. So our consumers were our biggest investors for the first 6 years. We grew from 0 stores to 50 plus stores, 20 crore top line. So when your consumer becomes your biggest investor, I think it gives you a very different kick. It makes you feel that your model is clicking. And then you raise money to grow, to scale, and to take it to the next level. And very honestly, I'm not a fan of like Ratnesh earlier mentioned, and Ankit also bounced it up that deep discounting is not here to stay. Today, when you do deep discounting, you end up chasing the valuation game, which is not really shaping up the business because then you're working for the investor and not working for the business. I think to build sound, firm businesses in India, you need to, as an entrepreneur, put your foot down and know when to burn and when to earn. But ultimately, whatever you do has to lead to earn and earn.
Wonderful. Shivam, what is your take on this? Growth.
My take is, for a bootstrap company like us, definitely the profitability matters. But a lot of edutech companies are there which are actually focusing on, adding number of users on the table. and they're focusing a lot of growth because there are VC funded companies out there. They have a different perspective to it. Keeping a bootstrap company in mind, we are bootstrapped since last 4 years of inception, and we are still a profitable company. We have not burned a single money of rupees, because it's a bootstrap company end of the day. So we are still focused on the profits, and with this profit, we'll definitely go on a lead model. And I believe that's a good way to, long-term growth rather than a short-term growth.
Wonderful. Jam, what's your take on this?
So I think certain businesses are built in a way that they actually only become profitable at scale, right? So I think growth is very important. I think the real question is growth with positive unit economics, or a direction towards positive unit economics, or growth with any economics, right? I think the second path is something that should not be taken, irrespective of being a pandemic or not. And I think, for a lot of startups, it's about saying that let's grow because the next round investor wants that growth. My only perspective over there is that the next round investor changes his opinion every year, depending on what keeps happening. So I think it's best that you go by what unit economics work for your company, and focus on growth, because I think in certain businesses, without that growth, it may not kind of ever reach that scale or that profitability that you would want it to. So that's my perspective.
Wonderful. Last, we have Ankit from Dineout asking the same question: growth versus profitability. What do you say?
No, I think it's a great question. And being an entrepreneur for the last 8 years, having gone through multiple funding cycles, I've seen both. Now at Dineout, we have a B2C business and a B2B side of the business. On the B2C side, growth is very important, because that's what is the engine kicking, so the driving engine behind everything. However, the one thing we always look at while chasing growth is that, is it growth only driven by new consumers, or is it by repeat consumers? And that's a very important factor over here, because it's easy to buy growth by getting new consumers, and then you become on a treadmill, and the faster you run, the more it's that sort of a thing. So we always try to grow, but we also try to ensure that our existing customers are the ones who are fueling a lot of that growth, and that is what makes it sustainable growth. And I think from that perspective, it's that's what we at least believe in, and it's okay to spend some money to grow, because at the end of the day, you need customers, obviously. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot, everyone. Now we have run out of time, and but this has been a wonderful and very enlightening experience talking to all you fine gentlemen. And thanks a lot for joining us today here in this panel. And I wish every one of you good luck with your businesses, and we hope to see your stories become the flag bearer of startups and entrepreneurship in India.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Sudhanshu, you were very good.
Thank you, everybody. We have your streaming going on Business World page, on Zynga TV, and on startupsummit.live, and it's getting covered in quite a few blogs. We'll be sending you all the links and all the questions. Quickly, all the viewers listening to this, please feel free to reach out to them on their social media handle. We could not take all your questions, but feel free to put them the questions. I hope everybody's okay with that, right?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody, for your time, and good luck for this period, and good luck with all your business.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Surabhi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Thanks, Sudhanshu, for doing a wonderful job. You're a fine moderator. We have now we are moving to another fantastic moderator moving in. And Sudhanshu, you can be around in this panel. We have Amit. I'll be handing it over to you. And Amit is a very, very popular face in the startup ecosystem. We have KS Bhatia. Amit, I'm handing it over to you, and I'll request all the panelists to switch on their videos. That will be good. We let the viewers see you. We have been doing this marathon about entrepreneurship and startup since yesterday, 3 o'clock, and we had speakers across the globe. Couple of videos were streamed on news channel, and it's getting streamed and watch parties on different platforms. So whatever you're saying, you're creating a lot of positivity in this time of pandemic. A lot of people are listening, getting inspired, and creating a lot of ideas in their head. So I'm handing it over to Amit, and Amit will be taking over to Sudhanshu, KS Bhatia, Bipin, and others. Yes, over to you, Amit.
Thank you so much, Surabhi. Right, so welcome everyone to this session, and this is, I think, one of the coolest topic which I believe is very relevant for us today, looking at the times which we are dealing into. So I would want to welcome all of you who are here. And before we jump into discussions, it will be great if you can alphabetically introduce yourself. Starting from Bibin.
Hi everyone, it's fantastic to be here, and I see Bhatia sir. It's fantastic to reconnect. So my name is Bibin, and I am the founder of InnoWork and Blockspace. So we majorly are a co-working brand, and my Blockspace is into blockchain development. Apart from that, I'm an angel investor. So I've been investing into the Indian ecosystem and the ecosystem from China and US. I'll not talk about China though right now. So yes, and it's an honor to be here, and it's fantastic, Amit. Long while.
Yes, it's a long while. Thank you so much, Bill. Right, Mr. Bhatia.
Hey.
So if you can introduce yourself, sir.
Hello everyone. Everybody knows my name, so so I'm so excited about this event, and the topic is also very excited. And to deal with the customer, to with the investors, to with your team and all. So it's a very difficult task to handle everyone together. So good, we are going to speak on this topic, and all people are there. Thank you for you also.
Thank you so much. So Tanshu, you need to introduce yourself to the new panelists now.
Sure. Hello everyone. So I am Shwetash Mahapatra. I've been an entrepreneur for the large part of the last decade. Have seen multiple startups, been part of multiple startups, seen their rise and fall, and gone through the entire roller coaster ride again and again, starting from investments, fundraise, turning down acquisitions, to shutting down companies, seen conflicts, come out of it, and restarted again, gotten funded and again restarted. My journey has been such, and I have been thankful for having worked with a lot of different entrepreneurs in diverse industry domains, and being part of this fantastic entrepreneurial ecosystem that India has completely metamorphosed into.
Thank you so much, Tanshu. So Upasna, you can introduce yourself quickly.
Hi everybody, my name is Upasna. I'm the founder of Jajabor, and for the past couple of years, I have basically worked with VCs and about 250 startups, handling communication, handling public relations, and sort of enabling startups to do everything from fundraising to hiring talent to breaking new categories. I've also sort of worked with large companies like Google, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, and so on. So I'm excited to be here with all of you today.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'll also quickly introduce myself. So guys, my name is Amit Mishra. I'm called this startup veteran. I've been in the ecosystem for the last almost a decade. And I've done many hats. I've run incubators. I run an accelerator in Noida, funded by the startup UP Policy. And I have run funds in the past, right? So I've done many hats, and it is very exciting to know, the three different responsibilities which entrepreneurs have to manage while looking at profitability and running their businesses. So let's just jump into it. My first question is there is people talk about, so people are the most important assets, right? And we are talking about three kinds of people which are very important to you. How do you think we need to prioritize? And there are different stages when you need to prioritize them. Investors are looking for an ROI fast when they're investing in a company, and the employees needs to be happy so that they can do their things better. And obviously their customers is the real king, where they will be helping us generate revenue. So Mr. Bhatia, I think this is for you. You are the senior most entrepreneur in the panel right now. What has been your journey, and how do you think we need to prioritize the three different kind of peoples
I'm having total more than 20-year experience as a businessman, as an entrepreneur. I always prioritize customer is the key. First is customer. Always
Right.
And the second is the team. You must have the rock solid team. If you have a good customer, rock solid team, and of course your investor will be happy. So this is what every entrepreneur has to think. I always prioritize customer first. If you think of if you dream of something making big, you can't make the thing big happen until the customer is along with you. This is what I have seen for the last 20 years. I became entrepreneur at the age of 18. I was doing engineering, and don't just believe me. I was from Punjab. I studied in Bangalore. I was selling the sweater shawls on that time. You might have heard Sachin Bansal, Benny Bansal sold books in the MG Road, Brigade Road. Before they launched the Flipkart. So I also did the same thing, but I am here just because of my customer. So customer is very important. The trust factor is very important, and the trust factor come only from the customer. I give you one example to be very frank. In April, I was in that dilemma that I'm going to close my business forever because we are into B2B commerce. All shops are closed, and that that feeling were turning up. I don't know when the shops will open, when the customer will come and all. Believe me, and from 4th May to 3rd June, in a span of 1 month, we did the turnover which we did it. We have not done it ever in a 1 month. That we broke all the records. The reason is the trust factor. We won the trust from the customer. Our customer is a retailer. We are into B2B e-commerce. So customer is very important. You have to, आपको उसको पम्प देना है, 4 बार खराब होए फिर वापस उसको फिर रिपेयर करके देना है. So those you have to win the hearts of the customer. This is what I have learned it. And you must have a rock solid team who stand with you. If this is there, you could be the real entrepreneur. You would be very successful entrepreneur.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else you want to pick up, Bipin?
Amit, I am in a scenario where I am an investor also, and right, and of course, I sell to customers. But in spite of that, I will say the customers are more important. I don't like listening to this myself, that somebody will come and say that no, Bipin, you're not important to me as an investor. But still, for an entrepreneur, I think customers are more important. I'll just share a quick snippet. My first ever investment was in a fantastic company. It was a bridge round which we were doing. We call it Snapchat today. They are fantastic, right? And you'll not believe, Bobby Murphy and all, they didn't even meet the bridge round investors. The reason they had a product pivot launch happening. Right. So and that's my first experience with frugal entrepreneur ever in my life. I was myself starting my career. And from there onwards, I have continued the same, that if customers are important and you make them feel important, you may or may not even need investors. I'm a firm believer that if you have fantastic customers, you don't need anybody else's money. Your business will take off automatically. Secondly, in a times like these, I will want to emphasize, in spite of how much money you pump in today's time, if you don't have customer love, you will not survive.
Right.
So that's my take.
Yeah. And I'd just like to add to that. I think it was so well put. I think, of course, the foundation of it is customer love and brand love. And, we've been working with a lot of founders, VCs from across the world on, how do you sort of navigate the emotion your customers feeling towards you during specifically this COVID crisis. But so I completely believe, yes, I think customers most important, but I think parallel to that, what's really important is your people, the people in the organization. If you sort of, invest in them deeply and you enable them and they know that, the company has their best interest at heart, they will all act like entrepreneurs along with you. And we've seen some very solid examples of that happening in India and overseas. And I think that's where culture and people come into play. And I think, of all the companies that have survived the whole COVID pandemic, the biggest thing that they've had is amazing employee support. Employees who stood up to the plate and said, we're going to take this hit along with our founders. Those companies have always managed to sort of get out and do fantastic things. So I would put, I think, people and employee at the same category as customers. If your people are happy, your customers are happy. So invest in people always.
Right. Thanks, Upasana. So Tanshu, some quicks.
Well, one of my mentors, Professor Sunil Handa, who famously takes a famous course called Laboratory in Entrepreneurial Motivation in IIM Ahmedabad. He in my very early days as an entrepreneur, and where this was the times when things were going upward, and I was receiving some investor interest. And I went to him, and he told me, like, look, I'll tell you a very simple thing about going to investors and talking with investors and managing investors' expectations. If you are in a position of strength, when you are talking to investors, you are good to go. The moment you have lost your position of strength, then you are not in a good position to negotiate or discuss anything with your investors. And your position of strength can only come from the power of your business, which is your customers. If you do not have the backing of customers, and then if you do not have the backing of your co-founders or your employees, you cannot do anything even if you have an investor on board. So you first go to the customer, you fix your team, then you go to the investor, and then you manage your investors' expectations. So for me, the priority would be, and I have experienced this as well in my various startups. First comes the customer, then comes the members, and then comes the investor.
Right. So we have also Abhay Deshpande just joining in. Who is the founder of Partjet and Recycle. Abhay, welcome. We're talking about we just started the panel. So if you want to just jump in, I was just saying that how should we prioritize the 3 P's for us? The 3 people basically we are very important. Customers first, employees first, or investors first.
I think with my experience, it has, for me, the employee first has worked always. I feel in a startup world where you are trying to build and disrupt something from nowhere, like its idea, and you're converting it into a business, I think the employee first approach is definitely important, and that should be the first priority. The customer definitely second, and I will keep the investor third. Investor will anyway be there if there are benefits, and if they are going to see the returns on investment, they will definitely jump into the thing. But if you take care of the first, second, I think the third will follow. Right.
No, so I think if all of you are agreeing to, investors have to be, investors has to understand that, the employees as well as the customers are the more important people to run the show. But what also happens is when you have investors and, they push you for ROI, it's not that you want to do that, but consciously you start cutting corners, which affects not only your customer experience, but your employee experience also. I think there has been in the last 4 or 5 days, there has been a discussion of a very large edutech venture, which came into discussion because of all that challenges they are facing, or the challenges they are creating internally for the employees and customers. So how do you think someone should deal with that? Because ultimately the money is coming from them. That's what entrepreneurs think, that the money would stop if I don't listen to my investor. What is your opinion there?
So, I think the only thing which we need to do is to stay profitable, Amit. Right? Eventually, as an investor, what we want is our money back, and our returns. That can only happen if you're profitable. I mean, having said so, and I think the first question answers it automatically. If we have fantastic customers, fantastic customer love, amazing revenue, we eventually become profitable. I don't think investors would have too much questions. Investors get into your, onto your nerves when there is no profit coming into your company. Right? Be it at any scale. So simple answer is be profitable.
And see the challenges. Probably anybody before jumps in. There is an add-on here.
Yes. I agree with him that you can make the investor happy if your company is profitable.
Right.
I would give an example that I give our example. Pumpcard is the only e-commerce company in the country which is profitable for the last 2 years, and hopefully will be profitable this year also. So this is very important. Though we have not taken so much money from the investor, though we have our model was like that only. We initially we never thought of burning the cash.
Right.
Though it's very difficult for persons to come and buy the pumps online, even then we haven't burned the cash. So we started in 2014 also, and we are profitable 2015 to 2018.
Right. So we have Saurabh also joining us. Hey, Saurabh, if you can hear us.
So, Amit, on this, I have a different opinion. I don't think profit is the need, and the kind of business. It again depends on what business you are doing. So if you're doing some traditional business, then profitability does matter. But where you are trying to disrupt some industry, like in my last venture, we did SaaS business. We were the first company to start building SaaS product, and it took me 8 years to reach the scale. But none of the SaaS company in the world, including Salesforce, is profitable yet. Okay, so that's not and still the people are investing on those companies. So I don't think that investor only looks for profit from the investment perspective. If you are able to show the growth, so it's a matter of growth and profit. So if you are able to show the growth, so you are growing every year 80%, 100% the profit of with a prospect of profitability after say a couple of years, investors are there to support you. They're ready to pull in money. And I have seen it in Marjack, I have seen it in Capillary, right? There were multiple rounds of investment has come in. When it goes wrong, when your profitability is also not there and your growth also is not there, you are just growing 15-20% per annum and your promise was 80% or your industry is growing 80%, then starts the investor problems. And I think until you are showing that 50-60% growth, even investor doesn't even attend the board meeting, neither ask you a question, neither ask you who are your employees, who are your customers. There's complete freedom. But the day your metrics go down below the industry standards, then everything starts becoming an issue, and then all these problems starts coming.
Right. So I think what I'm hearing from all of you, and all of you have done more than one venture, and probably more also. A first-time entrepreneur has to struggle with everything. There is no book which can say that read this book and you're sorted. That doesn't happen. These are textbook definition that your customer is the king and we should not cut corners. But when you have investor on your neck, saying that paise tabhi milenge jab meri sunega, right? How do you manage that? That becomes a challenge. And Saurabh, you have raised money twice, in the second startup also recently. Congrats on that. It was recently in news. So how was your journey, from Airwood to Plum, which you're doing right now?
Thanks, Amit. I think it was a good learning experience from managing. I think I'm doing 10x better than what I did in Airwood now. So we have a regime. I think we have to keep everyone. We have to follow a discipline in our investor updates, which I'd be honest, I was not super disciplined in my first stint. So I'll give you an example of this discipline. First of every month, there is an update which goes from us to our investor without a fail. It's not just that email would go to our customers, it will also go to our employees. So our employees also know that the first of the month there is an update which is coming, and the update is structured in a way where we do sort of a good, bad and ugly. And so what are the good things happened last month, bad and ugly. There's always bad and ugly which will happen in your startup. So and it's good to highlight those worrisome things rather than they emerge at some point when your investor will ask you. So it's proactively putting that out I think is very helpful, because what this happens is when we put out the bads and the uglies early, then the investors approach you from a helping point of view. But if they ask you that how is this bad and ugly, then you are in a defending situation, right? So you're turning the tables when you're putting this upfront and very early on. Another thing that has worked in this expectation is religiously identifying which investors helped us and and publicly talking about that in our investor group. So we have a bunch of angels. We did an angel list round as well. So we've included those guys as well, because all of these are part of the journey, and we have an opportunity to get help from them. Some of these guys are good industry, well in industry as well. So we would put out who helped us in this month. So we are thanking them out for helping out, and others get to see who are those ones which helped, and now can I also help and help this company. So this has been also interesting. And then last pointer is ask for the help explicitly. We are looking at help in this area, and this area. And right after that, you have said thank you to the people who had helped earlier. So it sort of builds this behavior between your investors as well. That, okay, now I know which are the areas which I need to help them, which could otherwise turn into the bad and the ugly later on.
Right. Nice. So I think that actually kind of answer my next question, and probably you have already answered. I'll probably ask others also. Is when I look at these entrepreneurs who are starting for the first time, a lot of the expectation is that I am getting investors on board, that they need to help me. Right? I'm getting employees on board, senior employees on board. They need to help me. My customer should understand me. Right? So there is everything is supposed to come internal, from external to internal, rather than going out. Which the example which Saurabh gave also. I think how has it been your experience from the first company you started, and whatever you're doing right now? Were you proactive, and has that helped, or you kind of learned the way like Saurabh did? Vivin, if you want to pick that up.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Saurabh on this. So in my initial time of my career, I never raised money. I was afraid of taking money from people. Right. So the first exit I had was, I was really young. I was just 20. Right. And there was this giant who came in to buy the company. And that's the only, experience I had. But with time, I figured out that there are a few startups who were very smart. So they had two kind of investors which they always take on board. One, somebody who really believe in their vision and actually work with them along like friends and team, right? So those investors will also always be on your side,
right? And
they actually used. So I was one of them in one of the previous startups. So what these people used to do is they used to convince me that we are onto this. However, on the numbers we're lacking somewhere. So it was my responsibility to go to the board of the remaining investors and kind of tell them that guys. These guys are on the right way. Please give them time, and trust them. So that's kind of a tactic which a lot of my portfolio startups used with me, and I think it perfectly works well.
Nice. Abhay,
So my experience that the two startups I did, first failed, second was moderate successful, and third one which I'm doing. I have raised multiple rounds of investment. The learning which I have is the trust need to be built amongst the investors and the employees. Clients will come, clients will go. So you can't do anything beyond certain thing with the clients, because clients are there for business. They are not for anything else. They just want the service to be provided. But as far as employees and the investor concerned, I think that trust building amongst them, at least in the core team, right? You can't do it at a scale with 300 employees, right? There is definitely going to be a gap after the first 40 employees will be most closer to you and more transparent to you than anybody else. So I think that core team, that complete trust factor, if that is built, and that for that to build a trust factor, definitely there is a transparency required. As Saurabh said, that if you are proactive, and at least in my Marjet journey, we had multiple times we almost were like a bankruptcy stage where we thought we'll go bankrupt, money will not come. But there were 20-25 people who really trusted the vision blindly. They compromised on their salaries, everything. That came from their side. But that has to happen both sides. It cannot happen. You expect employee to be very committed to you without being taking hand towards them or giving them the transparency. So my learning is that if you show that transparency in your communication, the way you are doing it with your investors, you need to have a similar transparency with at least that core 15-20 people who really matters for you. If that is done, I'm sure I have seen that even in the worst days, I have seen people not leaving us. Although they had, during e-commerce days of 2006-7, there are many options, offers they had to join in Amazon or Flipkarts of the world, but they still stuck with us because of that bond which we got built. And they felt that they know everything. They have good, bad, ugly, whatever it might be. So I will, one step ahead, I will go what Saurabh said, not just the investor. I would like to build that rapport and relationship with the very critical team members of the team. That might be 15, 20, or some cases it might be 50 also. That works and that helps.
Right. So, Mr. Bhatia, I have a question for you, and this is, I think this kind of defines the way I also respect a lot of companies. So the culture is very important, and you build the culture from day one. You can't wait for 10, 20, 30 employees to come in and talk about that. There are companies where I have not bought anything, but I still want to just contribute because I love the way they do. There is a positivity around it. And I think Zappos was one of the first examples in US, which I believe, killed it when it comes to that kind of positivity. They attracted the right kind of people advocating for them, even not buying from somebody in India. I was not able to buy anything from them, but I just love the way they had projected that. How do you think we should build this core competency in terms of getting everybody together on the same page, right? And building that culture from the first day.
See, culture is very important to be, as I said earlier also, see, if you dream big, then you have to execute also very good, big. So for execution, you need to have a big team, rock solid team.
Right.
To rock solid team banane ke liye, you need to create a culture also first. The confidence which you have to give it to your employees. So that's very important. And same as I gave you example, I had one of the toughest time, my mindset as I didn't know what is going to happen I'm talking about April. So honestly speaking, there are people in my team, I told them that what to do. They said, we are standing, sir. Trust me, when we started in May, we were not getting any logistics. Huge demands are coming up because we are the only player who are into B2B. We are selling all home appliances, kitchen appliances. There's a huge demand of this fans, cooler, ACs that time. Won't believe it. My manager, my VPs, they took it their cars, picked up from their distributors or from the companies, and they delivered to the retailers. So this way we have won the trust of the retailers. The situation was very bad. The big companies were unable to supply the material. So all the chain has been broken. Nothing was happening. They just started it, but we really played a very important role. So that culture should be there, that the confidence should be there with your employees. That passion should be there with your employees. If I would say the entrepreneur, should dream it big to make it something big, the same aggression should be there in the team. So that aggression only comes when you give that culture to them. So, whenever you start it with the team, you have to create a culture, and then you proudly say, this is the team, this is the rock solid team. So that's very important. The culture is very, very important. You raised a very good question, so I answered it.
Thank you so much. I think that was relevant. Saurabh, Abhay, your inputs there. You have built teams at various times in various startups. Probably let me add just one more thing. When we're starting for the first time, and I think a lot of our viewers will be first-time entrepreneurs. Everybody think that I'm a Superman. Sab kar lunga main. Mujhe koi zarurat nahi hai. Right? Employee aate jate rahenge.
No, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. People should stay with you longer period. If you have to grow, the employee should stay with you longer period. Performance, that you will make it. If you create a culture, automatically they will also change. But people going up, it's not good sign.
True. So Abhay, Saurabh, your inputs there.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to write 5 lines of culture code and then execute it. So culture, my opinion is culture should not be started with 5 lines, which you have figured out the best 5 lines, which you have figured out of 5 other companies. And then you say, oh, no, what, this is my culture. Everyone is going to start becoming these 5 lines tomorrow. I think culture is early, especially early stage. Just like they say, you are average of your friend, your team culture would be the average of what your early stage team is. And even the first hire or first employee who would join you would add to the culture, because culture is something how you do that translates to, or how you communicate or how you be, that communicates to what the culture becomes, rather than thinking of a culture and then becoming that culture. So yeah, it's important to be in on that note. If you really want to cultivate some pieces of culture, think of this idea of culture in everything which you do in the company, how you communicate to your employees, how you promise to each other, what time you start, what time you get off, what is the work-life balance you create for yourself, and then what the other of the other team members create for themselves. So yeah, it's living. Culture is living rather than creating.
Right. Thanks.
I think I agree with Saurabh. And just to give you some context that you asked me in the first venture, which I started in the first e-commerce marketplace of India in 1998, and not everything was new, right? All the technology was new, all the business was new. I did a lot of mistakes in that venture, and I think we learned from those mistakes. I had a team of 70 people during 2000 bus.com. Being a first generation entrepreneur, first venture, I hired all the friends, relatives. We acha lagta hai, isko leke aao, ye kar lega ye, wo kar lega ye. But I then realized in 2 years that in my vision, I've already reached US. I wanted to launch in US. I wanted to do 10 things, and these guys were still in Hyderabad. They were going below. They were going to a district place. So there was a huge gap in terms of the vision, in terms of they were backside of me. They were talking, "Yeda hai, isko samajh mein nahi aa raha hai, dhanda aisa hota hai," all those things. So there was a huge gap. In the first venture, Malamal, I had a liability of 5-6 crores. By the time I was optimistic, being every entrepreneur is optimistic. So 8 saal I continued running it, and then I realized that then I didn't find any of them standing behind me. Almost everybody vanished. They said, "Mera ye hai, I have got this job," and everybody left. One thing I learned from that is that and that was the first venture. So anyway, no one, you learn through your mistakes. When I started MartJack in 2007, one of the decisions was very clear that you need to hire people who understand your vision. Number one, you need to hire people who are coming and getting aligned with you today. And I think that worked. Then I might have had 300 people in MartJack, but I ended up hiring only 200 when we exited. But all the team members which we aligned, at least the first 50, 60, 90% of the people were there till we exited, although went through 100 times ups and downs. So the one thing I did it that positive energy. I think that they follow leaders. Like any entrepreneur, when you start, you are 1 or 2 or 3 founders. They follow the positive. They follow you. They look at you for everything. How do you react when the customer is calling you at night 12 o'clock and you are not talking to him, or you are avoiding calls of the customer? Same thing will get perpetrated to those people also, right? Then your reaction, the way you react, the way you treat your people, the similar way they will start treating to their subordinates. So I think that what I learned, that if you really have, if you don't have money, if you don't have investors, if you don't have many clients, but if you have a good positive energy and a proper vision, people will get aligned with that, and that culture will start slowly getting built. So I feel that building that culture there is no scientific formula. Ki chalo 1, 2, 3, 4 kar diya to culture ban gaya. That doesn't happen. It is your everyday behavior, every day, 8 hours, 10 hours, when you talk to them, talk to your customers, all that gets into their DNA also, and that gets formed.
Right.
But I'll just add. I mean, see, I'm very less experienced if we compare in the panel, right? But one of my companies have 1,200 plus employees. So the only thing which I try and do there, and in fact my entire board does, is try to be human and try to be empathetic. That is it. So one thing I personally do is to show up if there is a problem. So if the leader can show up, the remaining team actually sticks to you. And that's the only mantra I have learned till now. So I've started from a company which had only me as an employee. I mean, today, of course, we have 1,200 plus employees, but the only mantra which we use is to be like a family, to be empathetic, to be, and the leader being there, always available if there is a problem. Very simple.
Right. Thanks, Vivek. So, we are all, we have just finished on time, but, we have a last question, and this question is from Sanjay Mehra. He's asking that we are being so optimistic here, but how to get scale, make business, and get investment in this environment?
Oh, fantastic question.
This is like we have to spend 3 hours to answer this question, right? All one question have the complete 3 hours at least everybody.
Right. And I think let me just add there that Sanjay, pandemic हो ना हो हम लोग सबकी एक ना एक टाइम पे लगी रहती है, right? So it is not that pandemic is doing something for us, but guys, just quickly, if you can just talk about your experience and how you are managing it. I think just talk about your examples. I think that will help.
I can kick start. Maybe not my example, but I believe in this is that, look, this is the lowest which we can go as an economy. So there is nothing to lose. If you're already thinking about it, if you're already, you had no other option, you wanted to jump, nothing to lose, jump in and make some bold bets because from every catastrophic opportunity will give you some really rapid changing behavior. There's going to be a lot of unpredictability. A lot of people who won't have thought that this would be possible would become possible. A lot of bets will go wrong. Pawns will become kings. Kings will become pawns. So play the bet as well.
Right. Thank you, sir. So Tanshu, if you want to pick up.
Very tough question and very tough times to answer this question. But I would say this. So I have this inherent understanding that smart entrepreneurs, irrespective of time, adapt to the situation and learn how to make money, learn how to keep their businesses going, and keep the culture not go into demotivation, but keep things running up and above and across. So I think it is important for us as entrepreneurs to understand how to adapt to the situation and how quickly to adapt to the situation without giving up the values that we have had held so dear in the forming of a company. And that becomes a very important aspect in order to keep ticking even in difficult times. Now, of course, there is this question of optimism, and when it comes to situations like this, like Saurabh mentioned, we're probably at the rock bottom. We cannot go further from here. But even then, there have been these are the times that we need to survive to go up again in the roller coaster ride that all of us have partaked in, and we can only go up from here. So it's time to adapt. It's time to hold back. It's time to keep everyone motivated and not go into downside of the depression and the other cases that happen. It's this time that are the testing times, and we have to be optimistic here.
Right, guys. I'm sorry, I have to cut everybody else short because
I'll just say a few words.
Yes.
I'll just say a few words.
Yes.
See, as you said, scaling. Scaling is a very tough job. In any business, when you start doing the scaling, then the real entrepreneurship comes. This is my feeling. But I being entrepreneur, I would say that every entrepreneur should take a stairs, not lift. Slow and steady, you win the race. So that's very important. Every business takes time. Whenever you start any business, it takes 4 to 5 years learning. That's very important. I have seen many startups took so much of money and they went so fast, and the same pace they came down. So this happens. 90% these things happens. So we all should be very careful. I always say to all entrepreneurs, to all startups, always take stairs. Don't think of taking a lift. slow and steady, you always win the race. Go with the team, encourage the team. Your team should stay with you longer period. That is very important. And I was running a company earlier, which was a very big company, which I started with 6,000 rupees. I made 21 crore company. And it took 6 years from 30 lakhs to 3 crores, So, and you won't believe it, I was not a tech startup that time. So 30 lakh se 3 crore, 10 times. It happens in the tech company usually, when you grow in the, but this will happen here also. So that's why I said one has to go in a direction of taking stairs, not lift. That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think thank you everyone. You're short of time and other panelists are waiting. So thank you again for joining in.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Saurabh, Bipin, Mr. Bhatia, Abhay, Sutanshu. It was so amazing. All your videos are getting streamed on multiple platforms. It's in Business World.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Startupsummit.live, and we have a couple of questions for you, but we'll try to send it to you in person, and we'll be sending you all the recordings to you. Thank you for all this optimism in this tough time. Thanks a ton.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks, everybody. So, Tanshu, feel free to hang around if you want to. And we have, if somebody can make our next attendees as panelists, we have them waiting. And to all the viewers, keep sending your questions. Our panelists have been super amazing to answer them. And in fact, to all of you, we have been doing this marathon about startups, entrepreneurship, keeping positivity very high since yesterday, 3 o'clock. We have been running this, and we have this lovely panel once again out here. And I would request all the panelists to switch on their video. That will be so nice. Yes, Ashish, hi, welcome, Ashish. Wilson, welcome. Arihant, if we could have your video. Rishabh, if we could have your video. Right, fantastic. So your moderator is Amit. Many of you must be knowing him, and I'll hand it over to Amit to start with this panel. All right.
Thank you so much, Surabhi. Right, so welcome everyone. Ashish, Wilson, Rishabh.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Hi. So, guys, we are going to talk about another interesting discussion. I was moderating the last panel also, and I'm still in the phase where we're talking about culture, about employees, investors, and customers. But what we are talking about is growth hacking in terms of technology. But before we jump into that, if you can quickly introduce yourself and possibly one line on what do you think about growth hacking. Let's start with that.
Sure, I'll go first. Hello, everyone. My name is Wilson. I'm the co-founder of Block Survey. So what I think about growth hacking is anything which is non-conventional way to grow, and focus is just growth, very tactically how you can bootstrap and grow and reach to a stage where you can use it as a platform to bootstrap your organization, your employees to grow further. So I see growth hacking is that vehicle which will help startups to do that.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson. Ashish, your take.
Yeah. I'll quickly introduce myself. So guys, I'm Ashish Tulse and I'm founder of Possist. We are a restaurant tech company. We work with F&B primarily within the spectrum of F&B. We do all kinds of single stores to large chains. Work with some 8,000 restaurants pre-COVID. Post-COVID, we are still waiting to discover how many of them are left. It's a practically bootstrapped company. We had some early angels, and it's a 140 people team operating headquartered in Delhi. Growth hacking, I'm not sure here. I really wish I knew what exactly growth hacking is, but if I still want to make sense out of it, I believe if you can find a growth path which is repeatable, which is continuously repeatable, and you're able to grow that till it hits its ceiling, after which somebody will ask you to find another growth hack, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Arihant.
Hi, everybody. This is Aryan. Thank you guys so much for having me here. Absolutely a pleasure. Good to see some familiar faces.
Yeah, then.
I usually see Ashish at either a pool party or a cards game in Chennai or Bangalore. So we've been through a couple of times. My name is Arihant. I'm the co-founder of Seekify. We're doing a data-driven learning platform. We're a part of the Sequoia Search family. Before this, I sold my last startup to Freshworks, spent some time there, helped build out a couple of companies in the e-commerce space called HealthCart and 1MG. I've seen growth being tried in different ways. And unfortunately or fortunately, I think growth hacking is simply a very scientific approach to iterating and trying many different things until that one thing clicks. And to Ashish's point, and then it goes down again, so you need to keep finding the other one. So that's just a continuous journey, in my opinion. Good to be here, everybody.
Thanks, Aryan. Rishabh, your introduction and your take on growth hacking.
Hi. So I've met a couple of people. We were part of Product Nation once, and I think Ashish and I met after a long time in January in one of the very secret hidden parties in South Delhi, and it's nice catching up with you all. My name is Rishabh. I am the co-founder of Status Brew. We are a social media management platform. We were primarily B2C up until 2 years ago. We had around, I think, 8,000 paying customers. Our ARR was reaching somewhere around 1 million. And then a lot of things changed. So we took a dip, and now we are somewhere around 150,000 ARR. So we are trying to catch up with the changing environment in social media. For us, one of the things that we tried in the early days in terms of growth hacking was, and PayPal has a very good example in that, but one of the things we did was we used to tell people or our users who unfollowed them on Instagram or Twitter. So once they would find out these things, they would actually tweet about it with our link to the website. So that helped us acquire a lot of customers because many of them got intrigued about knowing about their own set of audiences. So that was the growth hacking we did in the early days. And I think in 1 year, when we were at 1 million users, we went up until 8 million users in just 1 year because of this growth hack. So for us, growth hacking is something that you try out with your platform or your business in ways that help you acquire a lot of customers and even retain them. That's it from me.
Thanks. So Tanju, both of us are consistent, right? For the people who joined in.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Shwetanshu Mahapatra. I'm the founder of Delta Morphos Consulting. We usually consult startups with growth. I've been, for the major part of the last decade, I have been an entrepreneur, having started multiple entities, seen them growing, failing, starting again, raising investment, and I've seen multiple cycles of growth and lack of growth as well, and been part of the entire roller coaster ride. For me, growth hacking, like some of the panelists have already mentioned, comes as those techniques that help you grow mindlessly, and then at a point of time you figure out, okay, now that I have figured out how to grow, let me stick to it, and then start looking at the other aspects of like customer retention and profitability. So growth hacking is one of the first things that you do when you want to mindlessly grow a consumer base in order to run your experiments.
Right. Interesting. Right. So I will also quickly introduce myself, whoever has joined right now. So guys, my name is Amit Mishra. I run a company called Ideate Ventures, and I run a couple of initiatives which is around entrepreneurship development called Kidspreneur, which we talk about entrepreneurship mindset in schools. We are closely working with a few state governments, and I also run an accelerator in UP, which is supported by the UP Tech government. I have helped a lot of foreign companies come to India, and the reason I asked the definition from all of you specifically is thank God that nobody talk about Jugaad here, because people confuse growth hack with Jugaad. And Jugaad, and when I was working with this UK company, and I was working with Japanese very closely. When I talked about Jugaad, they had no clue, because Japanese are very process driven. And Ashish actually, talked about that. It can't be a quick fix. That it'll just grow. It has to be a consistently thought through mechanism where that it will grow us till here. So in terms of technology, we are talking about, specifically around technology. What has been your take when it comes to growth hack? Especially in your initial year, I think Rishabh touched about that. What were the things which you knew will work as a growth hack? And probably some of the example where shit happened, things tanked. Probably some example would help kind of understand. So any of you would want to pick up that first.
Amit, can you repeat the question? What exactly?
Right. So I'm just talking about there are these planned growth hacks which we think that will work, but some of them there are this shit happen moment where things will tank also. If you can give quick examples of both which worked, which didn't work, because that is also important. That kya nahi karna is also very important.
I think I can take that first. I'll talk about one growth hack which happened, which actually worked for us. So our we sell to the restaurants, and the problem with the restaurants is that one is that it's an unorganized sector. Two is that no restaurateurs, no two restaurateurs are alike, right? You can be a real estate broker who started a restaurant. You can be a lawyer who started a restaurant. You can be an engineer like me, and there is a very high chance you may be doing a restaurant because you did not even take a degree, because your family probably had money, or you knew how to cook. So restaurateur, it was extremely hard for us to target restaurateurs. There was no way, right? I used to talk to Shashank at Practo. I used to envy him because he used to say, oh, when we sign up one doctor, he introduces us to all his buddies from his college. And I'm like, what the hell, man? Nobody introduces us. And our another problem was that restaurateurs who knew each other, they used to think of each other as competition. So if they like us, the irony is they used to keep us as their safe guarded secret. They will never tell it to anybody else. So we were like absolutely antiviral of sorts from the growth hack perspective. So one thing what we did is that we started talking about theft, and that is our flagship product. It's called Anti-Theft. We basically prevent theft in the restaurants by the staff, which can happen from pocketing the cash, or maybe just giving away freebies to the customers to get more tips, and so on, right? So when we launched that product, that was a quick success with people who we could speak to, about this. But there were times when our sales team was continuously complaining here. Whenever we go to a restaurant owner and we are in the demo, there is a cashier or a manager who's also sitting in the demo. So we are not able to broach the subject. Also, people become extremely defensive. So, over the years, we figured that theft in the restaurants was like sex. It happens, but nobody acknowledges it happens in their home, right? So people will be like, हाँ, बाहर होता है, सब जगह होता है, लोग करते हैं, हमारे यहाँ कोई नहीं करता है, हम सब अवतार हैं. So it was very difficult to broach the subject in first. So what we did is we wrote a comic book. We basically started toying with the content ideas on exactly how to reach the restaurant owners for theft and how to educate them. And I think all kinds of content mediums bombed one after the other, because we published a blog, nobody cared. We published a long blog, absolutely nobody cared. We tried to do certain things in our trade shows and conferences, very, very less outcome. Then one day when we realized that okay, nothing else is working anyway, so we became a little more quirky with the idea. We wrote a comic book, and we called it The Thug Tales of Restaurantpur, in which we graphically represented 10 genius ways in which staff thieves from the restaurant and restaurant owner is not able to catch even if he knows. And now the bigger issue was how to send it to the restaurant. So we scraped the data from the internet. All we could get was restaurant addresses, no numbers, no name of the owner, nothing, no identifiable detail. So we did a campaign where everybody, like 2 people in our team, they called 1,000 restaurants, asked them कि साहब का नाम बताइए, because we figured कि कोई number नहीं देगा पर owner का नाम सब बता देते हैं. तो उन्होंने नाम पूछा, उन्होंने address confirm किया, and then we packaged this comic book in bubble wrap. We wrote a covering letter. We put it in a khaki envelope, that jali wala sarkari envelope. We put a red colored stamp on top of it saying confidential. We also went ahead and, because we were just having fun, so we also got that wax seal we put that, behind it. And we did a handwritten thing. So handwritten name, Bada Bada, and to be opened by owners only. And we actually shipped it to the restaurant because our hunch was that if this envelope looks super scary, staff is 101% going to give it to the owner. Otherwise, this book will never reach owners. I think that became one of our best growth hacks. I can tell you that we did a campaign of 5,000 such books. I think we generated a revenue of 2.5 crore, after which we stopped counting. And after which, that book became a way of life. And I think we have got, 40,000 printed so far. And now in every meeting, and that's regular. But that was the only growth hack I can talk about, which is very hacky, for us.
Wow, man, that's awesome. I can't believe you put in so much hard work. We forward WhatsApp messages.
Sir, this was 2015. So thankfully, WhatsApp was not penetrated enough.
I've got a good story from 2015. Yeah, I'd love to go next. As Ashish mentioned, I think a lot of growth hacking is when people wish that something goes viral, right? And you're always trying to reach that perfect customer, that perfect group, that perfect influencer, hoping that that just goes through. So it's actually the same in 2015. I had my chatbot startup, and we had built a bot for IRCTC. So you could go in and book a train ticket. And we're trying to push it around, forwarding it to people. Look, there's this really cool chat thing. You can, book your entire ticket, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly one evening, it really starts catching on, and we're getting transaction after transaction, and people are really booking their train tickets. You're like, oh my God, we finally hit it. And, this is amazing. We finally hit that thing. The beers come out, champagne is flowing, everybody's celebrating. And then 2-3 hours into the night, somebody finally checks, and we realized that our payment mechanism was broken, and people could actually book a train ticket for 1 rupee. And that is why that thing had gone viral. So before we could stop it, there were 1,000 people who had booked train tickets and for 1 rupee, and we were like, oh no, this is the bill that we're going to foot. So that's the example that comes to mind of growth hacks gone bad, or just bad memories of growth hacks. On the positive side, when we were trying to build out 1MG, it was a scrappy startup. The app was there. We were trying to not do any paid downloads. I think we were at about 10,000 or something downloads. And we're going to growth hack this. So we held this competition where every employee had to forward it to 30 people in their address book. We wrote out a message, hey, there's this really great app. It helps you find substitutes for medicine, blah, blah, blah. And that actually hit one community that really spread it across. And literally within a couple of weeks, that single growth hack took us to 1 million downloads. No jokes, true story. It was just about being lucky. It got forwarded in some Jain Samaj group or something. And from there, it just went on and on. And to my memory, that is perhaps one of the best growth hacks that have worked. But again, after hundreds that have probably not worked. So you always remember the one that works, right? Over to somebody else.
Right.
Sure.
Wilson, you want to share?
Yeah, I think so. For Block Survey, since it's a blockchain-based survey tool, so our initial go-to audience is primarily blockchain communities and crypto communities. So the early days, how we were getting into this community is primarily doing giveaways. Small giveaways, running meme contests, helping them to sign up or use the platform, find Easter eggs, and so on. That worked to an extent. There were free signups coming in, and everyone was aware of what Block Survey is and what it does. And that did eventually drain out after a point in time. That gave us the early signups and got a little marketing and a little bit of visibility in the community, but then that died down. Then what we felt is, I think this channel is exhausted. Now we have to look into another channel. So the second channel, what we looked into is primarily doing a lifetime deal. So that was in my list, and I did study about how early SaaS companies like Grammarly, Paperform, and even Lemlist and many marketing SaaS companies have taken this path to bootstrap initially. So what Block Survey did is at this beginning of this pandemic is we went for a lifetime deal, and that helped us to bootstrap about 500 paying users. So then what we felt is, especially in this channel, it worked very well. It's because you're no matter what, you're asking to pay dollars to use your platform, and these community really have vested in interests in your product, and they are almost like investors in your product. They trust your product. They want you to do well. So they form a community, and they recommend us to various connects in their site. So that is helping us to grow. So I think that those are the couple of things what we experimented recently, and it seemed to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudhanshu, you consult companies on growth hack, right? So I think you will have more stories.
So one of the biggest reasons why growth hack is in the first place talked about is a lot of people do not understand. Like I have, these are fantastic examples. Thank you for sharing, Ashish, especially a fantastic story. One of the reasons why people do not understand growth hack, I think, is because you need to have a certain base of customers and consumers on whom you can run experiments in order to figure out where to go next, especially when you are in the early stage of your startup. And these customers are there, but they are not easy to acquire. And in order to bring them on without having an idea of how they are going to react, before you figure out the lifetime value of these customers, it's important for you to determine whether your product works, whether your experiment is something, your assumptions are something that gets validated with your customers and consumers. And for this reason, growth hacks becomes important. Now, some of the growth hacks that I have come across are one of the companies that I consulted with. What they did was they took T-shirts and they put logos of different companies that they wanted to target, and each of them wore the T-shirt, and they just sent a photograph to them and said that now that we have gotten your attention, now how about we discuss further about business. This was just to get their attention. Now they ran this batch of a few I think they sent out 100 emails, and then they got around 30 to 40% was the reply rate. People said that, wow, this is interesting. You have gotten our attention. Tell us what do you want to discuss with us? And this was for a SaaS-based company. Now, what this company did was immediately after that, they started automating the entire process using InDesign. So they downloaded the logos of about 1,000 odd companies, put the names, and then just used Adobe InDesign to create 1,000 images and sent 1,000 emailers. Now, the initial small experiment that was done got them, helped them to growth hack to 1,000 more, and they got a lot of introductions done from there, and then they started building the business processes. So attention grabbing was done using a growth hacking process. So this is one of the examples that worked. There have been so many more examples that did not work, and which we thought that would work, like and some of which has already been shared. But it is till you reach that growth hack again and again, you have to keep doing what you need to do to validate some of your assumptions and find consumers on top of whom you can experiment the value of your product.
Right. Thanks everyone. I think these are very interesting stories. Especially what Ashish and Aryan told. I think these are not stories which are public in public domain, but quite interesting stories. We are talking about technology specifically here. When we talk about growth hacking, and there are two different I think thought processes here. One is a minimalistic approach when you look at technology, that build one feature and do everything around it. And then there is another thought process where the customer today is more advanced than it was 5 years back. So a lot of these growth hacks might not work today. What do you think should be the right approach? A purely minimalistic, let's try one feature at a time, try to growth hack around it, get the word out and then build something, or let's keep 3, 4, 5 things in order and then go all out?
My comment on that will be, if you are, and I'm assuming that you are saying when you mean that one feature versus multiple features or multiple things in a product, my assumption is that you mean the quality or just targeting one use case. I personally think that one growth hack which in India we have not really used enough is the growth hack of quality. So one product doing one thing so well that it catches fire, just by word of mouth, just because so many people are using it. I think that is one growth hack which is still unused in India. It will have a great resale value everywhere. That's one. But if you are trying to do multiple features, not because your use case demands it, but because you are trying to see what works and what doesn't work, I think I will say that means you're still in the product market fit zone. So you have not really probably achieved your product market fit, and that's why you are still struggling, and that is okay. I think in that zone, your idea should still be to find that use case. So I personally believe that it has to be one use case, which should be beaten to death when it comes to working with your clients. But from B2B apps perspective, and I'm a little biased because of largely doing B2B, I think I don't know if I really get the multiple features analogy right. I think I still believe that it's about use cases. So correct me if I'm.
No, so I think you're right there. But what I'm specifically asking is that sometimes, and it is, I think, more to do with intent mentality, as you said, quality. That ये भी दे दो, गाड़ी में 50 चीजें होनी चाहिए. गाड़ी चले ना चले वो बात की बात है. But मुझे सब कुछ चाहिए गाड़ी में या phone में, for that matter.
Yeah, so in that case, I will go with that one feature as the hack. One thing done very well as the hack. It is a little slower because you need to work a lot with your early customers, and you probably need to choose your first 100, and if you can, your first 1,000 customers. But I see that compounding way too well. And if you actually do that right, others start writing stories about you with hindsight wisdom, and start talking about some of the things which you did on the way as growth hacks, which may not be hacks enough for you.
Right. Arihan, Rishabh, you wanna?
Yeah, sure. I slightly disagree with Ashish. I think from a product perspective, what you want to do, and this is the art of being a good product manager or a good product person, which I'm not. But the idea should be that, you need to give somebody at least 80% of what they want. And often it's not just a single feature that they'll want in the entirety of the product. It's a bunch of things that sort of come in play. But at the same time, like agreeing with Ashish that, you can't have all the bells in the car as Amit mentioned, but rather that, is it enough? Is it something that makes them do their use case effectively without being so feature rich that it kind of just confuses the audience, right? And this is something that Girish from Freshworks, keeps repeating all the time, that if you look at a product, there'll be 100 things. The hardest is actually what you want to remove. And can you make it that simple, right? Can you make it simple enough where what is left actually really shines out? And that is the trick of being a great product manager, which I find is a far and few between skill in this country. But were you also asking, Amit, specifically towards growth hacking? Did you mean that do you try 10 different things, or do you double down on one? Was that the question, or more around product and features?
No, I think it's product and growth hack, and I think both, because what I've seen specifically, and the good entrepreneurs and the good product managers are obviously able to find that that niche, that in this will work or not. But most of the guys look at let's launch 3 things and let's see what would work, and then we'll figure that out. Then we'll. So 3 चीजें एक साथ launch करे growth hack करने का, that.
I actually agree with that. Yeah, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You have no idea to know what will work. Even like stories we hear about Slack being perhaps the most successful product that's grown in the recent years, they actually relied on 3 things to make their product that wow product, right? And to really go down the product-driven growth path. So I'm generally of the opinion that one needs to try many things, but I'll let the other panelists also chip in.
Yeah, Wilson.
Yes, I think great point, Arihant and Ashish. I think when it comes to product, what we hear from primarily from community is It's about that one unique factor or one unique feature where you anchor yourselves and stand out as a unique player. So the community or the users, the early adopters, really understand what your product value proposition is. So one unique feature which differentiates from all your competitors and the incumbents in the space really makes you to build that community and early adopters. And so I feel that really works. For early stage products, that is very critical. So I think that is something like in doubling down on your core principle on why you are building that product and why that certain feature needs to stand out. So that drives a lot of traction and visibility on the market.
Right, right. Rishabh, your inputs there.
Yeah, so I feel that there are subtle differences for growth hacking between a B2C company and a B2B company. As Amit mentioned previously, that people are more aware right now than they were 5 years ago, which means that if there was any feature or a particular product which made sense for one set of customers, they would probably share it online with the other users, and the barrier to entry is very low. So the virality for those kind of products can be very high, although profitability is a separate thing. The way you can acquire more customers is easier for the B2C company once you have that virality in the product, and then it can scale out. But even then, the people who are using the product have to share it with their community. And that's where B2B is very important, where even if we have the good technology, you still need the community to be able to talk about yourself. And we have seen that happening once. There were subtle clusters that we have seen in our product where all of a sudden we started to see a lot of growth in the Korean market. What we realized was that because they found the product or a feature so good, they went and they meet a lot over drinks and over the meetups. So we also need those communities where people can talk about your product so that it can get more customers. So that's where B2B comes in, because the barrier to entry is high, and they need to convince a lot of other people. But once they hear about your product from someone they trust, they automatically sign up for that, go for a trial, and then pay for you. So there are subtle differences between the B2B and the B2C sector in terms of growth hacking. And PayPal had a good example. In early days, they would give $20 to everyone who would sign up. There are a lot of cloud computing companies like DigitalOcean. They would give $100 of credit to someone who would sign up from your referral. Now that has changed, because initially it worked really well because you're getting $20 or $100. Now everyone is giving $20 or $100. So that is something that has changed because of the exposure or the user market, the user understanding of technology has changed. So this is the change that has happened in the last few years.
Right, right. So we will, we have some minutes now. We'll pick up some questions. There is a question by Jayesh Bohra. Says, someone who is starting new and at very initial days of acquiring users, what medium should I pick? If somebody wants to, Arihant has actually mentioned that on the chat. So I think, Arihant, you need to repeat that for everybody else.
Yeah, Jayesh, thanks for asking the question. I would mention a book here called Traction, which talks about 19 different channels that a typical startup can use to try to, get to market. And I would really suggest that, because in general, I agree that, nobody really knows what's going to work. And if you pick one medium, then you're sort of doubling down on something and the risk is too high. And this book just gives a nice framework on how you should iterate and experiment with different channels. And then as soon as you see something sort of picking up, and then you double down, and how you keep going down it until you hit the bullseye. And I think like that to me is a great example of how you should think about it. That, shoot 100 different arrows and see what sticks. But obviously that's a very simple way of saying it. It's much more nuanced and do it more structured and sophisticated way. But in that direction is what I would suggest. Anybody else?
Right, and
yes. I think tough for me to answer unless I understand whether it's a B2B or B2C. I think I also agree with a lot of points which Rishabh mentioned, because just to reiterate one thing, I agree with Arihant when it comes to features. That's why I clarified whether it's Amit, whether it's a use case or a feature, because I can tell you, for example, we are a product which has 900 plus documented features. So it actually took us 17 hours because one large enterprise once in Mexico told us that we want to see every possible thing which your product has. So we actually did it over 5 hour per day, 3 days session for them. My only point when I said that, I really mean that that it has to be use case. And I think we, for example, as a company, use features as more like a utility or the medium to reach and complete the use case. And in different geographies, we end up using features in very, very different ways. In fact, feature becomes the bait for somebody to really adopt the overall product what we were trying to originally sell. So just to answer Jayesh's question, I think I'll just plus one to Arihant. I will say that I generally believe that you should continue doing a couple of channels where you already know how to go from 1 to 10. For example, certain channels which you are more intuitive about. Don't worry about what others are saying or what people are telling you as a popular opinion. But at the same time, you should keep hacking around with certain channels which you don't know. So you should also do a 0 to 1 on a couple of channels on the side for serendipity to hit you. A little abstract, but that'll be my advice.
Right. Thanks, Ashish. Wilson, Rishabh, if you want to.
Yes, I think for initial traction, if you're a B2C, hang out with the community where they are already present. So it could be in Facebook groups, it could be niche communities like MakerLog or Indie Hackers, or be it Hacker News and discourse platforms. Be present there, share your idea behind what you're working on. There's a lot of supporting communities available. Add value there, and then you will see people noticing your thoughts on it, what you are building, and you're slowly adding value. So you will see existing communities which are already there will try to guide you on showing you paths on multiple channels. So especially for Blocksurvey, we were looking for affiliate channels, but then one of the community member requested us, hey, why don't you look at lifetime deals? There are not many of survey tools or form tools available there. So I think it's more of a collective learning. So it's about being with the community where they're hanging out and being available there and adding value to the community. Right? It will help you to get that initial traction.
Right. Thanks, Wilson. Rishabh, your points there.
Oh, I think again, in terms of B2B, I think getting references directly to the users would be a good idea. Once we know that there is a specific use case we are trying to solve, it would be good to get references and get connected to those initial set of users. And then when we get to know about them, we can again get into their communities and talk more about the product. I think community having a feedback about the product is very good in the initial days, because we are trying to acquire customers, and it's very important to understand which feature is working well. So to be able to get that feedback, you need to have those channels set up, either a feedback form or chat messages where people can communicate with you, or just go to the meetups and talk to people.
Right. So I think we are just on time. I would like to thank all of you. These are great examples, and we were able to get a lot of things out of it. I think the only two things which I would like to add is, let's get out of the EAB, something which we all love to do, especially in India. And anybody you are trying to copy in your space, right, may have an upper edge because of that, right? And I think the perfect example are the people who are making TikTok copycats right now. It will take them, they need a different strategy altogether to build another TikTok from India for India. So yeah, with that note, thank you again. We are on time, which is against the IST zone we are used to, but thank you everyone for being generous with your examples and ideas.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so
Arihant,
much.
Ashish, Satanshu,
Thank you so much.
Wilson, Rishabh, and Amit. Fantastic. In fact, I think Ayush Jaiswal came in to listen to you guys as an audience, and he was asking questions, and Arihant has been very patiently answering all of it. Thank you.
Fantastic answer.
In fact, we had a couple of more questions from audience, but we are not sharing it here. Maybe we'll put it out to all of you on Twitter and other platform and share and see if you can answer. One last thing, can audience reach out to you if they have a question or if they need some sort of advice or mentorship from all of you?
Sure, absolutely.
They need
All
to
right. So all the panelists have been tagged on a Twitter handle, so do reach out to them and they'll be more than happy to guide you, help you, become your mentor, or answer your question. Thanks again, all of you, lovely, and I hope I'll get to see some of you tomorrow also.
Thank
Right.
you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks
Amit.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Amit, for doing this non-stop 2 hours. Thank you. Thanks, Sudhanshu, for doing this for non-stop 3 hours.
Happy
Right.
to do that.
Perfect. Now, I'll strongly recommend if I could have the next panelist, their videos on, or we are still waiting for a couple of them to join in. Amit, Pranav, Isaac, Arunab. All right. I think we are waiting for a couple of them more, but this is interesting. Before I introduce for all the audience here, this has been happening since yesterday, 3 o'clock. We have speakers from 10 different time zones, and hence the timing has been such that we wanted to accommodate everybody. We had a very, very engaging, fantastic session yesterday, and since morning we have been having fantastic sessions since morning where we're talking about consumer patterns, consumer behaviors, business models. We started with Alok Kejriwal with Dhande Ki Baat, where he patiently answered lot of users questions, and we have been giving users questions to our panelists. This panel is about consumers and the way business models are changing. In fact, I'm the moderator for this panel. Hi everybody, I'm Surbhi Devra, and in fact I'll try to keep this panel more towards keeping in mind a lot of first time entrepreneurs or a lot of people who have been thinking of starting up or who have been around in business for last few years and COVID-19 hit them. So I think they will have lots of learnings from our side to them, from your side to them, so that they can pick it. And we have been getting quite a question about that. So my first question, but before I jump on question, if to all your audience, you can introduce in your own style. I didn't want to do this myself. I want you to introduce in your own style, maybe in one-liner to everybody. And to everybody, you can go watch this entire streaming on Business World Facebook page. You can go watch it on Zynga TV. We are live even on Startup Summit website. You will get this. Yes, over to you, all panelists. Who wants to start? If you're muted, Amit, Isaac, Pranav, Arunab, if you can unmute. And maybe
happy to,
yes, Pranav, we can start from you.
Okay, thanks. Hi guys. Firstly, good evening to everybody. I know people may be tuning in from different parts of the world. Thank you for having me on the platform today. My name is Pranav Marva. I run a family office based out of Bombay. Apart from running an early stage incubator, which is, well, a team of non-technologists trying to work in the field of technology, where we invest our own capital in every company that we incubate or accelerate at an early stage. And the idea being to let founders do what they do best and leave us to do the rest. We invest ranging from $50,000 to $100,000 in early stage companies. And over the last 4 years, we've had about 26 odd deals. And love working in the consumer space. And we also have a very dear spot in the heart for everything in the sports ecosystem and early stage gaming. Yeah, that's a little.
Thank you. Yes, Isaac.
Yeah, hi. Hey. So I'm Isaac. I'm building this company called inkmonk.com. And it's been last 6 years since we started it. And last year we had an acquisition and we got acquired by this company called Printo, right, just in Bangalore and across India. And it's been quite a good journey. And We have successfully raised a little above $1 million, and all my investors had an exit. And yeah, so far has been quite an humble entrepreneur so far. Just to speak a little bit on the product, what we operate is Inkmonk.com is one of the India's largest printing marketplace. We basically help startups and small businesses and consumers print anything from photo prints to T-shirts to mugs to apparels and a lot of things. Basically, we operate as a marketplace like how Uber and Redbus operates, and we don't do any printing. That's what we do, and the only printing machine that we would have is a black and white printer that does invoice printing.
Sure.
And, yeah, and yeah, so it's been quite a good journey for us. We have had good partners as investors. Girish from Freshworks, Funny from Redbus have been good investors for us. And yeah, happy to be in this panel and happy to give back to community whatever learnings that I've had in the last 6 years.
Sure, happy to have you, Arunabh. And we have Yatin also. Yatin, if we could have your video on. We have already started your panel and this is already live streaming. Yes, Arunabh.
So very good evening. My name is Arunabh and I'm the founder of a company called Uclean. Uclean is today India's largest laundry brand and we work on the franchise model. So we have about 235 franchisees across 55 cities of India. And these are all physical brick and mortar stores. In addition to that, we also have a joint venture with a company called ChemDry, which is again the world's largest surface cleaning company. So we are the master franchise and joint venture partners for India. We work predominantly on the franchise model where we partner with equally passionate entrepreneurs and help them start up their own Uclean or ChemDry franchise or a combination of both. And franchising has paid off very well for us. So we are the fastest ever brand in the history of India to reach 200 franchisees. And this has all happened in about 3 years. So look forward to sharing my understanding and my knowledge of the entrepreneurship and the overall ecosystem.
Wow, Amit, we are doing quick one-line introduction.
Yeah, sure.
I'll request we stick to one-liner in your style. Yes.
Absolutely. So I am co-founder of Startup Buddy, which is helping startup in legal and compliances. And apart from it, I am an angel investor and invested in more than 35 companies.
Thank you, Amit. Yes, Mr. Tikku Ji. You're muted. We can't.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yes, perfect.
जी. So hi, I'm Gurpreet Singh Tikku. अपना हम दूसरे रूम में वेट कर रहे थे अपना वरुण भाई और मैं और ये नहीं पता था कि हम इस रूम में हैं. So yes, अपना I'm Gurpreet Singh Tikku. Happy to be here. अपना it's a new world altogether and a new normal. My short brief is I'm Gurpreet Singh Tikku, also known as Mr. Tikku. खाने पीने का शौकीन हूँ, खाने पीने का काम करता हूँ, and we help various restaurants and FMCG food brands of India and abroad to market themselves, so influencer marketing, community, and everything else that we can do, especially offline events, जो हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं.
So, Tikku ji, you should be flashing your T-shirt to the audience, which you have your Tikku written in. So I think this is something very important for everybody to see. Yes, Varun.
No, I was also waiting with Tikku ji in the
one-line intro.
Yeah, I was just
one-line intro.
I was just waiting with him in the Google Meet, room, and I realized that we are in the wrong one. So I run a company called Vertis Entertainment that trades in media rights for movies. We buy and sell movie rights and to your regular suspects and your not so regular suspects. So the Netflixes and the Amazon Prime Videos of the world, and also theaters, PVRs, Inoxes. So we sell movies to them. And this year, before the lockdown began, we sold a movie called Jawani Janeman with Saif Ali Khan and Alaya Furniturewala. We have Varun Dhawan and Sara Ali Khan's Coolie No. 1 next. And then after that, Akshay Kumar's Bell Bottom. So this is what we do for a living. We sell and trade in media rights of movies.
Yatin, we have a very interesting mix. We have laundries, we have printing, we have food, we have movies, we have family offices. Yatin, yes. You're muted yet. Yeah.
Thanks, Surbi. Hi guys, my name is Yatin Thakur. I've been a serial entrepreneur for about 17 years now. Wow. My job is to help and build other entrepreneurs. I help other entrepreneurs build their startups. So on the background, you can see Co-working. That's what I own. But right now, I am more excited and passionate about a new venture which is called India Rath, where I am supporting 200 entrepreneurs sail through COVID and work towards their sustainability.
Fantastic. Yatin, we got a question from Vivek here saying that, Yatin, sir, you are in 17 years into business. How old are you?
Well, I started my first venture when I was 16, so I think they can do the calculation.
Wow, to anybody who's studying in college or in that.
I was in school. I was in high school. I was still in 11th grade.
Wow, that's amazing. We need to listen to the story. So my first question goes to all of you. How's these 120 days been for all of you? Especially to individuals who have been into events, food, laundries, printing, physical, hard and touch, and even movie distributions. So maybe if one by one, if we can take this, how these 120 days been for you and your business? Maybe Tikku ji, aapse shuru kar.
So, lots of, work that we did was for events, and, energy meri wahin se aati thi. So as soon as we realized that events will not be a possibility for a near future, the best thing is that, once you accept the fact that, things have changed, things become easier. So we were very clear. I sat with my team and I said, bhaiya, abhi na 2 saal ke events bhul jao. So because, it was never about 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. It's a long story. Bhul jao and let us focus on other things. Thankfully, half our work was offline, other half was online. So we were able to, work with brands, and thankfully, the food did very well in the past 120 days. Whether it is DIY kits, whether it is FMCG, whether it is kitchen equipments and kitchen things. I think everybody came up, stood up, and we focused on that platform totally. And it has been a good journey. Yes, lots of new thoughts. One has to keep unlearning and learning. And one thing that we did was very clear. I told my team, I said, "Jo ho gaya, ho gaya. First thing now we have to do is this. It is first break all the rules." So that is what we did. We first broke all the rules and just started on a new slate. And I think that is always good because पीछे मुड़ के देखना छोड़ दिया था हमने.
Wow. That's been very, very positive. Not everybody can have that positivity. How's the laundry business moving on, Arunabh?
So truth be told, like I said before, we work on predominantly the brick and mortar model, where you have passionate entrepreneurs setting up their own Uclean business on an area of about 250 to 300 square feet. And because of the lockdown, practically almost all stores were non-operational for the last 3-4 months. It is only recently that the stores have started opening up. So I would say across majority of the cities, there are still cities like Guwahati, Thane, etc., where the stores are yet not open as per the local directives. But wherever the stores are opening up, what we are seeing is that while the sales are not what they used to be in January and February, but something very interesting that is happening is that we are seeing a very rapid influx of new customers. And when we are talking to these customers, interviewing them, what we are realizing is that a lot of these customers were, prior to the COVID-19 situation, customers of the local dhobi. And typically, if you see, when you look at the dhobi culture, you will typically be giving your clothes to a local dhobi and not to an organized player, primarily because of the relationship that you enjoy. So you have been using the services of the dhobi for years, in some cases for generations. And secondly, because obviously the price points are significantly lower. But what now we are seeing is that because of the COVID-19 situation, people are suddenly very concerned about safety. People are concerned about cleanliness, about hygiene. So we are seeing a lot of migration happening from the local dhobis to organized laundry chains like Uclean, because people are afraid that with the local dhobi, because there is a lack of transparency, the moment you give out your clothes, you're not aware of where they're getting washed, what is the kind of process that is being used, what are the kind of chemicals or even the water that is being used. All this was good before COVID came in. People were comfortable and people used to outsource it to their regular dhobi, to the dhobi that has been serving them for generations. But now because of this COVID-19 situation across India, we are seeing that a lot of new customers who were previously affiliated to the local dhobis are now moving to Uclean because they want a guarantee around the safety, around hygiene, around cleanliness. And that is something that is, I would say, very remarkable.
Sure. Interesting. So there has been dip, but there's a new set of customers coming in. Pranav, what about you? Your business seems unaffected. How's 120 days been for you personally and for your business?
So from a family office, हमारे लिए काफी we've seen both sides of the table very very distinctly. We have about over 3 lakh square feet of commercial real estate which we lease out inside Mumbai city, which is obviously commercial real estate. में आप किसी को भी पूछ लो, force majeure has been the number one word that everybody has suddenly learned about contracts, simply because they don't necessarily need they're going to fulfill the contracts. So there's definitely been a huge hit for anybody in commercial real estate. We also run a bunch of sports turfs, five turfs where people are obviously going out and playing sport. And as the others pointed out, anything that's offline has been hit tremendously. But at the same time, we're also at sort of ardent early stage investors, or किसी भी capitalist को अगर आप पूछो, an opportunity like this necessarily doesn't come in one's lifetime very often. And if you have the ability to go into the market and as an investor look for great entrepreneurs and great people, I think the time is honestly quite ripe. Because people ask us the question, okay, like you said, 120 दिन हो गए, how have things changed? We are actually investing more in sports infra. We're actually investing more in building that offline channel, simply because we believe in 12 months, in 18 months, are people going to come back to playing sport, right? Are people going to look for bigger office space, right? And I think the long-term questions are the ones that we're trying to answer today. As like Dikuji said, as long as we accept the reality as it is today, you can sort of start to plan for the tomorrow. And yeah, so it's been interesting. You see both ends of the spectrum, so it sort of gives you a little bit of a bird's eye too. But I mean, coming from primarily with my family office being in commercial real estate, which I moved away from about 7-8 years ago, things are tough. There's absolutely no question about it.
I'm going to come back to you about you investing into sports infrastructure as of now. I'm going to come back, but you talked about real estate, and I'll move to Yatin. How's this 120 days been for you and your business?
Well, as you know, an entrepreneur's life is never easy. So I've seen the bumps in and out. I was a part of the 2008 recession as well, and the 2013 correction. One thing which you realize as an entrepreneur is, don't jump too high, because one day you will fall back. So I own a chain of co-working spaces. We had scaled it up till January. We were at about 8-9 locations. Obviously, we are badly hit. As Pranav said, force majeure, everyone is talking about it. But thankfully, the business modeling was done in such a manner that we are not out of business yet. And that's something which I realized is very important. And this I realized anyway, it was starting up early. So what I did during this lockdown period is I figured out what were the issues most of the fellow entrepreneurs would be facing. How do they need to pivot? Because whatever we are going through as of now is real. It is the new normal. It just depends on how everyone is accepting it. So like Tikkuji said that 2 साल तो अभी events नहीं हो रहे. I think that is a reality. हो सकता है अगले 6 महीने 8 महीने people are not even coming to offices because we ourselves are not going, right? So in this time, what can you do? How can you realign yourself? How do you relook at your business models? What are the things you should be starting up? What are the things you should be wary about or cautious about? So that's what I've been doing, and hence I launched India Rath with that intent to support fellow entrepreneurs, get supported, sail through this pandemic, and also make sure that they are working towards the long-term sustainability.
Sure, awesome. Amit, what's your take? How's this 120 days been for you?
So to be very honest, the government kept us very busy. Nirmala Sitharaman, our finance minister, keep doing certain press conferences on the startup or the packages, and people keep asking us that what is there for them. So being in the compliance part and the legal part, so lots of expectations were there. And related to 120 days, we had started work from home 1 day before the lockdown announced by the government. And in the compliance, lots of things to be done for the clients. So to be very honest, there was no impact on the business side. We are still using work from home culture in our organization, and we are able to do that. In the meantime, what change happened in my personal life? I did many webinars for various organizations, which I couldn't do earlier because of my busy schedule. So over this 120 days, I have done at least 75 sessions for different parties. So that's the change in my life.
Varun, how's been it for you?
Yeah, it's wonderful. Means overall means even at the house itself, it kept me busy. Means because I am wearing multiple hats.
The question is for Varun.
Okay,
Yes.
Varun. Okay.
So I think I agree with the fact that the first 15 days were a little bit of an absolute shock. I think there was a degree of disbelief, and I think the business sort of took a hit for the first 15 days, thinking that there is going to be maybe at the end of 15 days sort of a vision of what happens ahead. But I think as is true now for businesses very quickly adapt. So I think in 15 days we very quickly adapted to what was going to be the new normal. I think these 120 days generally have been super busy for us because deal making on content is at an all-time high right now. The demand for existing content which is ready I'd say that we are typically at a 20% premium on where we were pre-COVID lockdowns. There are, of course, challenges based on what happens to the pipeline going forward because there is no shooting that's happening at this point. In fact, our next film is a movie called Bell Bottom with Akshay, which is going to be the first Bollywood film to go on floor after the lockdown. So we're starting production on that in the UK in another 7 days. So I think we are all adapting to this new normal, but these 120 days have been super hectic. The only blessing in disguise is that I got tons of time at a personal level with my son, my 4-year-old son, which I usually don't get. So I'm delighted at the fact that while coming from not an ideal cause like COVID-19, but there was the silver lining there.
Sure. And Isaac, what about you?
Hey, so sure. I run two businesses. One is Printo and one is InkMonk from an e-commerce perspective and a retail perspective. So I think I can add a bit of a flavor for both the sides, what's happening in e-commerce and retail, right? So we kind of predicted this during the month of March that this is going to be a largest pandemic that is going to be stalling for next 6 to 8 months. We are not going to be predictors. We are not going to be the person who is going to do a lot of math and say, hey, are we smarter than governments, right? So we kind of cut out any of the flab, right? The extra skin that we are doing, cut out the marketing budgets, cut out anything that's going to be, and we changed a lot of vanity metrics, even revenue became a vanity metric. Suddenly cash flow and cash in the bank became a very important number, right? So wherever we could, whichever the credit lines, where the customers are enjoying credit lines, cash inflow has to be done. And we started talking to customers, bringing in money that has to be paid on time, right? So I think we did see a mix of both positive and negative. E-commerce got multi-e-commerce companies like Amazon and Flipkart were highly mandated and regulated by the government. So if shipping stops, Amazon and Flipkart stops, right? So if essentials are the only thing that's available, then Amazon and Flipkart would do essentials alone. But for a niche e-commerce like InkMonk, we were in the mercy of how deliveries could be picked up from our locations by Blue Dart or FedEx and everywhere. So we were at the mercy of these companies, and it was a little on and off. So we have to be very, very flexible. Retail picked up quite well. Most of our retail is concentrated towards Bangalore. And so since this is a health crisis, people have been very much moving to the shift of the trend has moved towards very simple things like essentials, food safety and shelter, right? So anything beyond this is an expense for them. This is an unnecessity for them. So we were looking at this trend. We saw and people move towards, in retail, very specifically move towards very controlled buying, because people want to be there. It's a health crisis. They don't want to catch a virus. They want to have control about whom they are meeting, what they are touching, everything. So to some extent, I mean, to all the time, we have to go oblige with government regulations. But at the same time, we did see some pickups in certain categories. We do operate on all different print products, but maybe the business categories of products slowed down. The consumer print started picking up very well. Photo prints, photo frames. People had a lot of time in their home they started saying, hey, let me, I'm closer to my family. Let me do a photo album print with my family, collect all the pictures. Let me present something like this, and gifting picked up a little. So I think consumer trends have been very much the top line of consumers who have spare cash, some money left in the bank account, who are not hit heavily with the COVID prices. Usually I used to say that anyone less than 40,000 rupees salary per month is going to be very, very hit. Anyone beyond that has money in the bank account to spend some more time, right? So all these people had some spare cash. E-commerce trends picked up through that. Yeah, it has been a very much mixed of feelings. The one thing that I usually tell to any entrepreneurs is that these are the absolutely beautiful times where you can hunker down, look at your business models, look at unit economics, cut down any flab or any extra pieces of muscles that you have built in the last 10 years.
I'll cut you here. In fact, there's a very interesting comment which has come from Naman, who's saying that आप लोग सब इतने positive बातें कर रहे हो. It's been 6 months I'm into business and I'm into a restaurant and I am stuck. So what do we have to say to Naman? Anybody who has something to say to Naman? Yeah. You're muted, Mr. Tikku. Up unmute.
So, again, this restaurant is a trade that, we do a lot of work with. And let's accept the fact that, apna, jaise bhai ne bola pehle that, the first 15, 20 days were crazy. And, the only thing was that, if you don't have liabilities or, you don't have, regular EMIs going on, you're still at a safer bit. But yes, with regards to restaurants, you have regular rentals, which are like huge. So again, it is not that, everything is rosy, and we are not trying to portray a rosy picture. We are just accepting the reality and we are saying ki bhai lag chuki hai, halat kharab hai. Only thing is one has to accept how to go forward. Jaise bhai ne bola, we need to, cut whatever extra flab that is there. Jahan pe paisa bacha sakte ho, jo tough decisions le dekho, agar apna tang mein dikkat hai, tang to katwani padegi. And, we all have done, our bit of thing. But I think only thing is that things will get better. Usme koi do rai nahi hai. जैसे हम स्टार्टअप में बड़ा सिंपल कहा जाता था कि भैया अपना नाव नहीं डूबनी चाहिए. अगर if you are still sailing, you will still sail through. But only problem is once you drown, then it is a problem. So I think we all have to make our own decisions based on the cash flow that we have and the kind of business that we are in, and we can see how we can change. So I'll just give you one example. If we talk about restaurants, today restaurants have come into, food delivering has started, obviously. Even the premium of the restaurant, I'll take 1 minute because this will take time. Most premium restaurants have come into, home delivery. They would have never thought about it because they are restaurants which are giving experiences. They were actually not selling food, but they have come into it because they have realized one thing, at least some kind of cash flow will be maintained. Our machines are still working, because the biggest problem for restaurants was that if after they open after say 190 days, 110 days, 90 days, will the machinery will be working or not? So they have to just keep it going. So they have taken new changes. Obviously, food delivery. Many restaurants have started DIY, do your own self-kit. They have come into it. So if you see, I have this Dhaba. So Azure Group, they have this chain called Dhaba. So they have come out with these, ready gravies, marinated like spicy tikka and other things. So what they have come out is, they said, okay, kuch to paisa aega. Many restaurants, many bars have come out with various, DIY cocktails where you just get the mix and you mix it with your spirit of choice and you get it. So I think what everybody is doing is accepting the fact, moving forward and saying where we can save money. अगर महीने का 5 लाख का नुकसान है, 5 लाख का प्रॉफिट नहीं कर सकते हो, पर क्या आप 2 लाख का अपना लॉस कम कर सकते हो? Because that will give you probably 2 months of more survival. I think that is simple, that all we want to save. We all have gone through this and we all are facing it, but we are making our changes.
Now this brings to an important question which is related to a panel name also. Now, will this trend change? Will this trend stay, what I mean is, if ISEC says that people have started getting into personal stationery printing, or they have started doing this, they have started coming to laundry leaving dhobis, or the webinar trends which Amit has been given, and all these trends which we are talking about, maybe it's a DY kit, or maybe it's deliveries, how online teaching, for example, or learning, not going to gym, but being into learning it in home, or not going to movies and watching it on demand platforms. How long do you all think, and this is something I would want an answer from everybody, will these trends stay, right? Or what are the trends which you think will stay, and what are the trends you think is temporarily and will see a shift back or a new trend? Yes. Maybe Pranav, we can start from
my short answer. I'll say
anything
that you do for 21 days consecutively, and it becomes a habit, right? So that's my shortest answer to this. I'll leave it to other panels that it is going to be a longer term that we are looking at.
So that's very contradictory to what Pranav is investing right now into all the sports infrastructure. Because in the morning we were talking to Alok, he's saying that everybody is hooked to gaming. So Pranav.
So I think there's two ways to look at it, right? One is an on-ground consumer transactional habit, right? Which is obviously evolved, and people have seen very different habits for purchasing over the last 120 days. But the one more macro overlying thing, in my opinion, is consumer behavior, right? That, for me, the behavior of the consumer versus how they transact don't necessarily always correlate. So I think there's been a massive shift of digital adoption. Online platforms are booming. OTT platforms are seeing numbers like never seen before. But are you telling me that 6 months, any of you, right? आप इतनी देर से घर पे बैठे हो, are you not dying to get out of the house? Right? So I'll give you, so like Varun also said, right? I have a 5-month-old child who was born right before the pandemic, right? So the silver lining for me has been that घर पे बैठ के यार पूरा time I get to spend with the little one, right? But at the same time, I'm asking myself the question that, do I want to get out 12 months from now, 6 months from now, 8 months from now, 10 months from now? The world may not come back to a normal order, right? There may be an inherent risk that will be there. But the human nature is, in my opinion, built to interact socially, right? So digital adoption is fantastic. It allows for a lot of e-commerce to thrive, but social, physical interaction, somebody who plays sports, so I have a football game twice a week, for example. We haven't played in 5 months. I miss it like crazy, right? And I know every single person who we play, we miss it like crazy. How many people have a Sunday game, apni colony mein cricket khelte hain, building wale ke saath cricket khelte hain, right? How many people are missing that, right? So for me, those are all larger consumer behaviors which are going to evolve in how they transact, perhaps, but that consumer behavior is going to come back and find its North Star and saying, I need to go out. I need to interact with people. I need to experience things. The experience may be different, but they still want to physically experience it.
So you're saying, Pranav, things will get back to what it was earlier?
A new normal. I mean, it's never going to be the same again. I think any of us, let me be blunt in saying it, right? If even 5 years from now, if you're in public or aapke baaju mein koi cheekta hai aapke upar, you're probably going to have some sort of a discomfort that will come into you, right? But at the same time, you live in your new world order.
Consumer consumptions in behavior.
I mean, yeah.
Varun, what do you think? Movie theaters will exist, or it will finally shut down in next 2 years? Because Mr. Tikku has already shut down all his events for next 2 years. And even Pranav said that we are seeing 18 to 24 months for sports. So do you think movie theaters will exist?
So I think the answer to that question lies in where in the world you are, right? If you are in the US, the largest cinema chain in the world, AMC, is literally on the verge of bankruptcy at this point. Their shares are trading at 1/20th the value pre-pandemic levels. Is there a real chance that the American consumer behavior will make movie going less interesting? Yes. Is that going to happen in India? Absolutely no. I think what the pandemic has done is that Indians are usually reluctant to try new models. But there are just so many consumer levels that exist in India that there is never a shortage of, So in US, there is nothing called a sold out theater, right? People are never short of tickets. But in India, people are still short of tickets on a Friday evening or a Saturday evening. They want to see a movie, but they can't get tickets, right? So the difference is that this is going to result in serious expansion of the plate. A lot of Indians who went to theaters spent $1,000 in the theater in a single visit. did not see value in paying an OTT platform $200, right? That has changed, but will that mean one will replace the other? No, that's not true. I think both will coexist. In fact, if anything, both will now be something that the consumer is willing to spend on. Because I agree with Pranav that everybody who goes to a PVR and spends $1,000 is dying to do it. At the same time, if they weren't subscribing to multiple OTT services, that has changed. And generally in India, you will see this across sectors, that there will be certain changes in transaction habits, but there will be no fundamental changes in how consumers see value propositions. And to me, that is where this pandemic is actually at the end of the recovery. Once we recover from the immediate shock, going to leave an expanded economy instead of a contracted economy, which is not true for the Western world. If you were in Japan, if you're in France, in Germany, in the UK, in US, then you're really going to be hit with this pandemic, because it's an either or scenario for them. But for us, it will be an and scenario, not so much an either or scenario.
Fantastic, Varun. I'll get back to you. I have a user question also for you. Arun, in fact, a user has written, sir, आपने कहा आपकी 200 फ्रेंचाइजी है यहाँ पे, पैंडेमिक में क्या कोई शटडाउन हुआ, और जो आप पॉजिटिव ट्रेंड बता रहे हो कि लोग धोबी को छोड़कर ड्राई क्लीनिंग पे आ रहे हैं, ये बहुत मिनिस्क्यूल ट्रेंड होगा. So Aruna, what do you have to say? Yes, Aruna.
So in fact, I would actually want to extend the question, and the answer to this question is that what we are seeing is that cleaning industry all of a sudden has emerged as a savior of sorts for lot other industries. So while given the current times and given the current sentiments, not the right thing to say, but I would say that COVID-19 in many ways has been a blessing in disguise for the entire cleaning industry, and not just for laundry or not just for carpet cleaning, but when you go to Facebook, when you go to Instagram, you would suddenly see that there's a huge splurge in the number of ads related to sanitization and disinfection that are coming up. So now literally your barber, your vegetable vendor, your grocer, everybody, it has all of a sudden become a so-called sanitization champion or a sanitization expert, because that is what the market is demanding. And this is something that is not going to go down anytime soon. In fact, we were requested by the government of Haryana, because that is where we are headquartered, that if we could extend our services from just being a pure play laundry player or a home services player to also introduce sanitization and disinfection. And obviously there was an opportunity. So we started a new brand called Sanitization Express. And very surprisingly, we sold about 20 franchisees within 40 days of launching it. So we launched about 40 days back, and we literally have a queue of prospects wanting to become uClean branded sanitization experts. And I see this trend only going to increase in the near future, because this is the kind of demand that we are getting from the market. So as an example, I have some of the largest preschool chains in India and one of the largest gym chain in India that has actually reached out to us, where the first request is that they would want to come in and they would want us to come in and sanitize all their premises. But more importantly, they would want a certificate from us, which they can flaunt on their, as an example, in the principal's office or in all the washrooms, where they would want to clearly and loudly say that this particular premise has been cleaned and sanitized by uClean, because they want to give their customers, who could be a preschool parent, who could be a guy entering into a restaurant, they would want to give them the confidence that they are following the highest possible standards of hygiene and sanitization. So to answer the question, I don't think it is a temporary phenomenon. The amount of migration that is happening is already pretty significant. And this is something that we are seeing across India. But I also see this going to happen over a much longer period of time, and not just for the next 3 to 6 months.
Sure. I think that's a very interesting point, and I had a very interesting insight from this. Yatin, what do you think about the trends? Is the trends of working out at home, the trends of deliveries, groceries being in home, learning online, will it stay?
Well, like I've been hearing everyone, I would say that I completely agree with what the fellow panelists say, that these things, like definitely there's an opportunity for new business models. There were things which we were doing, but a lot of people weren't accepting it, right? Like if Arnav was running Uclean before this, and if he was trying to scale up, I think pandemic has given him an opportunity to scale up faster, right? Because people are understanding hygiene. As Varun said that while there might be OTT platforms who have benefited out of the pandemic, we won't stop going out. In fact, what's going to happen now, we would go out and we will spend more money because we understand we want a more hygienic place. So if I was going to a movie hall where I was spending 200, 300 rupees to watch a movie, today I would actually go to a director's cut or to an Inox Insignia because I know that, okay, there is social distancing is maintained there. They are charging me a premium, but I will get that kind of an experience. So I feel it's more about localization for sure, because people are trying to restrict their movements, right? But wherever they go, whether it's their travel, whether it's going out to socialize, it's gonna be limited, at least in the short term. We won't get to see like 50 people in a room. We might see those 15 people, but with those 15 people, the kind of spend which you will do will be higher. That's my take on it. So adoption for health, hygiene, maybe to some extent lifestyle businesses will go up than going down. And if the positive side to it is that if people are spending on such things, which are expensive things, they'll automatically figure out ways to earn more money, right? Because to afford these services, you got to earn accordingly. And that's where the business models will change, and that's where the standard of living and the earnings will change. That's
Very
my
interesting point, Yatin, you made. What do you think, Amit?
So I echo what Yatin and Parnav said. So I will not spend time on the same thing. To be very honest, the customer behavior will change a little because they have now adapted the technology and they will utilize that. As Yatin mentioned, that the places will be more hygiene. So more people will try to go only those places where they will get a
what about gyms and workouts?
Gyms and workout, yes, that can't be substituted by other stuffs. Definitely, that will come back. Definitely, this will be the tenure. Still, we are into the pandemic era only. We have not over yet, and vaccination will take its own time. So definitely, it will take time. But more certification kind of thing, more hygiene places. So it will come back to the normal. Either we can talk about restaurant, movie theater, or the workout, etc. Means that is human habit. Means we are social animal, and we will go out and we are waiting for that. So no doubt about it.
I think it'll always be a case of when people are comfortable, not if people are comfortable, right? And I think that's where the long-term or medium-term strategies of different companies will always lie, right? Log jaake karne wale hain. Like I think we should say that for all.
No, log na karne wale, and log. I think what I see. Let me talk about the entertainment, where it's restaurant, we talk about, hotels, we talk about travel. I think people, first thing is that, it will come back. I think it'll not only bounce back, it'll bounce back in a bigger way, because what people have realized, which we knew all along, is कि जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा. और अब लोगों ने देख लिया कि भाई अब जिंदगी ना मिलेगी दोबारा, वो पैसा जो इकट्ठा किया है, नहीं किया है, जिए नहीं जिए हैं. I think people will start coming out, living it more, eating out more, traveling more. Obviously, all depends on the personal disposable income of a person. But I know for a fact that lot many. So today, if you ask me, I would actually, if things get normal, want to go out and stay outside for 2 months, because there are two things. One, obviously, I need an outlet. Secondly, I realized that now we have already created too many stories, but no stories are less. So, bhaiya, aur zindagi mein stories banani hai. Tisri baat, the best thing is that we all have realized that you can work remotely.
Okay, so the remote trend will stay. So I have a question for Pranav. Tikku ji, मैं आपको रोक रही हूँ. Pranav, I'll be taking up two questions. The rest of the panelists are waiting. Pranav, I have a question from a user who's saying, sir, you invest into sports infrastructure. Are you also into board games? And can I write to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, the first ever investment that I made back in 2014, I worked with a company and then I sort of invested in them. They made the world's first AI chessboard. It's an IoT gaming device. They're called Square Off. They were India's most successful crowd-funded product. 21-year-old kids from Somaiya College in Bombay who were trying to build a Braille chessboard with the National Association of Blind. Or Braille chessboard banate, they basically realized that they have commercial application. They've sold almost $5-6 million worth of product from India across the globe. So gaming and board gaming is a space I love. Anybody who wants to reach out, Pranav at THINQBATE, thinkubate.com. Always available, always happy to chat. We're learning as well. We're gamers, not as good. Hopefully, we want it to be better. Zindagi bhar khela hai, but now we're trying to sort of figure out that end of it. So yeah, hardware gaming, we're very, very interested.
Sure. And Varun, I have another question from you from Avinash. Avinash is asking, do you think movie theaters will start using free popcorns cashback with to lure audience to come back to movie theaters? Something like what e-commerce did with cashbacks.
So it's a very interesting question, and a lot of people would give you the answer yes. My answer is absolutely no, and I'll tell you the reason for it. This came up in a very interesting discussion earlier with a friend, and he said that, "Yaar, mujhe samajh mein nahi aata. People spend thousands of bucks in a movie theater, but every time startup models are looked at in India, people talk of Indian consumers as consumers who don't want to spend money, right? But people don't realize why that happens. If you are in the US." Chances that you have experienced a free product at any stage for anything are next to none. And hence you perceive value. From a young age, we've all been going to movie theaters, and we have registered in our mind that there is value in the ticket and value in the popcorn, and hence I don't mind spending the $1,000. The problem is in an attempt to achieve scale, e-commerce businesses offer stuff for free and then try and ask consumers to pay for what I have become used to consuming for free, right? And that is where the value perception issue is, right? The minute VR makes the popcorn free, they will never again be able to charge for that popcorn, because if over 2 months you had free popcorn at PVR, and then next time somebody hands you a 300 rupee bill for it, you'll be like, listen, this popcorn is not worth it. But right now, in all our minds, because it was never free, it has a value. So I think it's not going to happen. No free popcorn. No, in fact, the only thing I see going forward, in the long run, ticketing will become more expensive. I agree with what Yatin said, that people will actually start paying more to get a better experience. I would much rather pay slightly higher to keep the seat next to me free than to have somebody breathing down my neck, or go to a director's cut or an Insignia to make sure there is spacing. To make sure that my food, whoever is handling my food at the candy bar or the F&B bar, is properly equipped, is not, their hands are not touching it, none of their facial hair or nasal any sort of nasal air discharge is touching it. So I think the spends will go up in the area.
Sure. Thanks, Varun, for such a detailed answer. And thank you, everybody. I wanted this session to go on and on. Very interesting discussions and so much of positivity about present as well as future. So we have a lot more questions, but maybe we'll ask them to be directed to your social media handles. And thanks, Atan, for being here. All of you who are watching, feel free to reach out all these panelists on their social media, and they'll love to answer your questions or guide you or mentor you. Thank you, Anurag, Amit, Yatin, Varun, Mr. Tikkuji, Pranav, and Isaac. We move to our next panel. Feel free to skip.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Great meeting
everyone.
Thank
you. Bye-bye.
Have you guys here, and I can see Pranay, I can see Nimesh, I can see Vikas, I can see Amit.
Oh, this is Hari.
Oh, so Hari, yeah. Now it says Hari. I can see Hari. It's so amazing
hey,
to
love you guys.
have you guys here, and this is a very interesting discussion that we are supposed to have today. and specifically in the light of the Chinese apps being banned and the tension across the border, and we are talking about can India create the unicorns that India is looking forward to. The NASSCOM study says that we are looking at probably building 100 unicorns in the next few years by 2025. And now that capital, at least from one geographic standpoint, is restricted, do we have within us to kind of build these unicorns? We'll talk about what characteristics are required to kind of make a company big, to take it to the unicorn status. But before I do all that, before I kind of discuss these things with all of you, I would want each one of you to kind of take that time to introduce yourself. Some of you are faces that everybody recognize in the ecosystem, and you need no introduction, but like be it 91 Springboards, Let's Venture, Unitas Capital, Astrac Ventures, right? So, but then maybe starting from Pranay. Pranay, if you could talk more about your journey with 91 Springboard, and maybe talk more about yourself.
Sure. Hi everyone. It's great to be interacting with all of you, and I wish I could see all of you too. For me, a lot of my experience has been in incubation and acceleration space. Prior to 91 Springboard, I was co-heading the incubator at IIM Ahmedabad. And then we started 91 Springboard. Initially, the thought was that we'll become an accelerator. We'll raise some funds and we'll invest in startups. And all these startups will be sitting in a great environment with service providers and different people sitting there. The fund never happened, but interestingly, this great environment really worked. And we became the first co-working startup of India. Now we are at 27 hubs across India and scaled up from there. A lot of what I do still, my interest lies in helping the entrepreneurs and helping them scale.
Okay, so Pranay, just one more thing. If you put the grid layout, you'll be able to see the rest of us.
No, so when all the panelists I'm able to see. I meant the audience.
So the audience, what we are doing is we are streaming this through OBS and then Vimeo, and it's going live on Business World, their website, their media handles, and Zenga TV, and some other media partners. And for all those who are listening to us, keep pouring your questions in on the website startupsummit.live. There's a widget which takes questions for all the panelists, and I'm getting those questions there. I'll be asking that to the panelists. Moving to Nimesh. Nimesh, if you could talk a little about your journey with Let's Venture and more about what you do as a platform.
Right. Thanks, and thanks to everybody to stay up so late on a Saturday evening, right? So I think obviously a lot of you know Let's Venture has been an early stage platform or marketplace, one of the largest in India for raising early stage money. What we are now trying to build is a complete growth stage to the unicorn stage private markets partner, right? So right from early stage to all the way up to unicorn stage, investors would get opportunities to look at startups, be it primary, be it liquidation events. So that is what we are trying to build with Let's Venture Plus. So I'm a recent entrant to this marketplace on this side of the table, being an angel investor on the other side. But yes, look forward to the journey and look forward to participating with the panel here.
Right. So Vikas, over to you, your journey and about Unitas.
Yeah, thanks, Pranav. Hi, everyone. So Unitas is I'll say it's a group basically where, we have interest in private equity funds, investment banking, and NBFC, lending NBFC. So if we talk about private equity funds, then we have 4 funds, 2 in India, 2 outside, and one is fund of funds, which invest in funds, which is with the name Capria. Then investment bank primarily operates in India, and it works for raises funds for companies in the middle age. And the NBFC is a recent venture. It started just 2 years back. It's a SME lending NBFC. So there's a peculiar thing about Unitas is we work in impact space. So any sector which have an impact on the society, we work with them. I'm with them since 2009, 2008, basically when I started in India, and then I joined there. Yeah.
Interesting. So over to you, Hari.
Great, guys. Good to see you again after a very long time. Some of the friends like Pranay, probably I met you like a few years back when we just started out as Stack, and it's been a great journey. So personally, just to give you a small intro, I've been an entrepreneur earlier. 2004 to 2010, ran a startup called Schoolmate. That was a little difficult time for being a startup founder. Venture capital was not very common, right? Like so I keep telling people I just did a mistake of starting up 1 decade early, right? So, but now I think this is the time to be a founder. The decade is really improvised, and the environment is like very, very favorable for founders. Despite COVID, I think we have a lot of opportunities out there, and we've seen like a bunch of companies that I had invested over the last few years, likes of Rapido, PharmEasy. We've seen them scale into significant heights, and we've seen how the overall TAM and the revenue potential has grown as well, just thanks to the number of people who have come online, thanks to mobile and things like that. And we see this is obviously there is a shift in the kind of opportunities that will emerge, but there are fresh opportunities plenty for an entrepreneur who's looking at the new normal, so to say, right? So look forward to discussing some of that. Obviously, challenges with Chinese capital not being available is going to be a big challenge. I already hear a lot of my peers looking at questions like, if Series C doesn't happen, why should I invest in Series B, right? Like if people downstream start asking that question, it's a very difficult environment, right? So would love to discuss some of those challenges as we go.
Right. So asking this to Nimesh, what do you think? Is this a short-term movement wherein I think we have had this problem with China money coming in, Zomato saying that they had some money coming in that's got cancelled, and people are like investors are probably holding some investments, or maybe this would continue. What can we talk about it?
I think so. Firstly, we cannot really preempt what the government will do on that. But if you look at how the numbers are, I think on the impact on the entire ecosystem, obviously it will be definitely short term in terms of how people look at the replacement to the investor that are currently sitting there. And obviously you're hearing names who are coming in right now in these rounds when some of these Chinese names have stepped out. But if I were to just look at some numbers, right, a very broad level, right, the total investment that the startup ecosystem has had since the last few years from China has been around give or take $6 billion, right? And if I were to just dissect that further, out of that, more than $5 billion has gone to the top 11 companies, right? So it doesn't go deep, right? So if I were to look at it that way, I think we have more than 175 companies which are valued more than $100 million, right? Of which around 40 companies have money from China, right? There are another 150 which don't really have any Chinese money. So I think I would not ring alarm bells saying that it's all gloom and doom for startup ecosystem with all the Chinese money going away. But yes, it has a short-term impact, and obviously as we go forward, there will be ways and means, and there will be new investors coming in. You're seeing a lot of interest coming in from some European investors. You're seeing interest coming from Russian investors. Suddenly the world opens up, right? So there's always somebody there who looks at it positively. But as I said, I would look at it in a little different lens, right? It's not all gloom and doom. I don't think so. Entrepreneurs should be dejected or take it very negatively. Yes, there will be some impact, but there are always a lot of venture funds and a lot of strategic partners out there.
Right. In fact, yesterday I was having this conversation with Draper, and he mentioned that these times generally bring out the best opportunities, and I think most of the venture capitalists, rather than holding money back, right, they are looking out for opportunities during these times, because during these times they can probably get the best bets and other things. So I think a question to all of you, and I think I'll ask this first to Vikas, and then we'll move it that way. But then are you guys investing, are really looking forward for opportunities during these times, or are you holding yourself back?
So it's a mix actually. So the prime focus is to make sure the current portfolio sails through. So And unfortunately, not fortunately, obviously, unfortunately, the funds who are in their fag end of their life, maybe who have crossed the 50% of their life, and the COVID has happened now, it will have a great impact on, how the IRRs will work and the exits and all. So that's the first priority. So we have made sure, all our current portfolio companies, they manage to sail through it. So whatever changes are required in the processes as a system, those are done. Then in case any bridge or any, funding is required, we make sure, they have access to the funds. Like, one of the very, so we have one of the portfolio companies which has, a load of employees. So instead of, giving them pink slips, so what we have done is we have tied up with another, say, Swiggy. So all those guys, they had their two-wheelers. So to make sure, they are occupied. So they have joined the Swiggy for the, delivery thing and all. So like those things have happened. But along with that, yes, we are also looking into investment. We have done one investment recently. It has come into news also. So that's also happening. But that's, you can say, the 25% of effort is going towards that.
Okay. So Pranay, this is to you. Being so well connected into the ecosystem, 91 Springboard has been an ecosystem player that's probably connected to most number of startups, right? And you've seen the journey of so many over the years. And during these times, you also announced that 91 Springboard has raised some money, I think 45 CR, right? And specifically at a time when co-working spaces have been the hardest hit, right? So if you could just talk about the availability of capital and how hard or easy it is right now for startups to raise money.
So Pranav, let me split that into two. One is the part of 91 Springboard raising money, and you're right, co-working spaces is massively hit. And in general, like when the businesses are hit, however bold the VCs are, you won't see them take fresh bets easily. So in our case, like you'll see other businesses which have been hit, we went back to our existing investors, and kudos to them. They saw this inherent strength that we've built in the business. They can see the future of how flexibility will be much more in demand, and the kind of support that we have from our customers and the brand value we have there, and they've been willing to support us. So honestly, instead of patting our back, we would want to say kudos to our investors for that. But in general, like if you were going beyond 91 Springboard, if you were asking about startups in general,
right?
I think that's where the entrepreneurial spirits lie, right? Like I know we've invested in one entrepreneur who's focused on education, and within 3 days he had a product up and running, which he was giving out to schools to be able to conduct virtual classes. So, so entrepreneurs, and the earlier the startups are, the more agile they are. And the ones who have been agile, who've been able to pivot their business models or been able to find their path through the current crisis. At least for us, we've seen them being able to raise funds. Mostly the angel money flows faster. So we've seen actually closures of those rounds, and then we know a bunch of our entrepreneurs who've been talking to bigger VCs, and there seems to be a lot of, like, in the sense the conversations are positive. I think the sign on the dotted line should happen soon.
Okay. Wow. So Hari, on that note, what's your view? Are there opportunities available, funding coming in? How do you see the sector shaping up? Are you yourself looking at something right now?
For sure. I think, broadly, volumes have dipped. Definitely, there is no two ways about it, right? So funds are, as Nimesh and Pranay mentioned, like the focus is on the current portfolio, right? Like when he's patting the back on the current investors, that means that 45 crores has come into, supporting Springboard rather than, new investors taking that position and existing investors deploying that money in new startup investments, right? So that's largely happening in every portfolio. We see that as well in ours as well. So that being the case, there are new and aggressive investments that are still happening. But again, the threshold of investments is much higher now. The kind of opportunities are also different. we're seeing a lot more opportunities in areas such as edtech, health tech, gaming. Definitely, they are seeing very good traction these days, and because they're seeing good traction, new investments eventually follow, right? So you can't keep a great business away from investors like us for too long, right? Like we are all eager to support such businesses. So definitely, so that brings in investors. So roughly, I would say my ballpark sense, I don't have real numbers to track, but I think volumes are probably 25-30% of what they used to be in a comparable period. But investments continue to happen. That's a good part. And I see that sort of coming back. Let's say, for example, with most of Bangalore, offices being open, friends going to offices, both funds and startups. I think business is sort of getting onto track, and slowly the numbers are going to come. In our portfolio, also we're seeing numbers coming back, even in the consumer demand side. Numbers are picking up. So I think it's going to come back over a period of time. Not very fast, but definitely in that direction.
Okay. Nimesh, coming to you. So Let's Venture as a platform. Do you see a lot of startups coming in right now because of COVID? And is there a more demand for people looking for money right now? Or is it that people probably are struggling with pivoting their models and they don't know if this is the right time to raise money, right? So how do you see, because being a marketplace, you kind of can judge and evaluate?
So let me talk about two things, right? One is the early stage and one at the growth stage, which we are working on. I think, and as Hari mentioned, there are COVID positive companies in terms of which have been benefited because of COVID and work from home and, the entire ecosystem. So at the growth stage level, we ourselves have just completed around, raising almost $1 million for a edtech startup, right? So I think there is money coming through, right? When you have the right companies in the fray. In fact, on our early stage platform, right, for the month of June, right, we had a record number of startups that we have raised money for in the last few years since the time we began our journey. And we have raised almost, I think, to the tune of around 16 crores. So you're seeing HNIs participating, you're seeing family offices participating. I think a lot of domestic capital companies are also good, right? Even for early stage, even that money coming in the growth stage, it's a pretty good sign. And as Hari was mentioning, as Pranay was mentioning, there are funds also looking at it, just as Unitas also mentioned. I think you are seeing a mix of funds. The family office is a new investment class that has come into picture, right? Which was non-existent 4-5 years back. Today, we ourselves have around more than 150 family offices on our platform. Right? So we are seeing a lot of interest coming from that side as well to participate in growth stage deals, and obviously that is something that is also a very positive sign, right? Because it's not only now venture funds. Yes, obviously they also move pretty fast. I must say that. So I think what was happening was, at one side you were seeing the venture funds, not only Chinese but others, coming down, right? They were going from Series E to B to C to almost to A, right? And on the other side now, I think the family office ultra HNIs want to go up, because over a period of time the learning is gone up, right? Just from earlier you see them only in the early stage, but people want to now also come into the unicorn stage. Right? So you see both the kind of movement happening, and which is, I think, good for the ecosystem. At the moment it deepens and you have more participants, I think that is a good sign, right? Then it not only limits yourself to investment. I think everybody just talks about the word investment, but I think somewhere exits is also not spoken about. So once you have more participants coming in, you have deeper engagement, and I think that also comes to play. Right? So I think we are directionally you're moving in the right direction. Obviously, this is one hiccup where Chinese investments have paused or slowed down. I don't know what is the right word there, but I think it benefits the system as an overall thing.
Right. So between a lot of other sessions, this session is something that a lot of people relate to? Is something that everybody is seeking for, right? Because most of the entrepreneurs already have some kind of a business model, but then capital is what everybody is looking for right now, because they understand when businesses get hit, capital is what kind of keeps them afloat, right? So that brings me to my next question. I'll direct that to Vikas and probably take opinion from others. Vikas, so what is it that as an investor or as a fund, what is it that is being looked at? You being more from a finance side, you could probably say that, okay, so as an investor, if I'm kind of preparing my pitch deck, preparing my projections, and what is it that should ideally be there so that I stand a good chance to get money?
So basically, it differs based on, which, what is the life cycle of your, company or the investment you are seeking for. If it's a startup, and obviously, there won't be much history of the business and all that stuff. So obviously the first thing investor looks into is the promoter, the idea and the promoter basically, right? And the passion behind it. It shouldn't be like, the promoter will run away after, say, trying for a year. He's just trying his luck, and after that, he just run away. So that I talk about, say, startups. And then once you, move slowly and slowly up in the, life cycle, then other things start becoming important, which obviously your traction, your budgets, how you have been, what you forecasted and how much you have been, able to achieve. Like we all know the numbers are, when you see these budgets, when people pitch to you for the investments, they are just, the business plans are just, after second year, they just skyrocket. So, so that kind of traction, if you are actually getting, and the customer, how customer stickiness, how it is, whether, your product or your services are getting acceptance in the market. So all those things goes a, long way along with other things. And certainly when you pitch, then other things are very important. Your, the way you present, your summaries and all that stuff.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. So Pranay, what's your view on this? Like if you were to kind of tell an entrepreneur to raise, as in who's looking at raising money, what are the exact things that he should keep in mind? And I know this is not a perfect formula, but then because you've been interacting with so many people who have raised money, what's your advice to them?
Here, so I'll talk about it in a different sense, more from like how do you prepare versus really giving a laundry list of points on which VC will judge you. My suggestion to entrepreneurs is when you're talking to a VC, don't start your conversation in a manner where you assume that this is like a report card where you have to get 10 points on each and every of those sub-subjects, right? It's a conversation. If you go in and you start just rattling with a team SEO, okay, Vikas has given me 10 points here. Now, yes, here I've got 10 points. It doesn't work. It has to be a good conversation, and your focus is to ensure that you're able to communicate what you're thinking is going to be massive, right? It has to be big. It has to be massive. If you can communicate that, if you can communicate what value you're bringing, think through like two things you would want to have. You have started an institute. You are as an finance minister, that comes out in the communication. I think if you're able to do that and if you're able to get the attention, post that, hopefully you'll get multiple meetings where you'll be able to tell the rest. I thought I'll say something different because otherwise we'll give the same list.
Absolutely, absolutely. So,
Pranav, I'll add just one more thing here.
Yeah.
One more thing is like, you should do your homework, before moving out. So every investor specialize. So like, where Nimesh may be investing, where Hari may be investing, Unitas may not be investing. So you should actually, go to the websites of the investors and look into there. So if you go to say Unitas website, you will find, it says the questions which investors generally ask. So there is a section there. So you can, prepare in advance. So I think that will help a lot.
That's a very valid point, because not every investor is looking at the same things, right? And while you would be looking at impact ventures, somebody else would be looking. So yesterday Fabrice was here. He's probably done a lot of interesting investments across the world. So Fabrice was saying and mentioning how marketplace startups are more important to them, and somebody else would be focusing on something else, right? So I think it's very important that a startup understands that not everybody would be investing in their venture, and that'll probably kind of make things a lot easier, knowing exactly who would be interested in their kind of business model, right? So Hari, coming to you. Hari, are you more of an entrepreneur? Are you more of an investor? So which role do you like more, right? Being an entrepreneur that you were earlier, or an investor? What suits you best? And do you see yourself changing hats somewhere in the future?
Absolutely. I think no, great question at an appropriate timing as well. This is a time sort of I'm trying to switch hats. So once I was an entrepreneur, went to become a VC investor, and then now I'm sort of looking at becoming an entrepreneur again. So it's a very both are very interesting. Both have their sort of pluses and minuses in that sense. So while I was an entrepreneur, I really loved what I was doing, but it was a tad too long the same thing, right? Like 6 years selling software to schools was a little too boring, right? It's not a sexy thing to do daily. I don't get like, so energetic to go and sit in front of a school principal and try and explain software which she doesn't understand, right? Like, and probably doesn't even have the delegated, power to buy, right? Like then it goes into multiple things, etc. But over a larger time frame, we did a transformational thing, right? Like we were able to bring a concept of, bringing out the value from a software at education institute, etc., etc. So over a long term, it's very fascinating. But coming to, let's say, the last 6 years, 7 years of my life being an investor, that's a time I've been, enriched with knowledge, meeting smart people day in, day out, right? Like the energy oozes from every meeting, and sort of, it's a very, frequent or a daily, gratitude that you get, and it's amazing as well. So one thing that was lacking in the VC job was you enjoy getting new ideas, meeting new people, etc. You have a portfolio which sort of does a lot of things. You sort of want to give some ideas to your portfolio founders, and suddenly you see them, picking and choosing some parts of it, not choosing the whole of it, right? Like you suddenly think, okay, I mean, if I were them, I would really do A, B, C, D. And they're doing only A, B, and then doing E, F, not doing the C, D, right? Like, so that's when really it's sort of, itches to do something more operationally, but that your role is a bit nuanced with the founder, and sort of subtly, give them some sort of exposure or your peace of mind, and then let them choose what they think, right? They build on what they sort of believe a lot more in what they're doing. So coming back to a founder's role, you think probably you'll be able to do a lot more of that. Right, you'll get your hands more dirty, and that gives that energy as well, right? You need that adrenaline rush again. So a bit of entrepreneurial, role gives that. Obviously, investor role gives you a wide variety of sort of great ideas and great energy to sort of come back as well. So that's my, if I have to pick, I would love to do both simultaneously, right? Like that's the best thing to do. Yeah, if I can sort of continue the investment journey to get that freshness of thought, sort of have that larger network, and have that adrenaline rush of doing my own thing, I think that's the best thing. Probably, the biggest gurus like Warren Buffett keep doing it, right? Like they run their own, full businesses, while at the same time they continue to invest. So that's a great opportunity. I see Pranay doing that as well, right? So while he's continuing to, run his own co-working space ecosystem, he also does investments with his in his own capacity as well. So that's a great, place to be in.
So Nimesh, at this juncture, while we are talking about unicorns, the coveted $1 billion club, do you think every startup should aim at that? Is it like like the unicorn status, it's become more like having six-pack abs, right? So everybody is kind of looking at that. Do you think that's the right approach, or it's just fine to kind of just say that I'm solving a problem, I don't know where it reaches? Would investors be interested in ideas that probably can't be unicorns but still are making a difference, right? So your view on that?
So I think my view on that, and just as the word unicorn comes from Silicon Valley, right? Unicorn is an illusionary word, I think, right? The another word that you hear now in these times is camel, right? I would want, and every entrepreneur should aspire to be a camel, create a sustainable business, create something that stays over time. I think if there is value, it will come through it. But I think if you target something which is an illusion and which is not real, you may get lost on the way. So I think let's go for a real target. And I think a camel is the right animal there. And I think that again comes from the Silicon Valley. That's the new buzzword that started there. So I think that is what I would want, wish, and every entrepreneur should aspire to become. Right?
Yeah. So whenever there are problems, we hear of all these different animals, from camel to cockroach and all of that, right?
So I think today is the time to be camel. I think create a business which is sustainable over different kinds of times. So if you even go back to 2008 crisis, right? And a lot of sustainable business came through that. You had Uber come through that, you had Airbnb come through that, right? Which have all gone and become very large. I think the list goes on, the esteemed panel here will throw in a lot more names. But I think what is critical is to you identify the problem, you got the solution, get the right customer fit, and just go with passion and create a big business idea, which is sustainable and for the long term.
Sounds good. So on that note, Vikas, being a numbers person, do you think growth and profitability can't go hand in hand? And a startup looking at massive growth probably needs to compromise on profitability. So what's your view on that? Vikas, your mic is on mute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, with the current times and, the era of 2015-16 is gone now, right? So you can't think of growth without profitability now. So it's like the investors want both, certainly, right? But they don't want to now compromise on profitability to achieve growth, to scale the business. And so now the ideas of burning cash, and now there is no second SoftBank, right? Who will come and you will keep on pumping money in and you can keep on burning. So all those things have gone now. They're the history. So both has to come hand in hand, and obviously growth is important, but not at the stake of profitability, because and with the COVID step now, there can be situations where you need these cash reserves and the profitable business. Growth you won't be able to sustain a highly scaled business without any profitability and without cash resources reserves in these kind of situations. So yeah.
Right. So Pranay, two questions to you. One I'm picking from the audience questions, and one is a question that's coming from my side. So recently I've been seeing Facebook ads by 91 Springboard where I see a different logo. Okay. And that's probably after you've raised recent money, and I see you getting into education. 91 did experiment with 91 University, and I think now there are some American education brands that you're kind of bringing to India, right? So is there a change of business model, and has COVID been responsible for that? So that's the first part. Second, I'm just picking up a question from Prabhanshu Chauhan. Prabhanshu says, what's the role of an advisor in a startup, and how to find an advisor mentor? This I'm directing to you because you've been advising so many startups in India. So two questions to you, right?
Sure. So on the change of strategy, honestly, the idea has always been that, at least for us, we are very focused on creating a community and how can we add value to the audience that we have, right? And that's where the thought process of entrepreneurs, if they're not coming to office every day, what else do they need? What else kind of support they need? Their team, what kind of support they need, right? And that's what's bringing all of that together. Logo was an exercise we kicked out. We had started a lot earlier, and is linked to also both internal and external communication about how our brand we want to evolve and we want to grow in a different direction, right? But like I won't think of it as a pivot really. Like even what we're doing right now, it's kind of doing more variety of work which works in the current environment, right? But nothing taking away from the core of co-working.
Okay.
On the advisor part, right? And I think very interesting question. It's there is a lot of serendipity to it, right? Like finding the right mentor or finding the right advisor. Typically, to me, it is not just about the. So there are two elements of it, right? There's an element of the complementarity. What is it that you need from the advisor? What the person is bringing onto the table, and then the second part of it is how you click, right? Like you might that the other person might be the greatest advisor, but it's not clicking, right? So that's where my general advice to entrepreneurs is: don't start with I have to find an advisory board. Here is a list and let me attack them, right? Just go to people, meet them, take advice. You'll be surprised how a lot of people, very senior people, are so willing to help entrepreneurs, right? Just a cold message saying, I need a genuine help, not a fundraising disguised as a help, right? A very genuine, here is a question, here's a problem I'm facing. This is why I believe you might be a good person to talk to. Can I get like 30 minutes of your time or 1 hour of your time? It typically works. Also, don't think of one person as being like this perfect advisor who can solve everything for you. In my case, I'll tell you, there are a couple of people I go to think through. They help me think through how to manage team, how to manage co-founder relationship, and just like how to think through scale, right? And then there's someone else I might go to figure out how to fundraise at that size. So just do that, right? Talk to a lot of people, request help to help you brainstorm through the questions you have in mind. And then over time, you will figure out here are a few advisors you want to maybe create a more formal relationship.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. So again, a question that I'm picking from the questions that have come from audience. Ramesh Singh asks, and I'm kind of directing this to Hari. He says, will you prefer to bet on a founder who has failed earlier?
I think definitely yes. I think a failure is probably, a learning ground, probably a lot more than success, because you continue to think as to why you failed, right? Like, but one test I would love to, try and do on this entrepreneur is, if he has failed, what are the learnings that he has had, and is he able to sort of assimilate and articulate that really well, right? So that is very important to understand. But definitely, I think someone who has failed is probably a lot more hungry, and generally we're actually happy to sort of talk and understand how was his journey, sort of what are the different aspects, and it's a conversation, right? So like Pranay was also saying, like we also tend to learn from these conversations. So I think we have to break the equation that investor is always on a higher pedestal, right? So it's definitely not. Like we've seen like lot more knowledge and wisdom coming from founders, and the only benefit we have is like we get that from 10 founders and sort of give it to the 11th founder, so they think we have 10 times the wisdom. It's not really that, right? Like we've been sort of rehashing wisdom from multiple people, so we continue to do that. So I think learning from failures is a definitely a big thing.
Hari, we'll put you on the spot. The question was prefer, so you would prefer a failed entrepreneur or a successful entrepreneur? We'll put you on the spot.
No, absolutely. I think a successful entrepreneur definitely has the better story to tell, right? To be frank, I think it's easier if someone has delivered an exit 3x, 4x, 5x, 10x, or has successfully fundraised multiple rounds. I think it's far easier for him to go out and fundraise as well, right? Like so, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be frank on that. So there's no thing as much as probably one would like to give a equivalent this thing. The world is unfair, so that's how it operates.
Right. So just a few more questions in, and we'll move to the next panel. So there's this question where an anonymous user had asked the Chinese ban on the Chinese ban of TikTok. Are you looking at investing in clones of such apps? Is this a temporary phenomena, or there would be some opportunities because of the ban on Chinese apps? So maybe Nimesh, if you could say, and then probably I'll ask others, right?
No, I think so that obviously opens up opportunity, right? TikTok had, I think, what, 70 million users, right? So obviously, I think you're seeing a lot of Indian companies have tried to raise funds there. I think people are doing rounds, fundraisers. Obviously, that's an opportunity. You don't know how consumer ultimately behavior will pan out, right? So whether TikTok comes back or it never comes back, or some of these guys will become pretty large, and you're seeing the numbers out there. I think everybody here on this panel would be tracking the numbers of downloads. It's in millions, right? Each of these apps are gaining in millions, and I think if there is a formidable company that comes out with a similar offering, and I think it takes the market, it takes the market. Whether the consumer moves back to the old behavior or not is only time can tell you that.
Right. So Vikas, this question that I'm picking up, what's the vetting criteria? I think Samrat Shah is asking this. What's the vetting criteria that an investor would use?
So I'll take it from the startup angle. So obviously, as I said earlier, first is the idea and the people. They are the two most important things. And the first thing is, idea shouldn't be a Me Too idea. Big Basket came, it became hit, and then 10 more Big Baskets came in, and I think only 1 or 2 are surviving, and rest all are closed, right? Then the people needs to be passionate. Their background should be there. They should know what they are doing. It should be like, as Hari said, it's a conversation with the promoter, right? And investor can gauge whether this idea is as important for the promoter as the breathing as itself, as it to take the oxygen in the body. That's there, and then obviously the team and other things comes into picture after that. But I think if the idea and the people are not perfect, then obviously the discussion stops at that point only, and no more explanations are required.
Interesting. So views from Pranay and Hari, and then we move to the next panel. Pranay, your few pearls of wisdom for the entrepreneurs who are watching us live today, if you were to kind of give them advice during these specific tiring times where the pandemic has hit all of us.
Whoa, pearls of wisdom, man. That's pressure. I think, let me put it this way, and kind of linking to the topic also, right? I think the startup machinery in India has just got created, right? Like everyone who's feeling like, oh, Chinese money is going, what will happen? People started like, these are companies which are already there, etc. Nothing like it. I think startup machineries just got created, and the oil in the machinery, honestly, is money, but it flows because of exits. And that's something we've started seeing in India now, right? Like Let's Venture is doing an amazing job on thinking through creating secondaries and all of that. And once that happens, and that's got created already, you're seeing how Binny Bansal, Sachin Bansals, and all of this money is coming back into the market, how they're advising. Once the exits start created, better entrepreneurs, experienced entrepreneurs start getting created. Angels are coming in, angels who have experience of scaling up businesses in a startup-y fashion. VCs are able to prove outcome, more LPs get created, and all of that is happening now, right? Like Hari said that he was a decade earlier in entrepreneur. I'm sure entrepreneurship, I think like a few years later, he'll say I was a decade earlier in VC also, right? Like I think now is the time to create awesome VC funds too. So as an entrepreneur, I think the same applies to you. It's now is a time to be entrepreneurs. There are a lot of problems still to be solved. I think let's just get to it. That's what I'll say.
Wow. So Hari, something from your side before we move to the next panel. What would you say to the generation of entrepreneurs watching us right now?
Well, I don't know if I can sort of put it in 3-4 words like that. I think this is a great time. I mean, the sort of downside that we're seeing of demand going down, etc., is a temporary phenomena. I mean, one of the founders I was talking to in my portfolio, he told me this, right? Like 2 years ke baad mein, like we'll just forget that there was something called COVID, right? Like the world would be moving, as fast as it was moving, and like people would have sort of, forgotten what we have gone through. So I think that is the world that we need to sort of envision and see and, prepare for that. I think we should draw the energy from the future and not, forget that there is opportunity that's up for the grabs, right? Like 2 years hence. And all of us are building for 3 years hence, 5 years hence, including investors are investing for an exit that's going to come later, right? Like, so I think the time is there in front of us. The world is not going anywhere, right? This temporary thing shall too pass, right? As wise men said. So yeah, go continue creating great value, and value capture will happen at some point in time. So that's the goal, and that's the energy giving thing for us for now.
So go ahead and create value, right? Lovely words. On that note, I would want to thank our panelists, Nimesh, Pranay, Hari, Vikas, for taking out the time and contributing so amazing insights and thoughts, and answering questions from the audience. A heartfelt thanks to all of you. Surbhi, if you would want to add and probably introduce the next panel. I'm really happy that we were able to have this conversation, and that was really insightful. In fact, a lot of friends, Akshay Chugani, there are other people who are saying that I was so happy to kind of hear everybody here. We've been meeting on so many of these physical formats, but kind of meeting all of you and hearing virtually was an amazing experience. So Surbhi, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Hari. So good to see you. So good to see you, Vikas, Pranay, Nimesh. In fact, this entire stream is going on Business World page. It's going on Zynga TV. It's going on Startup Summit Live and getting blogged at several places. So your word of inputs and wisdom is definitely going to a lot of entrepreneurs. I would want that, can entrepreneurs write to you who are listening to you, who will listen to you? Can they write to you, and if we can give your email IDs to them or social media handle to them so that they can write to you with their business deck or proposal? That will be nice. If you can just quickly tell them your social handles or email IDs on to all the people listening to you, all the first-time entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs.
Yeah, because more than anything else, entrepreneurs want investor email IDs or mentor email IDs, so to say.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll jump in. So social media is Googleable, honestly, so you can find that. Just I prefer it if you write me on LinkedIn, you might end up getting a faster response. Put me in the mentor bracket. I have helped a lot of startups and we accelerate a few startups, but I'm not an investor. So just probably if you're looking for fundraising, you should focus on the others.
But Pranay can definitely connect startups to a lot of investors. That I'm sure of, right?
I'll be happy to talk to you and help wherever I can. So feel free to write me on LinkedIn.
So I'm there on Twitter, LinkedIn, Nimesh Kampani. You can just search me up, and you can. I think LinkedIn is the best place to get connected if there is anything on any side. On the investor side, startup, we are a marketplace, right? From any stage of company, right? So happy to interact with all of you.
Same. So just take my second name spelling correct, because people add H there and they know they don't find me. So you can find me anywhere, like what everyone is saying. So I think LinkedIn is the best thing to connect, best place to connect. So, yeah.
Hari.
Yeah, I didn't have my second name, so I'm just adding it. So Hari Krishnan.
Yeah.
Again, look up on LinkedIn, and if it's directed to Astak Ventures, info@astakventures.com. Reaches the team, and they'll be actively looking. I would be on a transition, so my new email ID is yet to be created. I'll let you know soon once that's done. Absolutely.
So, Hari, this has been news, and I'm glad I got to hear this on this panel that you're wearing your entrepreneurship hat again. So lovely having all of you here. I'll reconnect with all of you individually. Thanks, Achan. And it's a dinner time. I know you gave this time. In fact, we had very tough time scheduling this summit because we have speakers from 10 different time zones. And hence we had to start it from 3 p.m. and take it till 10 p.m. Thanks, Achan. Have lovely
So thanks
dinner.
all of you, and thanks, pleasure being invited here, and pleasure to get to meet all of you friends again. Thank you.
Always,
Yeah.
always.
Thank you. Thanks, Pranav. Thanks,
Bye.
thanks everyone.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So we moving to our next panel. In fact, this is so connected, and I'm sure everybody having this marathon learning since morning, since yesterday. Today we talked more about consumers. We talked about more about business models, different business model COVID has brought about. We talked about how markets are reacting to it, how investors are reacting to it, how entrepreneurs are looking at different trends. Now we have a very fantastic panel, and it's cross-border. We have individuals from 4 different countries out here. And in fact, we will be talking about what's with Indian startup ecosystem compared to other world. And I'm handing it again to Pranav Bhatia, who will be taking this ahead. Pranav, over to you.
No, I think Varun would be coordinating. I'll just be supporting him. The idea here for this discussion is how are expatriates, internationals, people from all across the world looking at India as an, is the Indian ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, has there been a change of sentiment lately? What's the view that people in Dubai, Switzerland, other places, what's the kind of view that people share? So Varun, over to you. You can just take it forward. You're on mute.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pranav. Hi, everyone. Hi, members of the audience. Hi, Brian, Anurag, and Aaron. And I'll be moderating the session. My name is Varun Malik. I'm the CEO of a company called Consolidon. It's a startup. We started about 4 years back now. It's an ecosystem of boutique consulting firms. So we have a digital platform where we make connections between clients and boutique consulting firms. Today's discussion is about the Indian startup ecosystem, what an entrepreneur or a global citizen's perspective is. So I'd like to divide this into 4 main segments, if that's okay. The first segment, I'll ask each panelist to introduce themselves and talk to us a little bit about what they do, as well as their involvement in the Indian startup ecosystem, if at all, right? The second segment, we're going to be talking about the perception from your respective viewpoints, the perception of the Indian startup ecosystem. The third segment is going to be we'll talk about increasing learning, both from the Indian ecosystem, startup ecosystem, as well as how Indian entrepreneurs can learn from other ecosystems. And then finally, we'll be touching briefly upon investment, both to Indian startups as well as companies across the globe looking at India and looking at Indian investors to invest in their organizations. So if I can start with you, Brian, an introduction and how are you involved in the Indian ecosystem, if at all?
Wonderful. Well, nice to be here, first of all. Nice way to start a Saturday. I don't know whether people will be ending a Saturday, but it's a good start for me. So my name is Brian McMahon. My details are on the screen if anybody wants to find me just afterwards. You can find me pretty easy on LinkedIn. I am the founder of an accelerator in Southern California, which is called Expert Dojo. We are the largest investor by deal numbers in Southern California in the startup ecosystem. And we're even more aggressive these days. We're probably investing in 1 company per week right now, and probably over the next 8 weeks, we'll probably invest in about 2 companies per week. The investment checks are pretty small. We put $100,000 checks into the companies, so we consider our money to be irrelevant or immaterial. We do not have LPs outside. We don't have a fund. It's our money. We put it in. We don't like to be answerable to other people as to the companies that we invest in. And everything we do is about international trade and borders. So I'm originally Irish. I live in the United States, have done more or less for about 20 years here and there amongst 40 or 50 other countries. So, you know, what I've learned about the world is we're all the same, and that there's opportunity everywhere. And to go searching in a small pool is pretty silly. But one pool is bigger than another pool just by the nature of the unfairness of life. So we have this great perspective of the world. We believe that America, at least for another 10 or 15 years before, you know, countries like India and maybe China and a bunch of other countries take over the mantle, but America still retains the title as, you know, #1 country in the world for entrepreneurship, just because the money is mainly there for the moment. So because of that, we wanted to create a bridge to America from the rest of the world. So we invest in startups, a lot of startups in Africa. We love Africa as a continent. We've invested in startups in Taiwan and Japan. We used to invest in a bunch of startups from Israel. The Middle East, we've invested in startups in Egypt, and we've done London, and we've done even Ireland, God forbid. We did one company in Ireland, but that'll be the last one. And we love India. India has kind of moved in the last year or so to being our #1 place in the world. And so when I look at #1 place in the world, so we obviously have a massively diverse portfolio each time. We bring about 12 companies in a pop, and pretty much 40, 60 females to males. So we're happy with all that stuff. But India has moved really to our #1 on the charts for a number of reasons. And #1, great companies coming through. Number two, actually, let me move #1 to huge population, right? You've just got a monster population which can eat any other population anywhere alive. So a massive consumer base. You've always had phenomenal entrepreneurs. Like our relationships with organizations like TIE, which is the Indian investment community over the United States, has always been monster. So we've seen how Indian companies have come through, but being CTOs a lot of the time as they've broken through in companies, they're turned into LPs of funds, angels and investors. And now there's this huge community in the United States. And then as we became friends with that massive community, we started to get to know just really big investors over in India, really big startups. And I think in our current cohort, the largest amount of startups that we will invest in will all be Indian. So yeah, it's just a great time for India right now.
Brilliant, Brian. Thank you for that great introduction. So I'll go to you next, Anurag. So same question, introduction of yourself and how you're connected with the Indian ecosystem.
Thank you, Varun, and thank you, Startup Summit team, for inviting me on this panel. And hello, everyone. I'm Anurag. I've been involved with an Indian ecosystem back since like 2013, when I started working with an edtech startup, but pretty much got involved then on the ecosystem, support side, building the ecosystem and the community with Techstars back in 2014. So I spent good 6 years with Techstars, building the Techstars in the region, in India and in APAC, in larger communities around early stage investment and how we can, plant the seed of entrepreneurship to democratize this access to entrepreneurial opportunity in the ecosystem. So that's how I started my career, pretty much in the ecosystem support side. Recently, I've joined SeedStars, where we focus on the emerging markets, helping entrepreneurs in emerging markets, in frontier markets around the world. And I'm leading the partnerships there for Asia. So primarily, how do we, expand our programs and investments and the accelerations and the programs to support entrepreneurs in their journey from pretty much early stage till the investments, get them ready for investments. So SeedStars is a Swiss organization headquartered in Lausanne, Geneva, but our operations are in around 80 plus emerging markets. So that's what we do, and happy to share my experience of working in the larger region. I'm based in India, not an expat, but my work has last in 5-6 years has allowed me to travel to almost 60 countries in these regions in emerging markets to meet entrepreneurs, to meet the ecosystem leaders, anyone who is kind of supporting the entrepreneurs. So that kind of got me diverse experience of just challenges, opportunities, and also better understanding of, Indian ecosystem when you actually have a chance to look outside and then again come back and then see how far we have come through and how far we have to go through. So it's been a good learning that way. So happy to kind of share.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anurag. And Aaron, you know the drill. So introduction and how you're connected to the Indian startup ecosystem. I did forget to mention, I'm not actually based in India. So I'm based in the UAE in Dubai. Sorry, Aaron.
No worries. Hey, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. And yes, Startup Summit, thank you for having me. All right, so a little bit about me. Essentially, I run two organizations. One of them builds solar-powered classrooms, which are built out of shipping containers in partnership with the United Nations. So we build those in UNHCR refugee settlements, and then we also build those in northern India, in Uttarakhand. And something that's emerged out of those is that they create the baseline infrastructure or infrastructural foundation for programming to actually take place on top of them. So now what we see is that within the solar power classrooms, both in Uganda and India, we are actually seeing entrepreneurs being trained on some of our curriculum to become just better entrepreneurs. So Anurag, I'd actually be keen to connect with you and see if any of your programming can or should come across.
Absolutely.
The other organization that I run is called Simbi. It's a reading platform. And it's essentially the most effective way to read, where you've got two groups of people. One group are narrating content into Simbi. They understand that when they read aloud or narrate, Simbi takes their voice and takes the text, brings it together, so that students who are learning English or other languages, they can now press play. They can actually listen to your voice, and a highlighter algorithm is moving along for them. And so that bimodal way of reading and listening is the most effective way to read. And then when students do narrate, we're able to give them, their teachers, and their parents data on how well their literacy is improving. That said, my work and involvement in the Indian startup ecosystem, I guess, goes back about 5 years, just from having a nonprofit that operates in the region. So Simbi Foundation is a nonprofit and Simbi is a for-profit tech company. And it has been absolutely inspiring to see just the growth of the growth and talent that exists in the Indian economy. I remember I was presenting at the I5 Summit, which is, I guess, IIT and IIM engineers and MBA students coming together, and just seeing a lot of my preconceived notions were really, really taken aback in understanding just the type of talent and how competitive of an industry it is. And just that jugaad, frugal innovation that seems to kind of spill through the economy and ensures that we're moving faster than ever before. And so I'm always blown away, mesmerized, and I learn a great deal from it. So very much looking forward to this conversation.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone. So we'll move to the next segment now, where we'd like to talk about what your perceptions are about the Indian startup ecosystem, and perhaps if you have some more insight, perception versus reality as well, right? So perception when you started and what the reality was. So Aaron, I'll bring you in first with a question. How did you decide to come to India, and how did you decide to choose Uttarakhand as a place to begin operations? And what was your perception before? What's your perception now, or your knowledge of reality in the Indian startup ecosystem?
Absolutely. So we actually started off in Delhi and then expanded into Uttarakhand. The reason we did this is actually quite a funny one. I was in India on my way to give a TED Talk, and I was flying from Mumbai to Delhi, and the airport internet wasn't working for me. And I asked a woman sitting next to me, hey, would you mind telling me how you're getting the Wi-Fi to work? And she was using her own little router. Long story short, she asks what I'm doing here. I explain I'm giving this talk. She says, oh, that's really cool. I'd like to come check it out. Next thing I know, she's at the conference,
5 months after that, she's with us in the Ugandan refugee settlements. And 6 months after that, she's actually launched Simbi Foundation India and did it with quite a bang. And essentially the rationale behind it was her saying, you know what, I love what we're doing in Uganda, but there's actually a lot of this need to improve access to education and to support with additional programming in India. So why don't we do that? So to be completely honest, that's how it started there. Now, in terms of perception versus reality, what has been the most interesting learning for me, and I've had the opportunity to work both in rural and urban centers. And so what I find just remarkable within the Indian context, and someone who I spend a lot of time in Eastern Africa, so I've been able to see quite a few different comparable socioeconomic structures, but see very large differences. And something that really stands out to me about India in particular is this remarkably high baseline education that you see at quite a young age, and you see really penetrating very rural communities. And that just filters all the way up. And so even in universities outside of Uttarakhand, in these more rural areas, you are seeing just incredible amounts of innovation. I'm looking at entrepreneurs who really don't have much money to rub together, but they're buying Raspberry Pi microcomputers. They're buying BeagleBone microcomputers. They are really very frugally innovating in a way that you don't see in too many places. And so I think one of the main learnings, just as an aside, the holding company that runs Simbi is actually called Jugaad Ventures Inc. It's really it's a mentality that has really stuck with me. And so something that has really stayed is how in North America, there's this tendency to, you raise your first round. So you'll raise, $500K at a $5 million valuation or whatever it is. And quite often you see these entrepreneurs, they're not actually ready to handle that initial capital investment. They don't have the team in place. They don't know how to fully utilize that funding. And it ends up being wasted to some extent. And so what's really interesting and inspiring to me is when you see the way that many of these Indian entrepreneurs have actually achieved customer market fit before they get that initial pre-seed money even. And they have a much clearer understanding of how they're going to utilize those funds and exactly where they're going to go. And so you ask an entrepreneur in North America, okay, if I invest $500K, what is that use of funding? What is that use of capital and where's it going? And quite often it's like, well, we'll hire a chief product officer, a chief growth officer, you'll do this, you'll do this. And then you speak to an Indian entrepreneur who's had their business around for the same time, but who clearly has a deeper understanding of that use of funds because they just understand that model better. And it's actually something that I encourage a lot of the mentees or the students that I mentor to think more frugally and to try focus on just better understanding how they're going to use those proceeds. So overwhelmingly, I'd say that the biggest learning from the Indian ecosystem is the growth potential is massive. The economy is so beautifully competitive that it's boiling up this incredible talent that you don't really see anywhere else to that same extent. And then the culture and the climate that does create this frugal innovation, I think is something that the rest of the world can and should be taking notes from.
Very clear, Aaron. So, one of the things that I say from experience as well, and when I was starting my journey as an entrepreneur, I heard this talk, and I don't really remember who it was from, but what I remember is if you can't make money without money, you can't make money with money, right? So no matter how much money you have $1 million, you have even $50 million, you're going to waste it if you don't know how to make money with it, right? So I agree with you 100%. Brian, if you'd like to follow up with any comments on Aaron's, Aaron's answer to this question, as well as your own perception of the Indian ecosystem, given that you, invest so heavily or plan to invest so heavily into Indian startups.
Yeah, so one of the nice things that India has that many other nations don't have is that it is a market upon itself. So you're not a Estonia or a Sweden or an Ireland or an England, whereby to grow you necessarily need to go outside. And one of the things I've been really impressed with, and look, I have the perspective of being to so many countries globally that it's kind of easier to compare, and you see which countries work well together and which countries don't work well together. Like Israel, for example, works very well together. The Israeli startup community, built from the early days, from when, just phenomenal 1 or 2 angel investors came in, and then every single person who exited the company became an investor. And as they became an investor, the economy grew. And actually, to the extent that if you go to the United States today, you got a better chance of raising money as an Israeli entrepreneur than you do as a standard middle class, like no bias, no anything, normal entrepreneur sitting in America. So they did it really well. And I noticed this happening within the Indian investor ecosystem in America in exactly the same way. So even though they don't only invest in Indians, they're smart enough to know that there's many great entrepreneurs out there, but they know that the money and the power is the power. And if you can get the money in a place, it's okay. Now so all of that stuff is good. Look, you got a great population, you got really smart people. You've always had even from the days I was back in England and you watch the immigrants come in from India, and it doesn't matter whether they had a lot of money or whether they didn't have a lot of money. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They needed to go in there. They needed to own a piece of real estate, own a piece of a shop, own a piece of a business, and then build their own destiny going forward for their kids and their kids' kids. So that work ethic, it's like 98 out of 100, maybe one of the top in the world, right? If you look at, again, market and population, it's absolutely huge and it speaks to itself. And then, I saw some really interesting, it was really interesting what India did with TikTok, especially for us over in the US. It was a very brave move. And I think it spoke volumes. So I think all of those things are great, and we know the entrepreneurs are good, and we know there's great technology skills and everything else. I would give you a word of caution, which is you don't want to become an American clone tech startup ecosystem. And that may sound very obvious and maybe even a bit patronizing, but everybody tries to do it. And when you really look inside the American ecosystem, what you see is really a glorified Ponzi pyramid scheme whereby money dictates great entrepreneurship. It's not about phenomenal product. It's not about phenomenal people building those products. Most of the people who have unicorns in America, I wouldn't lend them $10 in the hope of getting it back. Most of the models that we build in America, whether it's Uber or anything else, are an absolute disgrace. Like Uber is not a multi-billion-dollar company because it's a phenomenal new technology. It's a multi-billion-dollar company because its price is subsidized by 50% through venture capitalism, right? So so that's my only word of caution, is just look, be careful about what you build. You have a great, user base. You've got a phenomenal people who are there. You can build a great ecosystem, and don't just make it all about this whole who's the best entrepreneur at raising money, who can raise $2 million, who can raise $20 million, and all of that BS that just destroys real ground roots entrepreneurship in a country and creates just monsters.
Agreed. Very wise words, Brian. And true words. Just because you have money doesn't mean that and too many startups celebrate their first round, and as they should. Of course, they should celebrate it, but that does not mean in any way that they're going to be a success in the future, right? So I think really wise words. I'll bring you in, Anurag. But if that's okay, I'd like to focus. I'd like you to focus on the negatives, right? So from because both Aaron and Brian have talked about the positives, right? But where do you think, and probably it's easier for you to talk about the negatives being an Indian in India, but what do you think in terms of negative perceptions of the Indian startup ecosystem?
Thanks, Varun. But I think I couldn't agree more with what Brian and Aaron has shared. And I think I'll start with positive and then like sandwich the negatives then. It's difficult for me to be just a critic always. So I think this perception is changing around, Indians copying and cloning what's going in West, and especially I think US. There is a lot more focus shifting towards, looking at the Indian problems from our own lens, from our own context here, and staying relevant while building these technology and while building these solutions before you get into scaling mode. So this has been, I think, a transition that I would say Indian ecosystem is going through. We're not cloning what's going in the West, but let's solve for local. Let's really identify what is relevant, what needs to be done here, because it's a huge market, as you know, and it's a huge potential of growth already. And if you can solve it in India, I think there's a larger opportunity that you can solve it in a lot of other emerging markets like India, and who have the similar, challenges. So let's talk about the negative now. I think one thing I have noticed, I think in an Indian ecosystem of the founders is, again, just an observation and doesn't necessarily hold always true, but we focus a lot on the tech always. But I think we are not very good in telling the story, in communicating that story, how amazing things we do or we're doing. I think that whole marketing part of that storytelling part is missing in Indian entrepreneurs. Very, very tech focused, always talking about like the great technology. When I hear the pictures and everything, it's just the tech. So that's where I think we miss out on telling the story better and good in identifying the problem, but not just getting stuck with what we are building, but also I think it's very important to kind of take a step back while building this tech and going out to the to the market, to the customers, and empathize well and really see it firsthand. Because I think maybe one thing is it's a very tech-driven culture, a lot of engineering talent, tech talent out in the country. And so one advice is just like, before you start really, building out the technology piece of your problem, like solution, really go deeper and have a more immersive experience of the problem that will kind of, drive us. So that's one thing. Second, I think I will say like build for India first. Then obviously this build global is the largest scope that kind of naturally opens up. But generally, I think again, different perspective for different people. But I always look at if you want to go global, yes, we can start looking at always the global market, but narrowing it down to even within your own, first capturing the Indian ecosystem well, have a strong hold here, learn from this before you just directly go on scaling up. But again, with this current, environment, tech being a great, enabler to kind of go global. So don't obviously like limit your, growth potential or market, but start still locally. Capture that, be really good in delivering in that ecosystem first, and then think of, capturing other global markets.
Understood and very clear. I think, unfortunately, I've seen too many startup founders, Indians, a lot of them, look at, okay, the first thing that they see when they're setting up a company, is there a product market fit somewhere else? Because then it makes their journey so much easier, right? It makes attracting funding a lot more easier. So to some extent, it's been created by, finally, when you, while Indians are very good at jugaad, they're also very good at copy paste, right? And then copy paste and do better. Right. There are just some ridiculous examples. Sorry, go ahead, please.
No, just to add to it, it's also another thing, if you have seen, sometimes like I think there is an aspiration to be part of this ecosystem, but not at the cost of just being out and getting that limelight by raising funds. Like we have some wrong benchmarks of being an entrepreneur. Now this tech entrepreneur in the ecosystem these days, have I got there are check boxes around if I have raised this much of capital, if I have got these awards, if I have got, like, don't go out of like wrong, set your KPIs right to be successful. Don't go out just, like, hey, if I am, getting these awards, if I'm getting this much of funding, if I am It's just like a lot of buzzwords around being a kind of successful tech entrepreneur. That doesn't necessarily is helping you in building this company. It's just fancy, glittery show that is out in the ecosystem. So stay away from that, and then stay focused.
Yeah, I mean, it's just human nature as well, right? It's human nature when first, of course, it's a great validation of your idea, right? Somebody's willing to put in money into your venture. That's a great validation of your idea. And then it's human nature, right? Nobody celebrates, in the startup scene, right? Nobody celebrates, revenues as much as they celebrate funding.
Exactly.
And neither
by the way,
sorry, go ahead.
I just add a point in here as well. I said, but I do believe that's the cancer that has taken America to such a depth of problems with our entrepreneurship. It's because everybody measures the amount of funding raised and these valuations that are of no value whatsoever. It's truly a terrible, terrible thing. Like and the problem is we as investors, look, I'm speaking obviously detrimentally about what I do in some ways, right? But it's truly the worst thing you could possibly happen. Like, I think about how ludicrous this is. It's like buying a house and celebrating a mortgage for $500,000. It's like saying, great news. I am going to pay $1.4 million over the next 25 years of my life to be continually in debt forever. Or it's like having student loans in America for $300,000, or actually having a loan of $500,000 to pay for a healthcare operation that you didn't know, and then celebrating it with your friend. It's of no relevance whatsoever. If anything, what I call it is capitalism, socialism, and then venturism, right? Venturism is truly the worst of all of the isms, because what it does is it props up uselessness. So we should be very clear with our entrepreneurs. And if you want to build a great entrepreneurship nation, you say to your entrepreneurs, look, I don't want to talk to you about what you've raised. I want to talk to you about, because if you said in America today, what would you prefer? 100 VCs. If you said, what would you prefer? Would you prefer a great entrepreneur who is able to break through and do the most incredible things in entrepreneurship that have never been seen before? Or do you want to see the greatest fundraiser in America? Which do you want to invest in? And I swear to God, 100% of people will take that greatest fundraiser in America. And that's messed up. So you want to encourage education, first of all, within your system, whereby your kids are being taught entrepreneurship, whereby they've been taught the essence of entrepreneurship. Like, what does that mean? What does product fit mean? What does brand mean? What does user generation mean? How do we create human-centric design within the experience of the consumers that come through us? How does that then turn into revenue generating? Like, if one of my entrepreneurs tells me that they've just raised money with a smile on their face, I tell them I'm going to punch them in the face. Like, I don't want to see that. I want to see them build great companies on their own back. I want investors to beg them to invest money into them. I want them to say no to more investors than they're going to say yes to. I don't want them to be the guy outside the gates of school just praying that one of the girls or one of the guys or whatever comes outside and they may allow them to carry their books home. It's like, screw that. I'm a great entrepreneur. I'm building a phenomenal business. You come on this journey with me, fantastic. You don't come on this journey with me, F you, I don't care. Like, that's what you should want to build. It's what you need to build. And you won't, and if you, last thing I'll say is, if you don't build this, you won't notice the problem today, and you won't even probably notice it in 10, 15 years. But I swear to you, you go 30 years in the future and your entrepreneurship environment will be decimated.
Understood.
I'd actually like to just add to that, if I may.
Sure, Aaron. Go for it. Go for it, please.
I'm more than happy for you to respond first, Varun.
Okay. I was just going to say very quickly that unfortunately it does seem like again, human nature, but it is going in that direction. And I think leaders in the Indian startup ecosystem should sort of do a course correction quite soon before they go down the same trap, right? So go ahead, Aaron.
So I just want to speak to some of the great points that Anurag and Brian have both brought up. Specifically, Anurag, I guess two main items. The first is you're talking about the lack of storytelling. And I think one of the key issues that I'm seeing is that people aren't clear on their mission, vision, values. And if you're a copy paste business, or what's that really great chai startup, Chaiwala? Anyways, you've got some really great, copy paste businesses, or really great, actually, I think they're an amazing example of just solving a problem that exists intra-India, right, in country. But what you don't see enough of these days is you don't see entrepreneurs asking themselves questions like, am I going to be happy building this in 5 years? When I don't have product market fit, and when I need to pivot 15 times and reinvent myself, am I going to be passionate about this mission that I'm on? Am I going to attract like-minded people who are also passionate about this? Am I going to want to work with people who are attracted by this business idea? And so what we're seeing a lot of is these quick money schemes, which aren't quick money schemes, because no startup is quick money, because it takes freaking ages to build. And you end up building something that, like, are you going to be proud of your tombstone if it reads that this is what you created? And I don't think we're seeing enough. Sorry, we got a little background. I don't think we're seeing enough people asking those questions up front. And the reason that I say that, and what I'll caution you as a future entrepreneur, to anyone listening, is the second you officially start your business, the second you come out of R&D, the second you come out of your master's research project and you decide that you're ready to turn this into a business, you don't have time and you don't create the space to be asking these really difficult questions. And if you are not clear on this ahead of time, and if you do not take the time to be deliberate in how you want to move forward, you can very quickly build a Frankenstein of a business you never set out to create and that you're ultimately not proud of. So that's one thing that I would really caution people to move a little bit slowly and to take the time for clarity. The other thing is, I love what you said, Varun, people going out and thinking, okay, we're going to build this for, I'm sure this will work in the US market. I'm sure the Singaporeans will love it. We're all humans, and humans know what humans love, and solve the problem that you understand. So if you have visions of grandeur where you can be supporting the US in some kind of sharing economy, great. But why don't you first start in your region, expand beyond it? And I'll tell you, there's nothing that US investors love more, and Brian, you can speak more to this than I can. But when we hear about, oh, this is a startup that's already taken India and now it's looking at global expansion, perfect, you're golden, you figured it out. Figure out what you can test rapidly and quickly. And the last thing I'll share, there's a really great story of the guys who developed a great news app, which was the first one in the Apple ecosystem. And they were in MIT. And essentially what they were able to do is they were able to take an iPad to a local coffee shop. And this was before iPads had received, had gained market traction. And they were able to actually invite people at the coffee shop to come down, sit next to them, use the iPad, and to read news. And they were literally prototyping and iterating and coding right there and then in the coffee shop. And they were able to rapidly validate the idea and raise a ton of money and scale massively until Apple actually bought them. The point being, if you're not next to your customers, and if you're trying to build for another market, you're ultimately not going to be successful. Someone's going to do it better, faster.
Absolutely. And it doesn't take only tech, right? So that's the other very important point that came out of Anurag's bit, was around you need to know the business, right? I mean, just by, if you don't, and if you're really good at tech, right, find out, get a co-founder who actually knows the business, and goes the other way around as well, right? If you don't understand tech, right, and you do want to build a tech related, and most startups are technology enabled now, right? I mean, regardless of whether they're truly a tech startup or another startup, right, they're all tech enabled. But get a tech co-founder, right, if your business needs it. or use third-party tech, right? If you don't want to do that. So I'd like to move to the next point quickly, and I think we're pretty much running out of time. But let's cover very quickly learnings from the Indian startup ecosystem, right? So perhaps one point per panelist. What do you think the world can learn from the Indian startup ecosystem? And then if Pranav and Surbhi tell me it's okay to go on, then we'll also talk about what India can learn from the rest of the world. But what do you think India, so I'll call you in first, Aaron, to answer that.
And you're saying what can the rest of the world learn from the Indian tech ecosystem?
The Indian startup ecosystem, yes. Yes.
If there's one learning that I can speak to, that the Canadian economy, that Eastern Africa, and again, I guess a few other economies that I've experienced can learn from, it is the Indians that I've worked with, and I don't want to overgeneralize, but seem to have a drive that you don't see in too many other places. So work always. If you want to get ahead, you have to be all in. Other people are doing the same thing, right? And so what we see is this hunger coming out of India that you don't see in too many other places, and it's a hunger that I aspire to have as well. And there seems to be a bit of a humility in the Indian startup ecosystem as well that I do think is quite inspiring, and that I would very much encourage to be continued.
Understood. Hunger and humility. Anurag?
Sorry, the first one is what rest of the world can learn from Indian ecosystem, or the vice versa?
That's what we're covering. What the world can learn from India.
It's an interesting one. I'm just thinking what has not been covered.
We've covered Jugaad.
Yes, you've covered Jugaad.
Yeah.
I think one would be start, involving, your young talent early on into this entrepreneurship journey from school. And I think this is what I have seen in the last few years is schools and colleges and everyone now is really working on nurturing the young talent early on and problem solving and developing critical thinking. And I think it's becoming focus on, I think, early education so that you can, kind of like these people will be building these businesses in 10 years, 20 years down the line. So invest early on in the talent of your country and nurture that, because they are the future of the country. And and I'm glad that Indian ecosystem is on that path. Schools, colleges, everyone. There is vocational training institutes where entrepreneurship is the key focus area and skill development. So I think there's a good opportunity for others to also kind of see if that can work for the smaller nations too. It's not necessarily only for large countries, but every country can focus on that.
Sure. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, so just on a personal level, like I like Indian people because, there's always been a humility combined with a strong knowledge, right? And that's something you don't find in a lot of places. Normally the knowledge drives arrogance, and it doesn't, at least with the Indians that I've met. And on a business perspective, look, I agree entirely with Aaron said. There's the funny thing about the term execution, which is what we all look for as investors. We're looking at a startup who can execute, right? Ideas and concepts and plans and all those things are wonderful, but who's able to execute? But inside the term execution, it's actually quite complicated. Like you have all of those, a lot of the words that Aaron said as well, such as the drive of the entrepreneur, the hard work, the ethic of the entrepreneur. I suppose if I try and look, we have 3 entrepreneurs from our previous cohort out of the 12 who are Indian and 3 of the upcoming cohort. And if I look at one of our cohort chaps, who's Samya, he's doing a healthcare device company. It's an actual FDA approval company. I just know that number one, he's so damn smart that he's going to keep working it out, which is part of that execution. And he has this thing built into him that, I don't know, it's very hard to describe it, but it would almost be like he would be ashamed to lose other people's money and investment on a level which drives even a deeper level of it's very hard to describe, but it feels good as an investor compared to a bunch of my other guys who be like, hey, you know what? One more failure, I'm closer to a success. And I'm thinking, not for me, you're not, buddy. So yeah, I really like that. I think that sense of execution, which is combined with really deep, strong values from the community, is something that's going to help Indian entrepreneurs really thrive over the next 10 or 15 years.
Very clear. So Surbhi, are we going into another panel or do we have 5 more minutes? You're on mute still.
It's a wrap, Varun. It's 3 different time zones. It's late night in India. It's early morning somewhere, right? So I think it's a wrap. Since 3 o'clock, we have been starting this. And in fact, Brian and Aaron and Anurag, we are doing this since yesterday, 3 o'clock, non-stop till 10:30. Last night it was, and today also. In fact, you have been, whatever you have discussed, it's been getting streamed on Business World, Zynga TV, and on our website, startupsummit.live, and getting blogged at several places. So for me, it was a very, very enriching panel. My takeaways is hunger, humility, jugaad, execution, accountability from Indians and Indian founders. We have quite a few questions which has come up from this panel, but I think I'll share that to you over email, or they can be directed to you directly. I wish this could go on and on. We started with Alok Kejriwal in the morning. We talked about pure business, how we could do. The panel was called Dhande Ki Baat, and we went into another panel with lot of positivity, even during COVID times, how business could survive, what businesses trends are changing, what is the optimism to lie. And then we had a very electric panel, a panel before, which were different investors from different sphere who was talking about. To everybody listening to this, we see you again tomorrow at 3:30. Once again, we will have marathon of learning about entrepreneurship and our dreams and ambitions. Till then, good night, and thank you, Anurag, Brian, Varun, and Aaron. Thanks a ton.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you from India to all of you.
And to the panel, it was awesome to connect with all of you. Would love to be in touch.
Thanks, Varun.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Aaron.
Bye.
Thanks for having us.
See you all tomorrow. Bye.